The following compilation features unsettling and spine-chilling tales sourced from Reddit's horror communities. Reader discretion is strongly advised. These narratives may contain graphic descriptions, psychological distress, and themes that could unsettle sensitive individuals. Proceed with caution, as immersion into these eerie stories may provoke fear, unease, and sleep disturbances. Enter this realm of Reddit's creepy horror stories at your own risk, as the line between reality and the macabre may blur within these chilling narratives. Maybe this is all because I called my ex-girlfriend a bitch on her wedding day. Today is July 6th, 2 months after my best friend's wedding. I'm not one to believe in fate, but as a kid, I was sure I had found my soulmates. I remember discovering the word soulmate as a curious 10-year-old digging around on my older brother's laptop. Jace's girlfriend had broken up with him, and his Google search history was a plethora of, "Have I just lost my soulmate?" That person entangled with you is upset, and rightfully so, but that does not mean you can't make it right. You are in charge of your own destiny and can win them back. Follow the red ribbon of fate. Spoiler alert, that weird post was kind of right. They're happily married with kids now. Anyway, this isn't about my brother's soulmate. This is about my friends. Like I said, they were my soulmates. When Dexter McIntyre ran up to me in the 4th grade with a red thread tangled around his thumb, I should have known better. Your mom gave me this. I should have cut it off him. Rather than teasingly slipping my finger into the knot, Zach Chatham and Phelan Clark joined in, entangling our thumbs. It was supposed to be fun until we realized we had tied the knot a little too tight. Phelan was the crybaby in class, a tiny girl with a golden ponytail and a loud mouth. She made sure to be extra vocal to our teacher. Freckled redhead, Zach thought it was funny, giggling through the whole ordeal. I'm not sure what he found so amusing about being painfully bound by a single piece of string that was quickly cutting off our blood circulation. We had to be gently escorted from the classroom, still uncomfortably pressed together. Phelan was crying, and Zach's laughter was getting a little throatier. He kept yanking his finger, which only jolted all 4 of us. "Ow!" Phelan squeaked. She shoved him. Hard. Zach was no longer smiling, his freckles a lot more prominent under the fluorescent white light in the nurse's office. "Are we going to die?" he whispered. When Nurse Cale pulled out a scary pair of scissors, he almost fainted. Dexter was unusually quiet. The boy kept sending me worried glances while the nurse hacked her way through our binding. From the look on her face, even she was baffled at how tangled up we were. It didn't make sense how one single piece of thread was so strong. "How did you even manage to do this?" she hissed, grabbing sharper scissors. "He did it," Zach grumbled, trying to point at Dexter, from his uncomfortable position pressed into my shoulder, though he just manically flailed his free hand. "I didn't tell you to join in." Dexter snapped back. "You're a stupid head for sticking your finger in the knot." "I am not," Zach spat. "You started it." "Mr. McIntyre, don't be rude." The nurse sighed. "Apologize to your friend." "Bird isn't my friend." I could tell the nurse was growing impatient. "Zach, please don't use that nickname." "Dexter, say sorry." "Sorry," Dexter muttered under his breath. "I can't hear him," Zach said matter-of-factly. I said, "Sorry, I still can't hear him." Dex shoved him. "Well, maybe you're deaf." Zach shoved him back, the 2 of them stumbling. "You're the deaf one." "Thank you." The nurse sighed. She cut us loose with one single snip. She left to get juice boxes, and for a moment, the 4 of us were in stunned silence. It was Zach who started laughing first. Then Phelan joined in, giggling. His laughter was contagious. Dexter was smirking, and I was trying really hard to stubbornly stay quiet. Instead of laughing, I picked up the red thread that had been severed from our fingers, dangling it in Dexter's face. The boy snatched it off me, still trying to hide his grin. I'll get rid of it. But I definitely saw him slip it into his jeans pocket. I only knew Dexter from his nickname. The other kids called him Bird because his shabby dark hair resembled a bird's nest. I was vaguely aware of his family situation. His mother left him, running off with a college boy, and his father was an alcoholic. Dexter came to school wearing dirty clothes and smelling of stale urine, his hair growing out into a greasy, knotted mess. The other parents would always tut and whisper when he passed them, not so subtly pulling their children close to them like he was diseased. Mom told me not to go near him or I'd catch lice. In the winter, Dexter would arrive with no coat in minus temperatures. His shoes had gnawing holes through the soles, and I could see his bright red toes poking through. Still, Dexter never lost his smile. He wasn't an outcast among the class, even if parents highly disapproved of us associating with him. Dexter McIntyre lived in his own bubble where he could make jokes and hope kids wouldn't turn on him. So far, it was working. After the red thread incident, we got to know him a lot better. Suddenly, Bird was actually Dexter McIntyre, whose biggest fear was becoming his father. He liked chocolate milkshakes and Zelda, and hated being alone. I remember first stepping inside his place, exchanging confused glances with Phelan and Zach. The hallway was real white marble. When I was greeted to a chandelier, a suited man insisted on taking my coat. I burst out laughing. The house was huge. It had 4 bathrooms. Dexter's house was bigger than mine. I marveled at the architecture, a mix of modern and ancient. There were 2 kitchens, one upstairs and one on the ground floor. Obviously, there was a noticeable mess, even with a maid, who greeted Dexter with a kiss on the forehead. She ruffled his hair, complaining of its length, ignoring the beer cans littered everywhere, dirty plates and pizza boxes piled up in the kitchen. I ran up to the refrigerator and yanked it open, pulling out 4 cans of soda. Dex was trying to hide small white baggies on the countertop. It's candy, he said hurriedly, dumping them in the trash. My friend's house was not what I was expecting. The boy's parents were rich. Like, rich. It was just his dad who was failing with basic parenting. Dex had a bedroom, and 2 spare ones he used for video games and watching TV. His bedroom was full of clothes and new shoes, which confused me. I picked up a pair of $90 trainers with the tags still attached. Dexter had a whole closet full of clothes, but he had holes in his shoes and wore the same shirt and jeans. I watched him pick up a brand new shirt, flinging it across the room. I'm not allowed to wear anything my mom bought me. Zach opened his mouth to speak, and Phelan nudged him, instead of asking questions we really wanted answering. The 4 of us played Zelda until Dexter's father came home, called us a bad word, and immediately crashed on the couch. When I told Mom I had been inside Dexter McIntyre's house, she didn't get mad. In fact, my mother was only vocal about Dexter's lack of hygiene in front of the other moms. When I was eating breakfast, she slipped a note in my hand, stroking my ponytail. "Can you make sure to give this to Dexter McIntyre today, darling?" I nodded, but I had plans to trash the note. I knew what it was going to say. Stay away from my daughter. I did peek at it, though. I was curious. "Dexter, darling, would you like to come for dinner on Saturday night? I was wondering if you would like me to give you a haircut." Mistress Lee. Underneath, in smaller writing, she had scrawled the children's crisis number. Crumpling up the note, my cheeks were burning. I had seriously misunderstood my mother. I gave it to Dexter, and after skimming through it, he started crying. Zach comforted him with his DS, Phelan squeezing us all into a hug sandwich. Dex did eventually come for a haircut, not on that Saturday, though. Instead, Dexter came for burgers and s'mores. The following weekend, Dexter McIntyre sat in my kitchen with a towel wrapped around him while my mother washed his hair and then cut it into an easily manageable style. Zach told Mom about the clothing situation, so she went out and bought him new clothes. I think Dexter had been brainwashed by his father that his mother was the devil incarnate. He wore the new clothes with no problem. As long as Dex's mother had not paid for them, his father didn't say anything. I wanted him far away from that house, so I invited him to hang out every day. Rain or shine or snow, I made sure Dexter was by my side. What I didn't expect was to develop a crush on a certain member. I hid my feelings, though. Dexter and Phelan shared a moment at the summer fair. Zach and I didn't even find out until a month later, when it was clear the two of them were growing closer. I caught them awkwardly holding hands, and they both went tomato red. Dex nudged the girl out of the way. "Ugh! We're not a thing," he grumbled. "Phelan is too stupid. I have standards." Ever since getting a haircut, finding his own style and being labeled as cute by the other girls in class, Dexter thought he was the next River Phoenix. Phelan's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded, sniffling. "Yeah, Dex is disgusting." I shot Zach a grin, who in turn stuck his tongue out and threw the candy he'd been eating in my face. Turning 12 years old, Phelan and Dex no longer tried to hide their little thing. When we were hanging out at the park, he'd rest his head on her shoulder, grasping for her hand. Zach rolled his eyes at me, pulling a face, and I suddenly got really sad for no reason. They were cute. It wasn't quite dating because we were too young. The two of them were a slowly blossoming thing that wasn't quite a thing yet. Neither of them knew how affection worked. They broke up over a tuna sandwich before rekindling a day later at school. But I saw the way he looked at her. His smile was warm and pretty, and she was glowing. Dex was Phelan's soulmate, but my gut ached. Was I sick? Did I have a fever? Why were my cheeks so red? I started to hate myself, angry at myself for having feelings. I wasn't expecting to get butterflies for Phelan Clark and her stupid blonde ponytail. Our friendship was short-lived, however. It was small and barely lasted a few years, but somehow it was special enough for us to want to cling on to it. Dad announced we were moving to New York just after my 13th birthday. I was officially a teenage dirtbag, and this was my present. Initially, I stayed quiet for a while. Mom said we had 2 weeks before the move, and I should say my goodbyes. Though the hot topic in class was us becoming high schoolers, it felt wrong to ruin their excitement. Zach had grown way taller, and was hanging out with a new group of friends. Phelan and Dex were officially dating, but Phelan and I were also hanging out privately. It was one stupid kiss at a slumber party. Phelan said it was a joke, but she also said she kind of maybe liked it. It was a mess. A big fucking middle school love triangle. Mess. Still though, the four of us rode our bikes to the lake during weekends, and it was awkward. Not the same. I felt it in the air, as well as inside my gut. We weren't kids anymore. Now that we were older, we didn't want to play or search for buried treasure. Phelan preferred to tan under the sun's glare, and Dexter brought a book to read. Zach was comedic relief, thankfully, making jokes and telling creepypastas. I couldn't hide my smoldering cheeks, and Dexter was all but a clueless boyfriend with puppy dog eyes. So, I guess moving away was a blessing in disguise. I did eventually tell them over ice cream, my voice wobbling. We hugged and cried, and maybe got a little tipsy on Zach's father's pricey wine. They were my first real friends, regardless of how tangled we were, and I was already being pulled away from them. Phelan, I was being pulled away from the girl I could not stop thinking about. The day before I left for New York, Dex strode directly into my house and kidnapped me from my bed at 6 a.m. It was a school day. When I tried to say that, Dex covered my mouth. Mom handed us a packed picnic basket and ruffled his hair. She only said one thing: bring her back by curfew. We spent the whole day at the lake. One perfect summer getaway. Even better, we were missing school. When the sun danced across the horizon, the sky growing darker, Dex jumped up from his place sitting on a rock. His smile in the flickering orange from our campfire took my breath away. Something uneasy writhed in my gut when I stared at my friends through the flames. Zach, who was less smiley than usual, head tipped back, his gaze on the stars twinkling above us. Phelan, Her hair was caught in a whirlwind whipping across her face, and she looked so sad. Despite her laughter and forced smiles, every time I glanced at her, she averted her gaze. "We should make a pact," Dex said, pulling something from his pocket, the red thread. He held it over the fire, and something twisted in his expression to make sure we stay friends forever. I noticed his eyes darken significantly, flicking to Phelan, no matter what. Zach burst out laughing, Phelan jumping up and wrapping her arms around him. "You kept it," I managed to get out through a breath. Dex nodded. He ducked and grabbed a book he'd brought. "Okay, so the book says we do this at midnight." He shot me a grin, wrapping the red thread around his index finger. "Do you think your mom will kill us?" I shrugged. "Probably, but it's only 2 hours." We spent those 2 hours talking about everything and nothing. The boys dipped their toes in bioluminescent plankton and swapped stories from when we were kids. I sat on a rock and tried to keep my emotions in check. I loved Phelan and Dex, and getting in between them was something I didn't want to do. But I also had really bad butterflies for my best friend. Eventually, I pulled her away from the fire where she was making s'mores, and I said goodbye to her. The two of us sat in freezing cold water up to our ankles, and Phelan said she'd wait for me. My heart felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. I didn't know what the context of wait was. Would she wait for me as a best friend, or something else? I asked her what she meant, and Phelan opened her mouth before Dex interrupted. The boy waved the book. "It's almost midnight." He raised a brow at our joint hands. "Are you guys gonna kiss?" I pretended not to see him trying to hide a smile. At the stroke of midnight, the four of us stood under a perfect full moon. Dex said we had to repeat exactly what we did at 10 years old, entangling our thumbs. Dex read a passage from the book, and I can remember every word. I can remember an uncomfortable tightness in my chest, like we were being physically bound together by every word. When the pain became overwhelming, I tried to tug away, but the others stayed still, unmoving and unblinking. The moon cast an eerie glow in their eyes, like she was filling them, polluting them. A bond as close as ours can never be broken, and if so, we will pay the price and be brought together again and again. Then it was over. Dex severed the thread from our fingers and dropped it into the fire. Zach looked uncomfortable, wrapping his arms around himself. "Do you guys feel weird?" he asked in a small voice. I didn't say anything, but I did feel weird. Before I could speak up, though, my mother found us. She dragged me away before I could say a real goodbye. 13 years later, Phelan forgot to invite me to her wedding. After college, Phelan Clark and I reconnected on Instagram. I actually found her by accident while looking for the perfect flowers for my mom's funeral. Several accounts had suggested her now deleted account, Flora Flowers. As soon as we started talking, old feelings came back. I invited her for drinks. Phelan looked no different. She still wore overly long dresses and daisies in her hair, but as an adult, she made it work. Her hair was shorter, blonde curls bouncing on her shoulders. When I saw her, I felt a pull drawing us together. That same sting in my chest from when I was a kid, but it was a good sting. I sensed it. That invisible ribbon tangled around the two of us. The closer we got to each other, the warmer and safer I felt. I got overly emotional about my mom's death, and Phelan hugged me, opening up about her own life. She and Dex officially broke up in their junior year when she caught him and Zach hooking up in the darkroom. Phelan explained that ever since our pact, things had been different between the three of them. Different in a good way, I asked, sipping my overpriced cocktail. Phelan shrugged. Kinda. She blushed slightly. I don't know how to describe it, but it felt wrong when we were away from each other. It started with Dex and me, and then he and Zach. Phelan looked sheepish. When it became clear that something was going on between all of us, we tried to make it work. Her eyes found mine, but it was painful. It hurt being so close together. She sighed. Without you. I nodded slowly, smirking. You guys missed me. Phelan didn't smile back. She leaned across the table, almost knocking her drink over, her lips close to my ear. I mean physically painful, she whispered, her breath grazing my ear. It was agony, for all of us. It felt like being ripped apart, like my soul was poisoned. When she straightened up, her expression was different, contorted, like she resented me. I started to notice her hollowed-out eyes under the club's twinkling lights. Downing the dregs of her cocktail, Phelan's smile twisted. It got bad enough that we started to get physical symptoms. She counted them on her fingers. Zach collapsed during class and had to be revived. Dex started throwing up blood clots. And, according to my doctor, I went into cardiac arrest. Phelan's lips curved into a small smile. Would you believe me if I said what we were experiencing was heartache? I laughed nervously. This is a joke, right? Phelan's eyes were dark. I couldn't go near them. She whispered, without you, whatever we had was incomplete. Without you, it fucking hurt us. So, we found other ways to deal with it. I already knew what was coming. Something slimy twisted in my gut. He didn't. Phelan didn't meet my eyes. He did, right at the start of senior year. Phelan. We searched for you. Ruby. Her voice broke a little. The summer before our last year, we came to New York to try to find you. Phelan let out a breath. You have to understand that even being close to you at such a long distance and yet closer, it started to hurt less. Zach knew roughly where you were, so we just kept driving. And the closer we got, it was a relief, like whatever had been choking us had let go. I opened my mouth to speak, only for her to cut me off. We found your house. Phelan laughed. Who needs Google Maps when you have an invisible magnet pulling us towards you? I suddenly felt very sick. I never saw you. Phelan traced her finger around the rim of her glass. Well, yeah, she said bitterly. Your mom told us to leave. She said you had new friends, and we'd make it awkward. So, we left. We got back in Zach's car, drove in silence all the way back to town, and the boys and I never spoke to each other again. I had a hard time finding my words before she reached for my hand. And yet here you are. Phelan's lip twitched. Should we try finding Zach? I found my breath. Probably not a good idea. I'm not fully aware of the details of that night. I just know that Phelan and I became an actual thing. It did hurt at first. Without the boys. I understood what she meant, but we got used to it. It just meant we had to space out our time together. During the day was particularly painful, enough to convince me I was dying. So, we used the night instead. Then, Phelan disappeared. No note, explanation, or even a text. And then it started to hurt. For the first few days, it felt like the flu. Then I started losing my breath. Countless emergency room appointments told me I was fine. But I felt like I was suffocating. Every breath was painful. My heart ached in a way I couldn't understand. When I started heaving up blood, I tried to contact Phelan. No such luck. Flora Flowers was gone. And when I dragged myself there physically, it had been shut down. By then, every day was debilitating, and I felt like I was losing my mind. 3 years. 3 years of inhalers, agony, and contemplating suicide. I caught the announcement on Facebook of all places. I don't even go on Facebook. I was trying to find an employer from my bar job, and a mutual friend had commented on the post. Congratulations, Phelan and Sarah. Choking up blood was now a daily occurrence. Skimming through the post, I swiped at my wet lips. Sarah Kingsland, 26 years old. According to her profile, Sarah was a squeaky clean girly girl who said things like, okay. Her whole profile was Phelan. Sarah's latest post made me feel nauseous. Today, I am marrying my soulmate. Underneath, to my confusion and anger, was Zach's comment. The Zach Phelan had supposedly cut contact with and never spoken to again. Can't wait. I'm definitely going to cry. Love you, Val. I saw red. I'm not proud of what I did next, but you have to understand, I am not the asshole in this. I turned up at my ex-girlfriend's wedding wearing the best dress I could find. I was breathless, furious, and maybe a little drunk. I missed the ceremony itself. I was turned away without an invite. But just as I was leaving, I felt it, a sharp pull, a tightening in my chest that physically twisted me around. Cheering caught me off guard. Confetti was being thrown in a whirlwind. I saw Sarah first. Dressed in light pink, she was beautiful. Surrounded by friends and family who were not me, I watched Phelan Clark emerge through the door wearing a wide smile, draped in a breathtaking white dress that flowed like liquid silk. Her hair was longer, almost to her stomach, braided with flowers. She really did get that Rapunzel-style wedding. It was hard not to notice how ghostly white she was, like she was being drained. But her smile was real, not the strained grin she gave me years ago, full of pain. Phelan was happy. I watched her kiss Sarah, her new wife, scooping her up, making her squeal with laughter. When she threw her bouquet into the small crowd, I bit back that relentless pain straining my chest. I made peace with my old friend being happy and no longer part of my life. I could ignore that squeezing in my chest and move on with my life without her, as long as I distanced myself as much as possible. I started to walk away, until I saw who caught the bouquet. Dexter McIntyre, 25 years old. He was still ruggedly handsome, with a matured face and a scruffy, artsy look that screamed pretentious film student. The dark shadows under his eyes were prominent, highlighting darker, hollowed-out punctures I barely recognized. Dressed in a white shirt and casual jeans, with a pair of Ray-Bans sitting on disheveled brown curls, he was so Dex my eyes were already stinging. Bird had come a long way from his middle school nickname. Dex held up the bouquet with a laugh, waving to Phelan, who cheered. At that particular moment, I didn't want to acknowledge his loose shirt collar or the way he was slightly off balance. I was too busy scanning for another familiar face. There. Zach Chatham was further away from Dex. His style was less casual, khaki pants and a suit jacket, a Polaroid camera hanging around his neck, with his mop of dark red hair and freckles. He looked like he had stepped out of a vintage photograph, a touch of nostalgia mixed with charm. Seeing Zach, regardless of how mad I was somehow a comfort. I had missed him. My ex-best friends stood at a reasonable distance apart in the crowd, intentionally ignoring each other's presence. Before I could stop myself, I was already striding towards them. Phelan met me halfway in 3 heel clacks. "You bitch," I said before I could stop myself. The crowd around us started to murmur in surprise. "Ruby." Her voice was a low hiss. "Don't do this now." I didn't want to hurt her, but she had hurt me, even worse. She had left me with no breath for 3 fucking years. "You invited the guys," was all I could choke out, gesturing to the boys. Zach looked awkward, and Dex had the nerve to roll his eyes. I ignored the crowd erupting into murmurs. Phelan's wife stepped forward, but my friend gently shoved her back. But not me. "Are you fucking serious right now?" I was getting more confident, more angry, until I was hysterical, spluttering on a cough. "You left me for 3 years with no explanation in this state." I gritted through my teeth. "And now you're married to someone I don't even know?" "Don't start this now." Phelan's cheeks were growing paler, and I wondered if I was the culprit. I was standing too close, an all too familiar pang in my chest. Her eyes pleaded with me, but I was past reasoning with her. I felt like I was drowning. Phelan didn't speak to me, but she did tell Dex, who was hovering over us, to take care of it. That was the nail in the already shattered coffin. I slapped her, and somehow I was the one who felt the sting. "Take care of me," I spat, "like a fucking dog." "Not the team, Ruby." Dex sang in my ear, his breath tickling my cheek. He reeked of alcohol. With him close, the pull was back, forcing us together. "Didn't you say Dex was dead?" I spluttered. Dex's eyes darkened. He folded his arms. "So, you did meet up with her?" "I told Ruby you were drinking." Phelan snapped. "Which you are." He pulled a face. "Some friend you are." Dex's hand wrapped around my arm to pull me away, and I shoved him back. We are not friends. His laugh caught me off guard. Good. He was definitely slurring his words. You put us through hell for 15 years, and you think we're friends? Dex snorted, and it came out. All of that pain and anger he'd been suppressing. Your psycho mother told us to screw off when we needed help, and you couldn't answer one measly letter. I didn't get any letters, I said through gritted teeth. For a second, Dex looked confused before he rolled his eyes. Oh, you didn't get one letter, not even a text. In the 15 years we were apart, you never got one fucking inkling we were in pain, that we fucking needed you. I felt my body jolt when he stepped closer. From the strain in his eyes, Dex had felt that pull too. He staggered away, offering me a two-fingered salute. Go home, Ruby. Phelan started towards Dex, but he shook his head. Stay away from me. His voice broke. You actually met up with her? Her expression crumpled. Dex, it was for closure. Bullshit. What? You knew where she was, and how much pain I was in, he whispered, and you kept your mouth shut. Dex stumbled. I'm done with all of you. Wait, Zach spoke up. But what about the... You can shut the fuck up. Dex turned to him. You blocked me because you're a coward. Zach looked hurt, putting on a mask as always, but he still laughed, still emitted that Zach charm. Oh, I'm the coward. I'm not the raging alcoholic who sponges off of his dead mother's bank account. Dex snorted. I'm sorry. Weren't you begging for my dead mother's bank account 5 years ago to pay some debt collectors? Oh, you couldn't fucking wait to throw that in my face. Dieter, jackass. Dieter, Zach laughed, shoving Dexter. Are you fucking 12? Oh, I'm 12. Dex shoved him back. Don't you still live with your mom? At least I have a mom. Stop, Phelan shrieked. Just leave, all of you. Her words were final, and so were mine. I nodded, swallowing. You're all dead to me. The second the words left my mouth, I felt a shift in my mind, a sudden, contorting twist in my body. It felt like my chest was being squeezed, my heart suffocating, in one single breath. I was sure I was going to collapse, all of the breath being sucked from my lungs. I could feel it, the sensation of something unraveling inside me, coming apart by the seams, severing. When my next breath was no longer a pant, a desperate cry for oxygen, I could have cried. That debilitating ache in my heart I had been fighting for most of my adult life was gone. It was the opposite of what I felt at 13 years old. That had felt like a weight suffocating me. This was like it was lifting, finally freeing me. My second breath felt human again. My third breath was almost a sob. I didn't have to suck it in and pray it was enough. I noticed a change in the others, like a switch had been pulled. Phelan's expression softened, her hand going to her heart. The strain in her eyes, the pain she was trying to hide, was gone. Dex's cheeks had color in them, the dark circles under his eyes fading. I remember catching Phelan's gaze. She was still mad, and I still hated her. But my ex-girlfriend's eyes were filled with tears, a silent thank you. Dex's lips pricked into a maybe smile, but he still wouldn't look at me. I loved Phelan, but part of me also resented her. I was pretty sure she was my soulmate, red string binding us together or not. But sometimes it was better to just let go. We were adults with our own lives. We didn't fit together anymore, and that was okay. When Zach's camera hit the ground suddenly, splintering on impact, I barely noticed. I was completely at peace with myself, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. In the corner of my eye, the guy ignored his camera. Instead of checking if it was broken, Zach picked up a glass of champagne from a server's tray and shattered it against his own head. Something slimy crept up my throat, because his smile wasn't wavering. In fact, Zach's grin only widened when he stabbed Dex straight through his chest. It took half a second for my mind to register the blood seeping down his temples and blooming through Dexter's shirt. Screams erupted around us, but to my confusion, Dex wasn't reacting like he was confused or hurt. He laughed, like a kid. Whatever affected Zach had caught him. I saw his eyes flicker, his jaw going slack, his body jolting, like it was no longer under his control, twisting around. He dropped into a half crouch and scooped up a broken shard of glass. I was paralyzed suddenly, time coming to a confusing halt. It was the light in his glazed over eyes that terrified me. Moonlight. Ruby. Phelan was grasping my shoulders, but I shoved her away. Ruby, we need to go. I couldn't stop staring at him, entranced, as if hypnotized. I was transfixed by the cavernous emptiness in Dex's expression as he stepped forward and, with a growing grin, plunged the shard through Zach's skull. I partially snapped out of it when blood splattered light pink confetti, pooling across concrete. Zach dropped to the ground, and Dex lifted his head, his vacant eyes flicking to me. The shard of glass slipped from his hand, yet his fingers twitched as he slowly lowered himself, groping for a second shard. He stalked toward me, slow and deliberate, and I found myself moving fast, stumbling in my heels. Dex let out an animal-like chitter resembling a war cry, before a blur of white dove on top of him. Phelan. My ex-girlfriend squealed in delight, her slender fingers tightening around his neck. It had taken her, too. I staggered back, aware of the guests screaming, caught up in a stampede. I was aware that I was backing away, my gaze fixed on their struggle. Animals. Dexter McIntyre sprang to his feet like an animal, spitting out something, which I quickly realized was what was left of Zach's eye. The man was splattered all over him, rich gore painting his shirt, staining his neck. Something sour wound its way up my throat. Dex had been feeding. Phelan anticipated his every move. The two circled each other, teeth bared. Dex lunged, like he was dancing, throwing her off balance. But Phelan was faster. She caught him in a headlock, but he squirmed free, and with strength I didn't understand, roundhouse kicked her in the face. Phelan, however, was tracking every movement, with a stiletto heel to the chest. He fell back, allowing her to easily straddle him, and with the grace of my ex-best friend, Phelan Clark extracted her stiletto heel, pinned down his twitching hands, and drove it through Dexter's heart. I found myself entranced by the vivid red spraying Phelan's face. In contrast to her white wedding dress, she looked ethereal. The thick beads of red dripping down her cheeks almost resembled strings. So beautiful. A panicked server pushed past me, drinks shattering on the ground. Ruby. Someone was screaming, no, shrieking my name. But I felt something toxic coursing through me, and it was only pointing me in one direction. Sarah stood in front of me, shaking me violently. Ruby, Ruby, what's happening? Her shriek barely penetrated my mind. What's wrong with her? She meant her wife, prowling like a wild animal. Instead of answering, I moved towards Phelan, who twirled her bloodied heel between her fingers, teasingly. I dropped to my knees, pricking my finger on a shattered champagne glass. I grasped it, molding it in my palm. What was I doing? I wasn't completely sure anymore. My body no longer felt like my own. Phelan struck first, but I already had one hand wrapped around her throat. What I wasn't expecting was for her to stab me in the gut with a nail file. That caught me off guard, but I don't remember feeling anything. Phelan took advantage when I let go and finished me off, slicing open my throat. Warm red seeped down my chin, and it was so hard to speak, so hard to tell her I was sorry. Except my mind was polluted, drowned with a hatred that tried to force me back up, puppeteering my limbs into weapons. The bride dropped to her knees next to me, her eyes glowing with an ethereal white light I couldn't understand, and drew the blade across her own pale throat. I thought I was dead. It made sense for me to be dead. However, I woke up the next morning, alive, and somehow not fatally injured. Phelan's wedding could be explained, kind of. According to the town, it was a mass hysteria event caused by a gas leak. I thought that too, until the bride herself, Phelan Clark dressed in silk pajamas, with half of a slice of toast sticking out of her mouth, turned up at my apartment with those exact same vacant eyes and stuck a carving knife through my heart. Since my first murder, every day has been a hunt, and it terrifies me. My purpose on this earth from the moment I wake up in the morning is to kill them. On Monday, Dex drowned me in my pool. Tuesday, Phelan shot me in the back of the head. Wednesday, Zach stabbed me straight through the heart. Whatever this thing is, it has turned me into a murderer. I can't stop it. It's like being in a trance, completely out of my control. In this state, I've become accustomed to squeezing the bloodied pulp of their hearts between my fists. I know the exact weight of them. Zach's heart is weaker, and this terrifies me. Dex's is cold, so cold, I struggle to hold it. Phelan's is the smallest, easier to pulverize between my fingers. Zach is convinced that if we redo the ritual and make friends, this will stop. But trying to collaborate with your murderers who can turn on you at any moment is extremely difficult. Dex enjoys it, but to a whole other level. Ever since he ripped Zach's heart from his chest, Dex has been infatuated. Initially, Dexter was the brains. We need to bind ourselves together again, he said when we met at a distance, blindfolded, because severing whatever we had was extremely fucking bad. He tried to get us to work together. However, the more times we die, the less humanity comes back with us. Dex is the living proof of that hypothesis. It started with him treating killing as a game, but there's no winner or loser, no logic behind this. We just kill each other, come back, and kill each other again. Whatever this thing is, it's evolving inside us. At first, we were like animals. Now, I don't know what we are, something between mindless and human, with enough brains to be tactical. After acting like a rabid dog for the first month, Dex makes us suffer. He is obsessed with the human heart and why ours were chosen, entangled and bound in poison. We even tried to get the police involved, but they stepped away as soon as they saw what they were up against. In their words, this has nothing to do with us. Maybe get an exorcist? 2 days ago, I woke up after Dex drowned me in my bath. I was strung up, upside down in his dad's old annex. I was supposed to meet Phelan at a safe distance, but the asshole had knocked me out. I hated how familiar I was with his workshop, clinical white walls and plastic sheeting on the ground to avoid making a mess. I could still see what was left of Zach's old body, maybe from a week ago, a mutilated torso lying on a silver table. I screamed, my heart in my throat, knowing he was going to rip it out. Dexter had already cut into me, already plunged his gloved hands into the cavern of my chest, giggling like a fucking kid. I was half conscious, aware of my own blood spilling onto the ground, tangled and knotted around his trembling fingers. I was staring at string, a single, slimy red string he was pulling out of me. It felt like he was unraveling me like a doll. My body contorted as he pulled, and I could feel everything coming apart, body, mind, and soul. His eyes were bright, polluted, leaking moonlight that crystallized down his face. It was like there was a crack inside him, splintering. When the string caught inside me, my vision went black. I woke up this morning at home, alive, but with a little less humanity. I'm too scared to go outside, too scared to open my door. I can't fucking think straight or type I don't know what to do. It's like a never-ending game of hide and seek. We broke that pact, and those little brats are making us pay. Edit. The mail came this morning. No name, no note. Just a single piece of red thread burned at the ends. Is someone else playing games with us? Edit 2. I've been looking through old boxes my dad sent over after Mom's funeral. In them are hundreds, thousands of letters addressed to me, letters that have been torn up and torched. I can only find pieces, fragments of my friends crying out for help. Dex was right. What the fuck was my mom doing? I'm freaking out right now. I feel physically sick. Please, someone help me. him father of a 24-year-old son. I know just by the title many of you are probably discounting me as some anti-vax nut job, but teaching my son basic high school level germ theory was the biggest mistake of my life. What I thought was an important lesson any father should teach his son ended up being a major cause of tension and tragedy in the lives of my family. It must have been the way I taught him, or the age I chose to teach it to him at, and I'm hoping either of those is true, because it means that this post might prevent you from making the same mistake I did. If I'm wrong, then it just means something was inherently wrong with my son from birth, and I don't know which is worse. When my wife and I had our son, I swear I could have been counted as the happiest man on earth. I was still young at 31, but had spent my entire 20s childless, so I didn't feel like I was robbed of any youth or whatever when my wife gave me the news about her pregnancy. I swear on that day that I was going to be the best father that had ever been, and would even outdo my own dad, with whom I had a very close relationship. My son, who we will call Daniel for the sake of this post, was a remarkably easy baby. I swear he hardly ever cried, to the point where the lack of sleepless nights had my wife and I questioning if something was wrong with him. Daniel, however, was simply an unusually calm and quiet newborn. Not only would he never cry, but I can hardly remember him fussing at all, or even really smiling or laughing much. He would always kind of just stare at you, with a wide-eyed, confused, almost fearful look, like he couldn't quite figure out where he was, who he was looking at, or even how to just be a baby. As he grew into a toddler, he would continue to interact with the world with this sort of reserved, cautious curiosity. I'll admit that my son's timidness bothered me. It might not be the most PC thing to say these days, but I was really worried that my son might grow up to be the soft-spoken, quiet kid, the likes of which I used to pick on in high school. In hindsight, it was ridiculous of me to be so worried about that, of all things. But I imagine every young father has an idea of who they want their son to be. We want our sons to be strong, confident, and utterly independent, even if we would give them the world. The thought of my son growing up to be anything but a Stallone-like macho man bothered me, and I was convinced that it all came down to how he spent his childhood. So as soon as he could walk, I made sure he had a lot of outdoor time and tried to encourage sports and roughhousing whenever I could. I might have been putting Daniel through some sort of baby boot camp, but I wasn't utterly delusional. While I encouraged the sort of activities that might give him bruises and so-called character building, I still cared about my son's health and was never shy with affection or care. I genuinely loved my son and wanted what was best for him, and so I decided if Daniel was going to be playing in the mud all day, he should also be taught how to keep himself from getting sick doing so. It all started with some public access kids science show that was airing at like 3 p.m. on a Thursday. Daniel wasn't watching. He was out back playing with his toy trucks and dinosaurs. He was about 5 or 6 at the time, but I was admittedly a little high and didn't feel like changing the channel. The show's host, some middle-aged guy with an eccentric bow tie and a lab coat, was showing off an experiment that could teach your children about the importance of washing their hands. The experiment was simple. The host filled a bowl of water with ground-up pepper and oregano or some other spice you could find at home. Then, he would dip his finger in the bowl and show how all the little culinary debris would stick to his skin, explaining after that the spices were like germs that latch onto your skin after you touch a surface. Then, he would wipe off his hand, apply a little household soap, and dip his finger in again, showing how much less of the debris remained, before explaining that the soap molecules made the germs slippery so they couldn't stick to your skin, or something along those lines. I was immediately excited and called Daniel in from his playtime to conduct the experiment ourselves. I never washed my hands or brushed my teeth or did any of the things you were supposed to do growing up, because I felt like they weren't the big deal everyone was making them out to be. This, I thought, was the perfect way to demonstrate the idea to Daniel, and would be something he'd carry with him for the rest of his life. I couldn't have known how right I'd be. With Daniel at my side, I conducted the experiment eagerly, just as it was shown on the television. The experiment was easy enough to recreate. albeit my explanations were much less scientific and a lot more improvised. To Daniel, it didn't seem to matter. He just stared on as I filled the bowl with water and as much pepper and parsley as I could. He had that typical, quiet kid stare he always had, as I explained how germs were tiny, living things that were everywhere, even if you couldn't see them. The visual aid of the spices really seemed to paint the picture for him, because when I pulled my finger from the bowl the first time, he outright gasped at the sight of all the black particles all over my hand. Then I did it again with the soap, and explained the importance of washing your hands and how it can get rid of almost all the germs in just a few seconds of scrubbing. I waited for Daniel's reaction, and to my surprise, it was much more than his usual cautious quiet. I could tell by looking at him that something was different. It was in his eyes, which stared sharply at my finger. They seemed to be darker than they were a moment ago. It was as if the color had drained from them as Daniel came to some private, startling realization that completely changed how he viewed the world. And he kept those eyes trained on my finger like it was a snake poised to strike at any moment. Regardless, I felt like the father of the year and sent Daniel back out to play with a juice box and a pat on his head that seemed to make him tense up. As he walked back outside, slower and somehow even quieter than he had come in, I privately wondered if he might have autism and went back to the TV. Life with Daniel became much harder from that point on. My son had become an utter germaphobe, refusing to play outside, washing his hands and toys constantly, and even refusing hugs and bedtime kisses from his mother or I. Eventually, Daniel would stop eating most food, saying his former favorite meals were icky if they had the wrong coloration or texture. Soon after, he would stop letting his friends come over, and when he started to refuse to go to school, we had to get professionals involved. The doctor said it was the worst case of mysophobia she had ever seen. It was as if Daniel could see the microscopic life crawling on every surface, like the world was some alien and hostile place, and it was agony for him to exist within it. We had to pull Daniel out of school completely when we realized we couldn't keep dragging him out of the house every day and answering calls from teachers about the panic attacks he'd have in the classroom. It only got worse from there, as we had to start vacuum sealing Daniel's twice daily laundry loads, wrapping all the furniture in plastic wrap, and wiping down every surface before and after touching it. I had given up all of my previous hopes of molding my son into the kind of man I wanted him to be, as Daniel was now more comfortable with the harsh smell of chemical cleaners than he was with fresh air. I tried everything in a failed attempt to fix my son. I tried understanding. I tried discipline. I have spanked him once or twice. Clearly, nothing was working. But in one last attempt to get him out of what I thought was a prolonged phase, I went out and bought a cat. Daniel was about 11 at the time. I thought the animal would give Daniel some much-needed attention and affection outside of his parents, and that his love for the animal would trump his fear of germs. After all, if our new cat could clean himself with his tongue and be fine, then Daniel could certainly exist in the real world without his plastic sheets and hand sanitizer. Hell, if nothing else, the inclusion of a litter box in the house should force him out of his comfort zone. Daniel was immediately opposed to the intrusion into his germ-free sanctuary and refused to spend any time whatsoever with the animal. I, however, appreciated the sense of normalcy the cat brought into our shrink-wrapped house, even if now Daniel would refuse to come out of his room, maybe more so because of it. You can imagine my fear then when the cat went missing, followed by my complete surprise when Daniel said the cat was in his room. He seemed more chipper than usual and kept talking about how much he loved the new pet and how soft his fur was. I thought my plan had worked and left well enough alone, letting Daniel keep the cat in his room for a while if it meant he was getting over his phobia. It took me about a week to realize that the cat's food bowl wasn't emptying and that I hadn't physically seen him since Daniel had taken him to his room. I wanted what was best for Daniel, but I couldn't escape the feeling in my gut that something was wrong, so I confronted him, asking to see the cat. He seemed nervous at first, but after I sternly asked him again, he let me into his room. I was immediately on edge when Daniel didn't just bring the cat to me, and stepping into his room didn't help the feeling at all. His room was just as eerily clean as the last time I had seen it. Everything neatly folded and tucked away and literally shining as the light reflected off plastic sheets. It was too clean for a boy's room, I thought, and certainly too tidy for a cat to have been living in here for the better part of a week. I knew something was wrong. I asked Daniel where the cat was, and his usual silence did little to assuage my fears. He had that look on his face that kids have, where they know they're about to be in trouble, but they aren't totally sure why. I asked him again, and it became clear to me why he'd have his doubts. At the final insistence, Daniel opened the sliding door to his closet. At the bottom of a row of neatly stacked shelves, Daniel pulled out a large, black shoebox and held it by his feet as he looked up at me, as if trying to judge by my expression if he was going to be in trouble or not. My heart started pounding. I immediately began to worry about the cat. My cat. Was Daniel confining him to sleeping in this little shoebox? Was he just pretending to have grown on the cat this whole time and was trying to keep him from wandering around, spreading germs all over Daniel's perfect plastic-wrapped house? Has he gone the whole week without eating? I was even starting to worry that the cat had died in some kind of accident or been starved by Daniel unintentionally, and he was trying to hide the evidence from me. Nothing could have prepared me for when Daniel opened the box, showing me my cat, perfectly, motionlessly preserved in a vacuum-sealed bag. I made him clean, Daniel said, a tinge of hope that I might understand in his voice. He's perfect like this. Daniel and I were never close after that. His visits to the shrink doubled in frequency, and he started to shut off from the world as I shut off from him. His germophobia and oppressive cleaning rituals only got worse until my parents agreed that it would be best if they took Daniel in when he turned 15. A father should never say this about his son, but I felt nothing but relief when he was gone. If his grandparents hadn't taken him in, I don't know if his mother and I could have stayed together. I wouldn't see much of Daniel again until the death of my parents. Mom lasted a few years after Dad went, both of them passing under Daniel's care. Daniel was 22 now, and looked gaunt and pale, like he had been a prisoner somewhere. His hair looked choppy, like he was cutting it himself, and whenever he sat down, he did it with his knees tucked into his chest. He wouldn't even leave the house for the funeral, and the police told me Daniel had been locked in the house for 3 weeks with his grandmother's body before someone found them, too afraid to leave the house or invite anyone in. Without a job, Daniel couldn't afford to keep living on his own. Feeling bad for him, I took him back under my roof, as any father would. I had hoped his fear of the invisible everything around him had died down a bit in the years he spent away from his enabling parents. But some part of me knew better. As soon as Daniel was back in our lives, so were his oppressive sterilization rituals. Wiping, wrapping, and wiping again everything in sight. The time Daniel had spent away had only made his habitual cleansing worse, to the point where my home was all but covered in an ineffectual snail trail of slimy hand sanitizer and antibacterial creams. I remember feeling sick to my stomach every time I heard him vacuum sealing his laundry in the other room. The smell of bleach and harsh chemical cocktails became too much to handle, despite Daniel's constant need to keep the germs out. My wife's once dismissible health problems became exasperated until she could hardly get out of bed on her own. I started to feel sick myself, whether if from the constant chemical fumes or just weakness of spirit. I lacked the strength to fight back against Daniel's invasion of our home. It was like being in the hospital with some terminal illness, too weak to fight and surrounded by that disgustingly fake smell of cleanliness that just reminds you of death. I finally had the strength to stand up to Daniel when I found him putting something in our food. He stammered on about how it would keep us all clean and pure, and I wouldn't hear it. I snapped at him, shouting that if I ever caught him doing something like that again to his mother's food or mine, I would throw him out myself. Daniel shot me a glance, and I quickly recognized it as the same timid look of realization he had given my germ-covered finger way back during our science experiment. It was as if in that moment I became part of that dirty, unsafe world he saw everywhere else. At this point, I didn't care. I had enough, and I was ready to kick Daniel out for good. He was a grown man, and it was time he learned to live on his own. I was determined that I'd no longer be the enabling, weak father who had let his delusions come this far, and that I'd force him to face the real world for his own good, and for the good of his family. Then, Vid happened. The whole nation was forced into lockdown, and our household was no different. As soon as the news broke, Daniel insisted on social distancing, quarantining within our own home, everything. At this point, I couldn't physically remove him from my home, and so I gave in. Daniel's controlling tidiness took over the home, and I became sicker and weaker and gave up on the idea of stopping him. He designated my marital bedroom as the quarantine for my wife and assigned me to the living room, where it started to feel like I was growing into the couch. The peak of the COVID-19 pandemic passed, as did an additional year or two. I started to lose track, spending my days in a sick daze as Daniel, in his face mask and starched gloves, was the intermediary between my wife and I. As I became weaker and more dependent on Daniel, I actually started to convince myself that I was grateful for him, that I'd be helpless if my son wasn't around. When I could, I'd press my ear up to the bedroom door, hear my wife's labored breathing, and it would remind me that gratitude was wasted. One day, the breathing stopped. Some part of me knew what had happened on the day it happened, but I remained in denial for as long as I could. I refused to leave the living room, or even go near that side of the house, terrified of a reminder that I couldn't hear her breathing. Daniel had stopped going into the room as well, which only further amplified my distress. Knowing that she wasn't being brought any more meals still wasn't enough to shake my paralyzed, fearful denial of her death. Until Daniel went back into the room, it still wasn't enough to break my delusion. Hell, it actually made me start to hope that I was wrong, and that my wife was still very much alive in there, somehow, being cared for by our son. When I heard the muffled sounds of electric humming, I knew something wasn't quite right, but I still didn't break from my daze. I let myself lay there, shivering from the feverish cold, hoping my wife was okay. Then, I heard the familiar sound of the vacuum. I pulled myself from my spot on the couch and pressed my ear to the bedroom door. I listened, still too afraid to cross the threshold. I heard the sound of the shower running, and the electrical throbbing hum of power tools much louder in this vicinity. I still didn't act, until finally I heard the chilling sound of the vacuum cleaner once again, remembering the family cat. My cat, still and lifeless and eerily preserved in that plastic bag. I pushed the door open and stumbled into the room. It was dark and dank, smelling much more like the sick than the rest of the house. It was clear from the rank odor that hung heavy in the air that my wife had not left this room in the years since we started quarantine, and the thought alone made me almost as sick as the smell. Somehow, it all felt like my fault. I had somehow made her sick. I had locked her in this awful home and barricaded her from getting the help she needed. Somehow, I had even poisoned the air, and in that moment I was convinced that I had killed her. I heard the sound of the power tools again, coming from the attached master bathroom, even in the dark. It wasn't hard to make out the heavy, dark trail of something visceral leading from the bed into the bathroom. I covered my face with my shirt and stumbled, bracing my weight on the nightstand as I moved towards the bathroom door. It was cracked open, letting in a single beam of light that revealed the trail leading up to be the darkest, sickest shade of red. I paused just before the door, listening again as the sound of a power tool, clearly to me now a saw, running just on the other side of the door. I was scared, more scared than I had ever been in my life, and I stood there paralyzed and convinced that I should just leave it alone. If I hadn't heard that vacuum again, I don't think I ever would have opened that door. The first thing I saw was Daniel, down on one knee, wrapped in a plastic poncho and with a dust mask over his face. He looked up at me in shock, and I couldn't help but notice the contrast between how sterile and perfect his outfit was, and how gaunt and pale and inhuman he looked. Like some broken thing of a boy, both he and the bathroom were covered in plastic sheets, stained with red splatter that touched the ceiling and pooled on the floor. Then I saw my wife, or what was left of her, slumped in the corner of the shower. Parts of her were missing. I could make out jagged and uneven cuts in her arms and legs, and even her breasts, which were nothing compared to the sucking wound on her neck where her head used to be. It makes me sick even thinking about it. She didn't even look like a human being anymore, but like some mangled doll chewed up by a dog. The shower was running over her naked, desecrated body, washing her blood down the tub's drain. I swear I could hear it gargle and moan as it struggled to wash down. The sickest part of all wasn't my wife's humiliated, tarnished corpse. It wasn't my son, covered in his mother's blood like some sick parallel to his birth. It's what he was doing with the parts of her that were missing. I glanced down, and to my horror saw my wife's arm, foot, and head all tightly wrapped in vacuum-sealed bags. Daniel had the vacuum tube in his hand and had just finished cling-wrapping his mother's breast in another bag of its own. Every time I close my eyes, I still see her face, tightly wrapped in plastic like it was a second skin. Her mouth and eyes were open, suction molded around the thin barrier of her airtight coffin like she was screaming for release. "Dad," Daniel whimpered, a begging tone in his voice like he needed, desperately, to be understood. He sounded again like a child who had been caught doing something they knew they were in trouble for. And before he could even say anything, I was shaking my head, clenching my eyes shut against the tears that poured through. I made her clean. I made her perfect. It's been 2 weeks, and Daniel has since been arrested. A murder investigation is still underway, but they say they're at least going to charge him with desecration of a corpse. I've been staying in a hotel since the incident. They tell me the house is most likely going to be condemned, but I don't care. I can't ever step another foot into that place. I've felt physically better, less sick since I left, but mentally it feels like something's changed, and it won't ever be better. Through it all, I blame myself. I truly hate Daniel for everything he's done to us, ever since he was a boy, but I can't help but feel like it was my fault that he became what he was. I saw that obsession and paranoia form, all thanks to my meddling with his development. I saw the moment in his eyes when he stopped being my son and became whatever he was. I don't know what I'll do from here. My wife is dead, and the thing that used to be my son is probably going to prison. I wanted to be the perfect father, but I accidentally flipped that switch and turned my little boy into a monster. I'm making this post partially because I needed to get this off my chest, but also to warn all the parents out there to be careful how and what they teach their children. You might have a Daniel of your own, and who knows what'll flip that switch. I'm going to preface this by saying I am not an active Reddit user. I've had my account for a couple years now, but it was mainly during high school to find and share memes with my friends. I think I've made like one post and that's about it. I joined this subreddit at the suggestion of one of my friends who helped me put my thoughts together, and he said this would belong here. So I hope he's right. If my writing is not the best, I'm sorry. I failed English twice, so please don't expect too much from me. There is a lot I don't remember about my childhood. I can remember bits and pieces of it. A flash here and a memory there. A smile, a cake with candles and my sister, Anna. Any of my earliest memories featured Anna. She was a year younger than me, and she was my absolute best friend in the whole world. I was 5 when Anna was taken. The last time I saw Anna was 17 years ago, and still to this day I feel the ache of missing her in my bones. It wrecks me every time I think about her. Sometimes it's too much for me to bear. A lot of the details around my sister's disappearance remain unknown to me. My mum never mentions her. She never had any pictures around the house. It was like she wanted to forget that Anna existed. Maybe she thought I was too young to remember her. And she's right. The only time I see my sister are in the flashes of memories I'll have. Never for too long, and the more I dwell on her memory, the more I forget her. A friend of my roommate is studying to become a therapist and says the gaps in my memory from my childhood are a sign of CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't want to see any shrinks though to confirm her diagnosis. I'm well adjusted. So, with this out of the way, Let me get into the crux of things. My name is Sophie. I am 22 years old and I go to the University of Wollongong, where I'm studying to become a primary school teacher. For anyone unaware of Australian school systems, primary school is students from 5 and 6, kindergartens, to 11 and 12, year 6. I don't know why I wanted to pursue a career in teaching. I was never really the brightest bulb in the box and was a terrible student. I hated my own school experience. I remember seeing a brochure for it on my guidance counselor's desk one day in year 12 and decided that's what I'd do. No real passion for it, but I'm already here, so I may as well finish. Not like my debt will go away if I drop out now. It's currently winter break from the university, so no classes, no school placements, and those who can go home normally do. Since leaving home, I've never returned. Mum's never mentioned missing me, never invites me over, so I don't bother. I should miss her and miss home, but I don't. It was never much of a home after Anna disappeared. Things are just easier in the dorm room I share with Amelia, my roommate. She's studying to be a vet, which is nice. Something she is visibly passionate about. She's due to finish her course after the next semester, and I've got another 2 years left, so soon enough we'll have to part ways. But I choose to forget about that, and to live in blissful ignorance until all her stuff is packed, and she's gone. A deep part of me resents Amelia, though. Resents might not be the best word. She actually has found something she's passionate about. She came to school with a plan, and has almost achieved it. It's a sad and bitter part of myself I like to keep hidden, but I long to find the same passion for anything in my life, rather than just floating around. Existing. It's just pointless. Envious might be a better suited word. So, with this winter break, Amelia, myself, and a couple of her friends who also stay on campus for break tend to hang out. I don't really know her friends well, and I'm only ever invited due to my status as roommate, but if it keeps me occupied, I won't complain. The last time they all hung out was a week or so ago at a flat belonging to 2 of Amelia's friends. Honestly, time has sort of blurred together while forming this. The only one to keep me tethered to reality is Amelia and my friend Chris. Chris was a boy who I went to school with. He's the reason I have a Reddit account in the first place, and without him, I never would have had the courage to post on here. Amelia and Chris are probably the only friends I have. I lost contact with everyone else from high school. Chris wasn't here for these events, but he knows what's happened and drove up here to keep me sane. From our old town, it takes about 4 hours to get to Wollongong, so him taking the time to drive up here for me is truly amazing. I don't know what I did to deserve a friend like him. Since it's the winter break, we get a month off in between our 2 semesters. Amelia and I knew this would be my last chance to fully relax. We knew when classes start up again, I would be completing a school placement for the rest of my course, working as a teacher's aide for the final stretch of my uni course. Most of these placements lead to proper jobs by the end, but it is never guaranteed. I'd have to be on my best behavior, act like a real teacher would act. It wouldn't be too difficult for me. I've never touched any kind of illicit drugs until last week, and I've never liked the taste of alcohol. The role of deso driver is normally given to me since I'm always the sober one at parties. Amelia and her friends hung out over a week ago. I was, of course, also invited. It was in her friend Kyle and Danny's flat. I always wondered how they afforded the flat. It was close to the beaches and the main party strip of Wollongong. Neither Kyle or Danny worked from what I knew, and they were both failing their Bachelor of Art courses, so I figured their parents must be rich or some shit. So, there we were, in the boys' large flat, music playing, more people joining until there were 5 others, excluding myself. No one really paid much attention to me, so I sat towards the window facing the ocean and scrolled aimlessly on my phone. The screen would keep going fuzzy, so I'd have to leave the phone on the windowsill while the picture returned properly. I had like 50 videos sent from Chris which I had to get through. Each one, of course, made me chuckle and respond with the stupid laughing face emoji. My attention was taken as one of Amelia's friends, Beck, started yelling obnoxiously about getting this party started, which made the other young adults scream in agreement. My social battery was nearing the negatives, and I'd only been here for half an hour. It was going to be a long night. Beck pulls out the clear Ziploc bag from her satchel, raising it high as if it was Simba and she was Rafiki. The bag looked like it contained dried green herbs. I wasn't born yesterday, so I knew it was weed. I don't really care what others do, so I paid little attention to those around the room. It wasn't until Amelia came up to me, her eyes bloodshot and glassy, that my attention was put in something other than my phone. She had a dazed and blissed-out expression. There was another pang of something similar to jealousy when seeing how free she was. "Soph, babes, you fucking need to try this," Amelia says, her body wobbling slightly. Inebriated, Amelia always made some funny memories. "I'm good, Ames. You know I don't like that kind of stuff." I say back, and she loudly boos at me. "Come on," she drags on. "You won't be able to do it next semester, and I'm leaving soon, so it'd be the last time we can do this." She pouted. I could almost guarantee this wouldn't be the last time this group got together and got high. But you can't reason with Amelia when she's like this. They are all lucky their courses don't require them to complete drug tests, otherwise they'd all be fucked with how much they do this, so Amelia was way off. "Maybe another time, Ames," I say finally, and she nods and frowns deeper before walking, practically stomping away. I remember sighing and bringing my attention back to the window, watching the dark waves crashing into the sand. We're gonna go for a swim," Kyle says, starting to remove his shirt, and I groan. It was too cold for this shit, but reasoning with them would be pointless. It was dark and winter, and hopefully there'd be no sharks out there, because I don't want to see a remake of Jaws. The group started making their way to the soft sand of the beach, and I followed behind dutifully. The cold air bit at my skin, and I wish I brought a better jacket. Beck and Amelia walked a little slower, not the full-on sprints that Kyle, Alex, and Danny were doing, them stripping off their clothes as they ran. I beat the urge to roll my eyes at them and continued to find a spot to sit. Amelia and Beck both had joints lit as they inhaled the drugs, and they joined me on the beach. Their clouds of smoke, and I laughed softly as my breath started to cloud as well. Beck pointed her joint at me, offering it without asking, and I shook my head to decline again. Amelia whined that I never do anything fun, and it stung a bit that she was right. I was boring, but at least I knew that. Still hurt when your friend confirms it. You know, they're doing studies of how weed is actually beneficial, especially if memory loss is involved. My head turns fully towards Beck, and she grins. Beck was the friend studying to be a therapist, so I guess she would know the newest trials happening in the world of brain science. "What's that got to do with anything?" I asked, and she smiled politely, joint hanging out of her mouth as she rolled another one. She lit the new joint with the old one before tossing the butt of the smoke into the sand to extinguish. "You know, your childhood, your weird repressed memories." Beck trails off, and I bit my nail nervously. "You know, your childhood, your weird repressed memories." Beck trails off, and I bit my nail nervously. "That would help?" I ask softly, and Beck grins. "Honestly, even if it doesn't help, it's not like you can forget more about your childhood." Beck responds, and Amelia laughs before becoming solemn. "What if she repressed her memories for a reason?" Amelia asks softly, and I felt a shiver crawl up my spine from something other than the cold ocean air. "Shut up, Amelia. Do you want her to smoke it or not?" Beck snips, and I was about to rebut until the three shivering purple bodies approached us, looking miserable. "We're going back inside," Danny says, shivering and covering his crotch with his hands and clothes. "Why would you let us do that?" Kyle asks, lips completely devoid of any pink, looking like he just ate a blue lolly with the shade his lips were. "Don't blame us. You're the idiots who wanted to swim." Beck retorts, and Kyle shakes his soaked hair over the top of us, the water so cold it felt like being stabbed by tiny ice picks. Beck and Amelia screamed, and I just brought the jacket closer to me. "Here, you can have this one," Beck says, handing me the joint she just rolled and lit. There was about 3/4 left of it, and she placed the joint in between my fingers, both her and Amelia watching on eagerly. I hesitated. I could smell the burnt broccoli scent from the joint and recoiled, but slowly I brought the offending item closer. I closed my eyes and took a toke. I think I inhaled too much because there was nothing but pain. It was terrifying. My lungs hurt and my throat hurt. I started coughing so hard I thought I was going to pass out. I felt dizzy and disorientated, and like all my skin was buzzing. I could barely hear the laughs from Beck and Amelia over the sounds of my blood pumping in my ears. Eventually the pain subsided, but the coughing was still prevalent. "Why the fuck would you make me try that?" I asked, wheezing between every word. "You'll be fine. Keep smoking though. You'll get better the more you do it," Amelia says with a nod, and I slowly bring the joint back up, inhaling with Beck's instructions. It was better this time, the coughing not as rough. My body felt like it was humming. I don't know long weed is supposed to be in your system before you start feeling the effects of the THC or whatever chemical it is that makes you high. We sat on the beach for a little while longer, until my joint was complete and we shared the last one that Beck rolled. I felt at peace. I think for the first time in 22 years, I had a wave of calmness roll over me. Beck was wrong so far about the memories, but I've never been so relaxed before. Or so hungry. We must have all been on the same wavelength, because Beck and Amelia stood up wobbling as they stood. "Come, we'll go back inside. They definitely have frozen pizza slabs that would go hard right about now," Beck says, and I laugh as they help me stand. The dizziness I felt as I stood was something else. The world moved in ways I don't remember. Up was down and down was up, but there was something familiar about the feeling of dizziness. I tried to cling on to the familiar feeling, but it was fleeting. As we got closer to the flat, we could see all the lights were on, and the boys were dancing to some unheard music, still in nothing, but at least their privates were covered. This time. The closer we got to the flat, I don't know. It was weird. I felt like I was on the verge of a panic attack. There was just too much going on. There was a constant buzz in the air, one that I feel like it was always there, humming in the background. It sounded like electricity. I missed the peaceful and calm feeling. Panicked and high is not a good combination. Beck and Amelia were the first to go back into the flat. Still, I hesitated before reaching out to touch the door, and as suspected, the jolt of static arced from the metal door handle, zapping my hand, resulting in my letting out a yelp like a kicked dog. The zapping had nothing to do with the weed, however. My whole life I've been conductive. Every door, every bit of metal, I will always zap myself. My hair will always retain a static frizz no matter what products I use or YouTube videos I watch. Sometimes I'll even mess with electronics. Chris said I'm cursed, and he never let me near his computer as we were growing up. Which is fair. This is only relevant since the zap was just worse tonight. I swear it left a red mark. I never thought the zapping had a meaning. Why would it? It happens so often I never pay attention to it. But after the events of last week, I know there has to be more to it. The rest of the night was okay. I ended up having more fun with these 5 people in one night than I have in the 4 years I've known them. Since I could no longer drive, we had decided to stay the night. I won't get into the shit show that was the sleeping arrangements, but I had taken the couch, secluded and away from everyone. Something I desperately needed as the high was starting to wear off and I was getting sleepy. I will say this, The first half of my sleep was the best sleep I have ever had. The second half, however, well, that's why I'm posting here. It wasn't the sleep itself that left me horrified. It was my dream, then what followed after. It's left me with more questions than answers, and I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep my thoughts in order. They keep jumbling up. I'll try and write down what I can remember from my dream. So, in my dream, I'm sitting in the lounge room in my mum's house, the one I grew up in. I'm in the middle of watching my cartoons when the TV loses service. This was one of those old TVs every house in the 90s and early 2000s had. Large and box-like, just like the one we had when I was a kid. The TV wouldn't regain the picture no matter what I did. I tried playing with the antenna, moving the ears so much the only thing that would change was the clarity of the sound. I tried hitting the top as I'd seen people do in the movies, and still no results. I even asked for Mum's assistance, but she ignored me. Even my prayers were left unanswered. So, I was left to my own devices. The TV would not work, no matter what. All I could do was sit and stare at the static that buzzed around the screen, flashing a black and white grayscale. Where this started to get scary was when I focused on the sound accompanying the hum of the static. There were whispers coming from our TV, and they weren't the voice lines from the show that was supposed to be on. I never changed the channel, so it should have been lines from the cartoons I was missing. These voices were horrific. They were deep and raspy. They sounded like my grandfather, who was a chronic smoker. The croakiness and roughness of the voice still gives me shivers just writing about it. The voice was whispering to me. "Come closer. Come closer, Sophie," the voice had said. Part of me moved back in fear, but the other part of me wanted to move in closer, to listen to the mysterious voice. "Come to us, Sophie," the voice continued, and even in my dreams I still felt compelled to shuffle closer. I never noticed until writing this that the voice was saying us and we, as if there were more than one of them. There was a familiarity around this situation, like I had been in it before. Except last time, I wasn't alone, and the TV wasn't talking to me. "Come, Sophie, we know you want to." It continues, the voice adding a cheeky lilt to the sound, like it was trying different things to get me closer. I had risen to my feet, still unsure about this, and had decided to go find my mum. Surely she'd know what to do with a staticky TV. "Anna misses you so much, Sophie," the voice whispers, and I turn slowly back towards the TV, ice traveling up my spine. I start moving closer than before. "Anna?" I whispered, the name sounding foreign, like I haven't said it for years. "Anna needs help, Sophie. Will you be a good big sister and help her?" It taunts, and I could feel tears well up in my eyes at the idea of Anna being trapped and needing me to rescue her. I was frozen. "Where is she?" I asked in a small voice. The TV remained silent until I got closer. "She is with us, in here. We will never let her go. Join us. Join her. She will suffer without you." The TV practically growls this, still the voice never rising above a whisper. I sobbed. Where was my mum? Where was my sister? I was alone in this room with the TV seemingly getting bigger and bigger. "Where is she?" I yelled louder, moving closer. The deep voice chuckled. There seemed to be different layers to the laugh, like there were multiple voices all speaking in unison. The laughing got louder and louder until I had to cup my hands over my ears to try and block it out. It wouldn't stop. From what I could see through my teary eyes, I saw the TV's static move around, almost as if it was portraying shapes. I was still close enough to the TV that I could feel the heat coming off the screen and the way my hair was being attracted to it, almost reaching towards it. I let my eyes clear in an effort to focus on the shapes in the screen. My eyebrows furrowed as I tried to make out the intricate features on the screen in front of me. The laughing seemed to have died down slightly. It was still there and loud, but I could pick up other sounds coming from the TV. Still not sounds from my show, but it was softer, quieter. It was crying. It sounded like a child crying. The shapes started coming together more until they started to resemble a face. A gaunt, thin face with sunken cheeks and hollowed eyes. It was a little girl, and she was crying. The laughing continues, but I paid little attention as I bring my face closer to the TV than ever before, placing my hands on the warm glass. "Anna," I whispered, and the figure looked up and through the screen, and the girl moves closer, still crying but hiccuping at the same time. Anna used to cry the exact same way, hiccuping through her tears. I always found it adorable, so this must have been her. "Ophi," the girl whispers, and all the laughter stopped. "Anna!" It was a scream mixed with fear and desperation. There were too many questions to ask, and no one who'd be able to answer them. Anna continued crying and reaching for me through the TV. I'm scared, Ophi," Anna whispers, and even though I'm crying, a small smile still graces my lips. It had been so long since I've heard Anna say my name. She never could say it right. Funny how all these facts are bubbling to the surface after being buried for so long. I had so many things I wanted to say, so many things I needed to say, but every word was caught in my throat. I couldn't speak. I could only take in the image of my sister, fuzzy and distorted by the static. There was no sound other than the hum from the TV and the hiccuping from my sister. It was so quiet, it was a relief. I couldn't wait to tell Mum that I saw Anna again. She would be so happy. Maybe she'd start smiling again. Any pleasant feelings I were having were stopped abruptly by a loud scream coming from Anna as a shadowy hand seemed to wrap around her face. She was fighting against it, resisting as much as she could. I punched and smacked at the glass of the TV, begging the monsters to take me instead, to give me Anna back, but they didn't listen. Slowly, Anna's features melted away from the screen, leaving nothing but empty static in its wake. I wailed. What more could I do? I just hung my head and cried. My hands were still pressed against the glass, my hands buzzing from the screen. There was nothing to fill the room but the sounds of my cries and the hum of the TV. After what felt like an eternity, I looked up, and as I did, a shadow crossed the screen, so fast, and reached out towards me. It was so quick, I barely had time to react. A black silhouetted hand seemed to have encased my flesh one. I fought against it as my left hand seemed to disappear within the static. There was a sensation akin to pins and needles, as if I had fallen asleep with my hand in an odd position and the blood was starting to circulate again. I screamed and fought back against the shadow, trying everything in my power to bring my hand back into the real world. I used every bit of strength I had in my body to reef my hand out of the TV. I screamed for my mum, but she never came to help. I was completely alone with nothing but the monsters in front of me. After a while, struggling the whole time, I started to feel myself get tired, but I mustn't have been the only one. It felt as if they lost their grip on my hand because I could finally pull my hand out. My hand was red and bruised, but as I backed away from the TV, my hand clutched securely to my chest. There was a loud roar from the box. It was so loud I had to cover my ears again. I could feel liquid sloshing in my ears as the TV cracked right down the screen from the noise. That was when I woke up. If I thought the dream was the worst of it, I was wrong. I think I screamed myself awake. However, I woke up. I've never jolted upright so quickly in my life. My heart felt as if it was trying to leave my ribcage. I don't think it's ever beat so hard. My hands were grasping at my chest, and I could feel myself hyperventilating. It felt like water was coming out of my ears, so instinctively I brought my hands up to check. I didn't notice at the time, but there was a light source filling the room, and from the light I could see something way too dark to be water covering my hands. I was confused and disorientated. The room was filled with a grey, flashing light, which, after getting my bearings, I realized was coming from the large flat-screen TV the boys had mounted on the wall. In all my 22 years of life, I have never seen an advanced flat-screen, smart, whatever you call it, TV ever produce an old-school static screen. These screens died out with the analog TV. It has been almost a decade since I'd seen a real screen go static like this. It was unnerving after the horrible dream I had. As I stood to find the control, I felt woozy, dizzy, like I was suffering with the worst case of vertigo I've ever had. My head was practically swimming. My balance was starting to return, and the search for the TV remote continued. As my back faced the TV, that was when I heard it. Knocking. Something sounded like knocking on glass. There was nothing outside from what I could see, but the knocking sounded like it was coming from inside the living room. A horrible idea crossed my mind, one that made ice traveled up my spine, and the shiver made my teeth rattle, and it wasn't from the cold. Slowly, so very slowly, I turned around, bracing myself for what I would see when I looked at the TV. When nothing was there, I let out a long breath. A sigh I anxiously held in was released, and my tense shoulders began to loosen. I started to feel a little foolish. I'm not even sure what I was expecting, but I looked away from the screen to continue the search for the remote control. After what seemed like forever, I still couldn't find it, so I decided to just turn it off at the TV. Most TVs had a button to press to manually switch it on or off, so I figured this would be the same. As I got closer to the large screen, still flashing black and white static, my stomach seemed to drop, like my body was reacting before my mind knew what was happening. As I was about to turn the TV off, I heard the soft hum I've been hearing my whole life. It was quiet and constant. The sound was emitting from the TV, making my hair frizz up, like in my dream. I needed to pinch myself to bring myself back to reality, but before I could do that, faces flashed across the screen. I screamed and jumped back. This was when everything starts to get fuzzy. I remember seeing the shadowy figures, like the hand from my nightmare. They looked like they were circling something. I remember them screaming loudly and hearing the high-pitched wails of someone in pain. Something snapped in me when I thought I heard Anna yelling for me. I smacked at the TV. I remember screaming at the top on my lungs, swearing at the figures, bargaining for Anna's life in exchange for mine, but they fell on deaf ears. Could these monsters even hear me? I didn't know, but my fear was turning into rage. "Give me my sister back, you fucks," I yelled at the screen. I threw the first thing I could grab, which was an expensive-looking lamp at the TV. I don't know, maybe hoping if I broke it, it would spit my sister out. They still showed no sign of hearing me, just continued to eat, kill. Whatever they were doing to Anna, I moved closer. "Anna! Anna, can you hear me?" I continued to scream. "Fuck you! Give her back! Ah, cunts!" I roared this time. I don't know when it happened. There was another flash, and one of the shadowy figures were right in front of the screen. Its hand was outstretched towards me in the real world. Before I could step back, his hand connected to my head. I could feel as the long, spindly fingers of the creature burrowed deep into my head. It felt as if it had cracked my skull open and was poking around in my brain. Its fingers were under my eyelids, in my ears, completely overwhelming me, scratching at my skull like rats. "We still have your sister." It speaks directly into my brain. I shuddered, but was frozen. "This is all your fault," it whispers harshly. I wanted to know what it meant. I wanted my sister back. "We will feed on her for eternity." Its hand seemed to rip from my head, and I felt my eyes roll to the back as the lights are switched on. I seemed to have started convulsing. I heard a couple of people speaking. I couldn't understand everything, only bits and pieces, but I couldn't open my eyes. Remembering these now, I can sort of put together who said what, but I haven't confirmed this with Amelia yet. What the fuck, she broke my TV? I'm calling the Ambos. Did you lace the weed with something? That's about the last thing I remembered. Next thing I knew, I woke up in hospital. It was 3 days since the party, and no one knew what happened. Beck swears that the weed wasn't laced with anything, and since she grows it herself, I believe her. I also didn't smoke enough to green out and hallucinate. I've never had a seizure before. I am not epileptic, and neither is anyone in my family. No one has had a history with seizures, mental illness, or hallucinations. I had to clarify this with 3 different doctors, since none of them could piece together what caused the seizure. The only thing they could deduce was that my brain had slight swelling, and my ears were bleeding, which was a sign of massive trauma. But no one could figure out why. I didn't want to divulge the certain events that preceded this, but I knew it had to be the reason. After I was released from hospital, Amelia had brought me home to look after me. I knew she felt guilty, and I felt like an asshole because this has created a rift between the friend group. Amelia still accused Beck of lacing the weed, and even though I try to advocate for Beck, they've both stopped talking. The next day, Chris showed up. All Amelia had to say was that I was just released from hospital, and Chris dropped everything to check on me. He was given the same bullshit answer I gave everyone, but he saw right through it. So, I ended up telling him and Amelia the whole thing. Funnily enough, I was expecting them to call a mental hospital and accuse me of needing help, but they didn't. They listened and hugged me. I don't know if they are thinking I'm delusional and are going with it to keep me placid, which they both deny, but come on, who would admit that? A scary thing that confuses me more is when I heard Amelia's side of things. She says she was awoken by Beck because she heard me yelling and was too afraid to check on me herself. I must have woken everybody up since they all seemed to have gotten to the lounge room at the same time. They saw me screaming at the TV, then me freeze, start shaking and then collapse in seizures. My eyes were apparently open even though I couldn't see anything, and my ears were bleeding. The TV screen was also black. Apparently, the whole time I was screaming at it, it was never on and there was never a static screen. Turns out I did break the TV, but also an expensive lamp that was a family heirloom. Sorry, Kyle. Chris convinced me to post here, so I hope someone has had a similar experience. Maybe even seen the shadow people in the static. I just need someone to confirm this, because I feel insane. Over these past couple of days, I seem to have remembered more about my sister and more about my childhood. Part of me wants to try smoking the weed again. Maybe it is the key in unlocking my memories. I just don't know if I'm game to try it again. I might also reach out to my mother and maybe see if anything I remember actually happened and hopefully corroborate some of my thoughts. If I have any updates or you want to know more, I'll keep posting on here. But for now, I am done. I definitely need to watch some Disney movies or some shit. I'm so fucking scared. Ever had a buttermint? Most people nowadays haven't even heard of them, much less tasted one. If you have, then you know that the name is a misnomer. They're not minty, but rather rich and milky and sweet. It's a vanished taste from a vanished world, the world of my childhood. I grew up in South Boston in the 70s, attending St. Bartholomew's Church School for the greater part of my primary education, and when I taste a buttermint now, I see glimpses of that vanished world again. Black robes whipping around corners, choral voices ringing down marble hallways dappled with wan wintry light, snow falling silent on the statues standing sentry in the courtyard, and I see her, fixing me with her steady gaze, smiling her private little smile. When most people think of Catholic school, they imagine one of two things: grim, hardened harridans rapping on students' knuckles with rulers, or pederast priests getting handsy with the altar boys. Let me address the latter right out of the gate and say, I was an altar boy for many years, and nothing like that ever happened to me, though I heard rumors about it happening to others, and there were certainly a few priests on the staff with whom you wouldn't necessarily want to be caught alone in a room together. As for the former, well, don't get me wrong, Plenty of the nuns who taught at St. Bartholomew's were happy to fill that role. Sister Catherine was a mean hand with the paddle, and if you saw a student hobbling down the hallway, you knew it was her handiwork. Sister Anne preferred torment of the psychological variety. Everyone remembered the time she brought Bobby McNamara up to the front of class to confess that the stains on his pants were not from water. But on the whole, most of the nuns at St. Bartholomew's were harried and well-meaning women doing the best they could with difficult circumstances, and several were teachers I remembered for the rest of my life. Sister Eloise, who taught the humanities, infected me with my love of literature, and kind Sister Margaret would dispense tissues and listen to my tearful accounts of schoolyard injustices. And then there was Sister Joan. Sister Joan was the headmistress of the school and something of an enigma. For one thing, she seemed far too young to hold her position. Her age was difficult to place, but her features were still described as pretty and not yet handsome. Most of the boys at the school would have crushed on her from afar, if they dared, but none of us did. Something about her forbade it. It seemed like she'd know. She looked younger than most of the staff, but they treated her with a respect and deference bordering on terror, something which didn't escape the notice of the students. We'd look on with bafflement and high amusement as the classroom tyrants who ruled our days were reduced to stammering sycophants in Sister Joan's presence. What made it even odder was how benign and mild Sister Joan's demeanor was. When she made her rare drop-ins to classes, she would graciously accept the teachers' prostrations, and then she would urge them to continue. She'd stand silently in the back of the classroom, hands tucked primly in her habit, surveying us with kind eyes and a serene smile. She was always smiling private little smiles, as if she was in on a big joke that the rest of us were not privy to. Another strange thing about Sister Joan, we almost never saw her. The priests and nuns on the staff were well integrated in the community. You'd see them at church, at the grocery store, at community events. Many of them were regularly invited over to our parents' houses for dinner. Sister Joan made no such house calls. You could walk the halls of St. Bartholomew's for weeks at a time and never catch a glimpse of her. And then one day, you'd stumble upon her standing alone amidst the statues in the garden or staring out the window at the rain. On such occasions, she'd always greet you by name and ask how you were doing. She seemed to know every single one of her students' names, as well as details about their family life, their hopes, ambitions, talents, fears. No one, however, seemed to know anything about her. Only the oldest members of the staff could remember a time before she ran the school. Not that they'd suffer anyone impertinent enough to ask questions about her. When they did speak of her, the staff would speak in tones of awe and reverence. Some of them seemed convinced that Sister Joan was a living saint. Us kids filled in the blanks about Sister Joan with outrageous rumors. She's the bastard child of a Kennedy. No, idiot. She's the daughter of the Pope. One particularly imaginative boy claimed Sister Joan was an immortal being who had lived through the Crusades. It seemed as likely as anything else we knew about her. She had her mysteries and eccentricities, but mostly, us students liked Sister Joan. She never raised her voice in anger, and while she permitted corporal punishment in the school, she did not practice it herself. She was of the opinion that a long talk with a student was all that was necessary to correct misbehavior, and she seemed to be right. Only the worst cases, the repeat offenders who failed to respond to the paddle or the cane, were sent to her office. When we saw them again, they'd be changed. The rowdiest and most defiant children would come back from her office and sit meekly at their desks, sucking on a buttermint. Another quirk of Sister Joan's, she would keep the candies in a jar on her desk and dispense them whenever she felt the proper lesson had been learned. I remember one day when Michael Broyles' name was called. Mikey Broyles was the terror of my days, the self-appointed antagonist of my life, and he had promised that very day that he'd find me after school and give me the thrashing to end all thrashings. I do not recall what offense I had committed to earn this sentence. But midway through the day, a sister interrupted the class to announce that Michael Broyles was to come with her to Sister Joan's office immediately. Mikey mustered the best swagger he could, making sure to shoot me a look of malice as he left. I didn't permit myself a feeling of triumph or even relief. The punishment would be even more merciless now that he believed I had tattled on him. I spent the rest of the day imagining the cruel fate I no doubt had in store, but when, despite my best efforts at avoiding him, I bumped into Mike in the school hallways, he didn't even look me in the eye. He gave me a little half-hearted push, and then he kept on walking, eyes on the floor. He was worrying at a wrapped buttermint in his hands, not eating it. For a moment, shock overcame fear, and I called out to him, "Mikey." He turned around and regarded me for the first time. There was a dazed and distant look in his eye. It wasn't me, you know. A non-committal grunt. I was beginning to curse myself for not taking the opportunity to run. "I didn't report you. I mean..." He finally unwrapped the buttermint and popped it into his mouth expressionlessly. He let the wrapper drift to the floor. "Okay," he said, and then he kept walking, nonplussed. I reflexively bent down and picked up the discarded wrapper. It depicted a cartoon boy and a cartoon cow with identical smiles. Something about it unnerved me. I tossed the wrapper into the nearest trash can and then hastened home before Mikey changed his mind. I never had trouble from him again. Did I wonder what Sister Joan had said to him? Of course. But I wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Anyone who could reform Mikey Broyles was surely an agent of God. Anyway, it wasn't as if it was a position I'd ever be in. I was a model student with a clean record. Nothing would happen to me. I was 13 when my turn came. A few months after I turned 12, my parents pulled me into the dining room and told me without meeting my gaze that they were getting a divorce. Enduring your parents' divorce is never fun. Perhaps you can imagine how nightmarish it was in the insular world of Catholic Boston in the 70s. My family was ostracized. The other children began to avoid me, as if divorce were a plague I could spread to their families. My teachers were even worse. I hated the looks of pity in their eyes, as if they expected me to go down a bad path and regretted that they couldn't stop it. I did my best to live down to that expectation. I became cynical, disillusioned, apathetic. Both my parents were too occupied with their mutually assured destruction to notice my burgeoning career as an aspiring dropout. Most of my teachers gave me more leeway than they might have another student, but the more they gave me, the more I tried to take, and in time, the inevitable happened and Sister Catherine hauled me into Sister Joan's office. As we entered the room, I noted how bare and featureless it was. It was austere even by St. Bartholomew's standards, barren white walls, barren white desk, a single chair. There were no icons, no crosses. The only ornamentation in the room was a painting on the wall. It was by one of those phantasmagorical medieval painters whose names I would know if I paid attention in art class. And it depicted in sallow and feverish brushstrokes a huge, squatting, toad-like demon with cold black eyes. The toad was gorging on sinners, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they tried to claw their way out of his gaping jaws. Sister Joan was standing behind her desk, hands folded primly in her habit as usual. I hadn't seen her in months. She looked genuinely pleased to see me, as if we had come upon each other by happenstance. Sister Catherine shut the door and directed me to the only chair. I sat on the chair and folded my arms. Defiant, I noticed the jar of buttermints before me. It was the only thing on the desk. The little boy and the cow beamed at me from the candy wrappers. The longer I looked at their eyes, the more they looked like that of the toads in the painting. I thought of Mikey Broyles, that 1,000-yard stare he'd had, and I started to feel that inexplicable, unnerving feeling again. I fought it down and told myself that at best, I was in for another beating or a moralizing lecture, both of which I had practice in suffering through stoically. And at worst, I was going to be expelled, which at least would free me from a school I had come to loathe, though the beating my dad would give me would make any thrashing I got from Mikey Broyles pale in comparison. Sister Joan regarded us in her smiling silence. She seemed to be waiting for one of us to say something. Finally, Sister Catherine cleared her throat. "Sixth offense. Sister, I finally despaired of the boy." Sister Joan looked at me with interest. "Sixth, is it? That is impressive. There was amusement in her cool, mellow tones. Sister Catherine frowned. "Forgive me, sister, but this is no laughing matter. We've tried and tried and tried. The boy should be expelled." "I'd say that rests with me, wouldn't you?" Sister Catherine lowered her eyes. "Yes, sister. I assure you that I regard this with the utmost seriousness. Now, the nature of the offense?" Sister Catherine perked up at the opportunity to air her grievances. "Mr. Sullivan, as you know, has consistently failed to turn in assignments. When I confronted him in class today, he hurled the most vile and horrid epithets I have heard in over 40 years of teaching. That is all very vague. Sister, I'm going to need a little more than that. What exactly did the boy say?" Sister Catherine reddened. "Must I repeat it?" Sister Joan raised her hands in theatrical helplessness. "How can I arrive at a fitting judgment when I do not have possession of all the facts?" "Very well. He called me. He said I was a decrepit old crone worshipping at the altar of a fairy tale." Sister Joan's face remained controlled and impassive, but something about it suggested that she was on the verge of bursting into laughter. "I see." For all the other students to hear. "Oh!" They heard all right. I could hear them sniggering in the back. Sister Joan loudly cleared her throat. "Yes, that is very serious. I will not tolerate being abused by students." Sister Catherine was working herself into a righteous fit. "I didn't sacrifice decades of my life to be treated this way, and I don't see what can be done for the boy. What are we going to do? Call his parents in?" She snorted. "I tell you, this is what comes of broken families. Give it a few years. Mr. Sullivan will be out on the streets and..." Sister Joan raised a hand. "I'm sure we're all very interested in your predictions, Sister Catherine, but unless you have been gifted powers of prophecy, for now I must ask you to forbear. Please leave us. I will take matters in hand here." Sister Catherine glared at me one last time, and then she left. We listened to her angry footsteps recede down the hall, and then the room was dead silent once again. No ticking clock, no humming fan. Outside, a light dusting of snow was falling. Of all the ways I had envisioned the dreaded summons to Sister Joan's office going, Sister Catherine being mocked and dismissed was not one of them. It seemed too good to be true. I tried to keep my guard up and prepare for whatever else was coming next. Sister Joan was smiling at me again. "I apologize for Sister Catherine. She believes her small-minded timidity to be moral uprightness. We can allow her these little illusions, can't we?" Her expression grew serious. "You, on the other hand, have fewer illusions than you did before, don't you?" "Am I going to be expelled?" I asked. Sister Joan ignored this. "You know what I think, Thomas. I think you're experiencing a crisis of faith. Perhaps you feel you have learned too early that adults are flawed. Perhaps you feel that there was some more perfect version of events that was supposed to take place until your life took this abrupt left turn. Perhaps you've seen all the adults in your life fail to keep up their obligations, so you don't see any point in keeping up yours. Am I hitting near the mark?" I had nothing to say to this. No one had ever summed up so perfectly what I was feeling before, and I'm not sure anybody has since, bizarrely. I felt a wave of tears welling up, and I hated myself for it. "I don't want to talk about this with you," I mustered. "I don't want to talk about this at all." Sister Joan reached across the desk and squeezed my hand. "I think I can help you. Would you let me?" Blinking back tears, I looked down at my hand hanging limply in hers. I saw then that both her hands were webbed and ridged with scars, as if from burns. They looked a little like mine did after I'd been in the pool too long. How did I not notice her scars before? Her hands were always concealed in her habit, I suppose. I don't know why, but I saw those scars and then I decided. "Okay," I said. She smiled and squeezed my hand again. Her grip was very tight. That was how we ended up walking down the hallways together. Classes had just finished for the day, and the corridors were filled shouts and laughter and gossip. More than a few heads turned our way as Sister Joan steered me through the tight-packed crowds of students. Several hooted and whistled. "Tommy boy finally got expelled," one cheered. But Sister Joan silenced all of these with a mild glance. We pressed on, down hallways and several stairwells, making our way deeper and deeper into the bowels of the school. The crowds began to thin out, the laughter dying in the distance. I looked out a window at a crowd of kids throwing snowballs at each other. "Where are we going?" I asked Sister Joan. "Trust me," she said. We passed through a succession of locked doors, which Sister Joan opened with a ring of rusted keys. I noticed we were entering the older wing of the school, which had supposedly been a plague hospital or an insane asylum in the Victorian era, or so the students whispered, though they were never clear on which. There were no classes here. The school used it only for storage space. The walls here were damp and dingy and peeling. Faded green windows in rusting doors peered into dark rooms where dust collected on old furniture and medical equipment. We passed an ancient elevator shaft and rows of old hospital beds propped end up against the wall. The air began to feel stuffy and unseasonably warm. It smelled of mildew and rot. At last we came to a dark green door at the end of a long hallway. The door was triple latched and barred. I looked up at Sister Joan, and she smiled encouragingly. "What is this place?" "I am with you. You are safe. But what is it? Why are we here?" Instead of answering, Sister Joan proceeded to unlatch and unbar the door. The sound of its opening echoing through the empty halls was far too loud. The creaky hinges yielded to reveal a rusting metal staircase descending into pure darkness. I backed away several paces. "We're not going in there, are we?" Sister Joan shook her head at my silliness. "It's the only way. Thomas, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm not going down there." "I understand. Truly, we won't do it. I think perhaps I misjudged you. I thought that you were so bright and fearless a boy that the usual forms of punishment, suspension, expulsion could be waived. I see that I was wrong. Shall we go back to my office?" I peered down into that absolute night. Almost everything in me was screaming to be anywhere else but here, in this place, with this woman. But another voice, a smaller but equally compelling, whispered to me that it wanted to know, wanted to see what was down there, wanted to see if it could confirm all the worst suspicions it had ever had about life. "If you don't step down there," it said, "you'll spend the rest of your life wondering." "Yes, you will," said Sister Joan. Her face was shrouded in shadow. As I watched, dry-mouthed, she raised her scarred hands and removed her coif, shaking out her long blonde hair. She bent down to my eye level and looked me in the eye. "Do it, Thomas, for me." I walked through the doorway and into the dark. Sister Joan swung the door shut on me. I shut my eyes just before the door closed, and the last of the light was snatched away. All I had now was darkness and the sound of my own breathing. For a moment, I thought I could hear Sister Joan's light laughter on the other side of the door, but I might have imagined it. I stood there, stone still, for I don't know how long. When I finally mustered the courage to open them, I found the effect to be identical. I waited for my eyes to acclimate, but the dark remained impenetrable. My legs grew weak and wobbly, and I had to sit down. "Oh, Thomas," Sister Joan's sing-song voice through the door. "Thomas, Thomas, Thomas. I can see you sitting there on the top stair. Thomas, poor thing, that's not good enough. Thomas, down the stairs. Thomas." My legs were still trembling too much for me stand, but I could feel my body begin to move almost of its own volition, and I began to scoot my butt down the stairwell, down and down and down. Something sharp, a rusted nail perhaps, tore through my pants, but I carried on, heedless. When I looked back up, I could see the faintest rectangle of light where the door was. I knew now that whatever awaited me at the bottom of the stairs couldn't be worse than what awaited me at the top. I kept going. In my memory, the staircase goes on forever, hours and hours and hours, but it could have been 2 minutes. All I remember distinctly is listening very, very carefully for the faintest sound, trying to control my heavy breathing. When I finally felt my feet hit what felt like solid ground, I did not wait. I did not linger and try and make out the details of whatever was down there. I immediately began scooting back up the way I had come, hoping it would be enough for her, hoping she'd let me out. I was perhaps a quarter of the way up when I heard the first sound. The faintest, smallest little click just at the edge of hearing. An image popped unbidden to my head then. An image of Mikey Broyles trying to scare with his brother's switchblade a few years before. What sound had the blade made as it leapt out? Click. I pissed myself then, but I hardly let it stop me as I continued to mount the stairs one by one. No longer trying to control my breathing, trying to convince myself that the hoarse and shallow breaths I could hear following me up the stairs were mine alone. My progress was abruptly halted by a shooting pain in my leg. Whatever sharp thing had torn my pants on the way down had done a bit more damage on the way back up. I looked up at the door, calculating that it was maybe 15 steps away. That's when I felt something else, the gentlest little poke at one of my feet. I looked down and saw there by the weak light of the door a pale, fleshy hand spider crawling up my leg. A large shape was huddled there, a couple steps below me. Its breathing was shallow and rapid and pained. As the hand made its way up my leg, I saw that, like a glove, the skin gave way at the wrist to raw, bloody flesh, twining tendons and muscles and a paler hint of bone. The rest of the shape followed the hand, hitching and dragging itself up the stairs until it was hovering directly over me. Some part of me went away then. I don't think it came back. The rest of me was sprawled on that staircase beneath the shape. By the dim light, I could see the barest suggestion of a face overgrown with scar tissue, weeping with pustules. Its skin was covered with a fine layer of viscera, like a newborn's. Two watery blue eyes regarded me sightlessly. One of its hands poked and prodded and inspected me everywhere. The hand held the switchblade, which gleamed like an eye in the darkness. Do you think, you know, a voice, flat and monotone, do you think you know? The switchblade was raised. The index finger from the other hand hovered in the air, and as I watched, the shape took the blade and methodically peeled the skin from the finger. Blood ran in droplets down his hand and fell onto my clothes, my skin. Do you think you know? The shape took the knife blade and slipped it under the fingernail, ripping it out, roots and all. Do you think you know? The next finger. The next. Skin fell, molted, to the stairs. The man's hands became so slippery with blood that he dropped the knife and had to grope for it and pick it up again. Do you think you know? 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 His voice gained no urgency, no tempo, as he attended to his task. When he finished peeling his hand, he turned the knife to the skin remaining on his face. Do you think you know? Do you think you know? His words became unintelligible as his mouth filled with blood. With a ruined hand, he grabbed a large flap of skin from his mouth and cheek and ripped it away, revealing a set of incongruously white teeth. Then he took my hand in his and flourished the knife once more. He brought the knife down ever so gently into the flesh of my finger, producing the smallest drop of blood. Then he let the knife clatter to the stairs. He gripped the hand he'd pricked between his own and squeezed it very tight. He kneeled above me. My hand clasped in his for the longest time, and then he bent down and embraced me. Do you think you know? He whispered in my ear. I could smell his breath. It was rich and sweet. When I came to, I was lying alone on the stairwell. My clothes were soiled with blood and urine, but I was unharmed, except for the little prick on my finger. I could make out a slug smear of blood leading back down into the darkness. I groped around on the stair until my hands gripped the switchblade, and then I began crawling back up toward the light. When I made to pound on the door, it instead swung open, spilling me out into blinding whiteness. Sprawled there, too worn out even to cry. I blinked until things swam into focus. A face above me, smiling warmly. Sister Joan, her coif back on, her habit neatened. You've done so well. Thomas. So well, she said, pulling me back on my feet. She scrutinized my blood-soaked face and dabbed pointlessly at it with a handkerchief. There are those who believe innocence is a virtue, Thomas, but innocence is ignorance of suffering. And how can we hope to help this fallen world if we do not understand what it is to suffer? I stared at her uncomprehendingly. Do you understand now? Thomas, do you understand? She smiled. You will. Then she placed something in my hand and tousled my hair. I looked down and saw it sitting in my palm. A buttermint. Sister Joan provided me with a mismatched set of clothes from the school's lost and found, and I stumbled home that day looking not much worse for wear. If I slept, walked through the next few days and the next few weeks and the next few months and the next few years, it was hardly out of the ordinary. I was a child of a broken family. After all, my parents blamed themselves. I attended St. Bartholomew's for only a few more weeks. I looked in the eyes of the other students and tried to find the hollowness that I saw in my own. I saw Sister Joan only once more, flitting by me in the hallway on her way to more pressing business. She turned her head to me and shot me a little wink. That was my last day at St. Bartholomew's. A few years ago, I returned at last to St. Bartholomew's Church School. The school had shut down in the 90s and remained condemned and abandoned in the years since. I happened to catch a headline in a local newspaper discussing its impending demolishment, and I felt that old dark urge to see, to know coming back. Hopping the chain-link fence now surrounding the property, I ambled about the grounds, taking my time, not sure if I was savoring or delaying what I had to see, what I had to do. The statues in the garden noted my passing, most of them now limbless or headless. Casually, leisurely, I grabbed a stone and smashed in a window. Casually, leisurely, I walked through the hallways and corridors and listened for the sound of choral voices, of children's laughter. Just at the edge of vision, a woman in a black habit led a child by the hand through the halls. All I needed to do was follow them, through a succession of locked doors smashed open with my shoulder, past dusty rooms full of relics, past an ancient elevator shaft. Readying my gun and my flashlight, I unbarred and unlatched the door and pulled it open. Did my legs wobble as I descended that staircase? Perhaps. Did I gaze back up the stairs and half expect to see her standing at the top of them, young as I last saw her, smiling down at me? Maybe, but she wasn't there, and I kept walking, noting the bloodstain about 15 steps down from the door. Back then, the place at the bottom of the stairs felt vast, possibly endless, but now I found a cramped and tiny room, the ruins of what was plausibly once a bare mattress on the floor, a rocking chair in one corner, a rotting teddy bear in another, a pile of spider-webbed and moth-eaten rags, which looked like what remained of an old school uniform. Before one wall was constructed a crude little altar. Depicted on the wall was a smiling child, holding the hand of a smiling woman in black. On the altar was a pile of discarded candy wrappers and a switchblade. I opened the knife. Click. The blade was still sharp, like new. Do you think you know? The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I shuffled through the stack of applications on my desk. Another day. Another pile of desperate people hoping to secure some fragment of security in an uncertain world. I'd been working at Everlast Life Insurance for over a decade, and the faces all blurred together after a while. Young families, middle-aged divorcees, elderly folks grasping at one last chance to leave something behind. I'd seen it all. Or so I thought. It was late on a Friday afternoon when his file crossed my desk. Most of my co-workers had already left for the weekend, their vacant cubicles forming a maze of shadows in the dimming office. I should have been out the door myself, but something made me pause as I reached for my coat. Maybe it was the worn edges of the manila folder, or the faded photograph paperclipped to the front. Whatever it was, I found myself sinking back into my chair, flipping open the file of one Mr. Ezekiel Thorne. The photo showed a withered old man, his skin like crumpled parchment stretched over sharp bones. But it was his eyes that gave me pause, pale blue and piercing. They seemed to stare right through the camera and into my soul. I shivered involuntarily and turned to the application itself. Ezekiel Thorne, age 92, no living relatives, former occupation, mortician, current address, 13 Ravens Lane. As I scanned his medical history, my eyebrows crept steadily higher. This man should have been dead 10 times over. Heart attacks, cancer, strokes, he'd survived it all. And now here he was, at the ripe old age of 92, applying for a substantial life insurance policy. I'll admit, a small part of me was impressed. The old codger had beaten the odds time and time again. But the larger part, the part that had kept me employed at Everlast all these years, saw only dollar signs and risk. There was no way the company would approve this. The potential payout far outweighed any premiums we could reasonably charge. With a sigh, I reached for the large red denied stamp. It was just business. After all, nothing personal. As the stamp came down with a dull thud, a chill ran down my spine. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw those pale blue eyes staring at me from the shadows of my cubicle. I whipped around, heart pounding, but there was nothing there. Just the empty office and the ever-present hum of the fluorescent lights. Get it together, I told myself. You're working too late. Time to go home. I hurriedly shoved Mr. Thorne's file into the outgoing mail and grabbed my coat. As I rushed out of the office, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. The weight of that gaze seemed to follow me all the way to my car. That night, I dreamed of pale blue eyes and the smell of formaldehyde. The next week passed in a blur of routine. I processed applications, attended meetings, and did my best to forget about Ezekiel Thorne. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the lingering unease that had taken root in the pit of my stomach. It was exactly 1 week later when I heard the news. I was in the break room, pouring my third cup of coffee, when I overheard 2 co-workers gossiping by the vending machine. Did you hear about that old man who died last night? The one who lived in that creepy house on Ravens Lane? I flouncy, coffee mug halfway to my lips. Oh yeah. What was his name? Thornton. Thorne. Ezekiel Thorne, I whispered, my voice barely audible. My co-workers turned to look at me, startled. Yeah, that's it. How did you know? I couldn't answer. The room was spinning, the fluorescent lights suddenly too bright. I mumbled some excuse and stumbled back to my cubicle, collapsing into my chair. It was just a coincidence, I told myself. Old people die all the time. It had nothing to do with me or the denied application. But as I sat there, trying to calm my racing heart, I couldn't help but remember those piercing blue eyes. And I could have sworn I caught a whiff of formaldehyde drifting through the recycled office air. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Mr. Thorne's wrinkled face, his eyes accusing and full of malice. When I finally drifted off in the early hours of the morning, my dreams were haunted by the sound of a pen scratching endlessly across paper, filling out an application that would never be approved. I awoke with a start, drenched in sweat. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized with growing horror that the scratching sound hadn't stopped. It was coming from just outside my bedroom door. Trembling, I reached for the bedside lamp as light flooded the room. The scratching abruptly ceased. I held my breath, straining to hear any movement in the hallway beyond. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, deliberately, something slid under my door. A manila folder, its edges worn and familiar. With shaking hands, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. At the top, in spidery handwriting, were the words life insurance application. The rest of the page was blank, save for 2 words stamped in red at the bottom: claim denied. I let out a strangled cry and threw the folder across the room. This couldn't be happening. It was just a bad dream, a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to wake up. When I opened them again, the folder was gone, but the faint smell of formaldehyde lingered in the air, and I knew with sickening certainty that this was only the beginning. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't face the office, couldn't bear to look at another life insurance application. I spent the day huddled in my apartment, jumping at every creak and shadow. By nightfall, I had almost convinced myself that it had all been in my imagination. Almost. As darkness fell, I found myself drawn to my computer. With trembling fingers, I typed Ezekiel Thorne into the search bar. What I found chilled me to the bone. The first result was an obituary, dated just 2 days ago. But it wasn't the date that caught my attention, it was the photo. The man in the picture was undoubtedly Ezekiel Thorne, but he looked wrong. His skin was waxy, his posture too stiff, and his eyes, those pale blue eyes that had haunted my dreams, were open and staring directly at the camera. I slammed my laptop shut, my heart pounding. That couldn't be right. No funeral home would publish a photo like that, would they? A soft thud from the hallway made me jump. I flouncy, listening intently. Another thud, closer this time. Then another. It sounded like footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps approaching my door. I held my breath, praying it was just a neighbor. The footsteps stopped right outside my apartment. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then came the knock, 3 slow, deliberate raps that seemed to echo through my entire body. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. Maybe if I stayed perfectly still, whoever or whatever was out there would go away. Another knock, louder this time, and then a voice, dry and raspy like dead leaves skittering across pavement. I know you're in there, Mr. Insurance Man. We have unfinished business. I bit back a scream. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. You denied my claim, the voice continued, seeping under the door like a noxious gas. But I'm not finished yet. Not by a long shot. The doorknob began to turn, metal scraping against metal. I watched in horror as it slowly rotated, defying the deadbolt that I knew was securely in place. Just as the door began to creak open, I snapped out of my paralysis. I ran to my bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. I could hear shuffling footsteps in the living room, getting closer. You can't hide from death forever, the voice called out, now just outside my bedroom. Sooner or later, everyone's policy comes due. I backed away from the door, looking wildly around for an escape route. The window caught my eye. I was only on the 3rd floor. I could make that jump if I had to. The bedroom doorknob began to turn. I didn't hesitate. I flung open the window and climbed out onto the narrow ledge. The cool night air hit me like a slap, clearing some of the panic from my mind. What was I doing? This was insane. I was 3 stories up, clinging to the side of a building, because I thought a dead man was trying to get into my apartment. I slowly turned back towards the window, ready to climb back inside and face whatever madness awaited me. But as I peered through the glass, my blood ran cold. Ezekiel Thorne stood in my bedroom, his pale blue eyes locked on mine. His skin was grey and mottled, his suit the same one he'd been buried in. As I watched in horror, he raised one withered hand and beckoned to me. I lost my balance, my foot slipping off the ledge. For one heart-stopping moment, I teetered on the edge of oblivion. Then I was falling, the ground rushing up to meet me. I woke up in the hospital 3 days later, multiple fractures. The doctors told me, but I was lucky to be alive. As I lay there, trying to piece together what had happened, a nurse came in with a small package. "This was left for you at the front desk," she said, placing it on my bedside table. With a sense of dread, I opened the package. Inside was a life insurance policy from Everlast. My own company had apparently taken out a policy on me without my knowledge. And there, at the bottom of the page, was a familiar red stamp. Claim denied. I started to laugh, the sound bordering on hysterical. The nurse looked at me with concern, but I couldn't stop, because there, in the corner of the room, I could see a pair of pale blue eyes watching me from the shadows. This was far from over. The next few weeks were a blur of hospital rooms and physical therapy. I told myself that what I'd experienced was just a vivid hallucination, brought on by stress and lack of sleep. The fall from my window, a moment of sleepwalking. Nothing more. I almost believed it. But every night, as the hospital grew quiet and the shadows lengthened, I could feel those eyes on me. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of a withered figure at the end of the hallway, or hear the shuffle of feet outside my door. The night staff whispered about the smell of formaldehyde that seemed to linger in my room. no matter how much they cleaned. I was released from the hospital on a grey, drizzly Tuesday. As the taxi pulled up to my apartment building, I felt a surge of panic. I couldn't go back there, couldn't face those rooms where I'd seen him. "Keep driving," I told the cabbie, giving him the address of a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. That night, as I lay in the lumpy motel bed, I finally allowed myself to think about what had happened. If Ezekiel Thorne was really dead, and I'd seen his obituary, hadn't I? Then how could he be haunting me? And why? Because I'd denied his life insurance application. It didn't make sense. None of it made sense. A soft knock at the door made me jump. I held my breath, waiting. It came again, more insistent this time. "Mr. Insurance Man," that dry, raspy voice called out. "You can't run forever. Your policy is coming due." I bolted upright, my heart pounding. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not again. The doorknob began to turn. I scrambled out of bed, looking frantically for an escape route. The bathroom window was small, but I was desperate enough to try squeezing through it. As I rushed towards the bathroom, the motel room door creaked open behind me. The smell hit me first, a nauseating mixture of formaldehyde and decay. I slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely manage the simple task. The shuffling footsteps grew closer. Now, Ezekiel's voice rasped, just outside the bathroom door. "Is that any way to treat a client? We have a policy to discuss." I turned on the faucet full blast, hoping to drown out his words, but somehow his voice cut through the rush of water, clear as a bell. "You denied me in life, Mr. Insurance Man, but death is a much more accommodating underwriter." The doorknob rattled. I backed away, pressing myself against the small window. It was stuck, decades of paint sealing it shut. I clawed at it desperately, fingernails breaking as I tried to force it open. A bony hand burst through the door, splintering wood as if it were paper. I screamed, a sound of pure terror that I barely recognized as my own. The hand groped around, finding the lock and turning it with a decisive click. As the door swung open, I finally managed to break the window's seal. I didn't even bother to clear away the broken glass before I started to squeeze through the tiny opening. Shards sliced into my skin, but I barely felt the pain. All I could focus on was escape. I tumbled out onto the wet pavement of the motel's back alley, the rain soaking me instantly. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not daring to look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out, finally collapsing in a park several miles away. As I sat there, gasping for breath and shivering in the cold rain, I tried to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't go on. I couldn't keep running forever. There had to be a way to end this, to appease the spirit of Ezekiel Thorne. With a sudden clarity, I knew what I had to do. The next morning, I dragged myself into the Everlast Life Insurance office. My colleagues stared as I limped past, clothes torn and stained, face gaunt with exhaustion and fear. I ignored them all, making my way straight to the records room. It took me hours of searching, but I finally found what I was looking for, Ezekiel Thorne's original application. With shaking hands, I pulled out a pen and changed the denied stamp to approved. I filled out all the necessary paperwork, backdating it to before his death. As I signed the final form, I felt a chill run down my spine. Slowly, I turned around. Ezekiel Thorne stood there, a grotesque smile stretching his decayed features. "Well done, Mr. Insurance Man," he wheezed, "but I'm afraid it's too late for that." I blinked, and suddenly I was back in my apartment, sitting at my desk. The insurance papers were gone. In their place was a single document, my own death certificate, dated today. "You see," Ezekiel's voice whispered in my ear, "your policy came due the moment you denied mine. Everything since then, just a grace period." I felt a bony hand on my shoulder, and the world began to fade away. I woke up screaming, tangled in sweat-soaked sheets. My heart was racing, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. As reality slowly seeped back in, I realized I was in my own bed, in my own apartment. It had all been a nightmare, a vivid, terrifying nightmare, but a nightmare nonetheless. Relief washed over me, followed quickly by embarrassment. How could I have let a simple insurance application affect me so deeply? I glanced at the clock, 3:07 a.m. With a sigh, I got up to get a glass of water, hoping it would calm my nerves. As I padded to the kitchen, a floorboard creaked behind me. I flouncy, a chill running down my spine. Slowly, I turned around. The hallway was empty, shadows stretching in the dim light. I let out a shaky laugh. Get a grip, I told myself. It was just a dream. I turned back towards the kitchen and found myself face to face with Ezekiel Thorne. His pale blue eyes bored into mine, his withered face inches from my own. The smell of formaldehyde was overwhelming. Sweet dreams, Mr. Insurance Man, he rasped. And then, with a bony finger, he reached out and tapped me on the forehead. I jolted awake, gasping for air. My bedroom was dark and quiet. No sign of any undead visitors, just another nightmare. But as I reached up to wipe the sweat from my brow, my blood ran cold. There, in the center of my forehead, I felt a small, cold spot, exactly where Ezekiel's finger had touched me in my dream. I scrambled out of bed and rushed to the bathroom, flipping on the light. In the mirror, I saw a small, perfectly round bruise forming on my forehead. As I stared at it in horror, I could have sworn I saw pale blue eyes reflecting in the mirror behind me. I whirled around, but the bathroom was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the eyes were gone, but the bruise remained, a tangible reminder that the line between nightmare and reality was blurring. From that night on, sleep became my enemy. Every time I closed my eyes, Ezekiel was there, waiting. Sometimes he chased me through endless, twisting corridors. Other times, he simply stood and watched. Those pale blue eyes never blinking, always. I woke with new bruises, scratches, or other inexplicable marks. During the day, I was a wreck. I couldn't focus at work, jumping at every sound and seeing Ezekiel's face in every shadow. My colleagues whispered behind my back, their concerned looks following me as I stumbled through the office like a ghost myself. I knew I was losing my grip on reality, but what could I do? Who would believe me if I told them I was being haunted by the ghost of a man whose life insurance application I had denied? As weeks passed, I grew gaunt and hollow-eyed. The boundaries between waking and sleeping, reality and nightmare, became increasingly blurred. I would find myself in strange places with no memory of how I got there, standing on the roof of my apartment building, or in the middle of a graveyard across town. And always, I felt those pale blue eyes watching me. I knew I couldn't go on like this. Something had to give. In desperation, I decided to confront the source of my torment. I would go to Ezekiel Thorne's grave and what? Apologize, beg for forgiveness. I didn't know, but I had to do something. The cemetery was eerily quiet as I made my way through the rows of headstones. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the ground. I shivered, pulling my coat tighter around me. Finally, I found it. A simple granite headstone with the name Ezekiel Thorne carved into it. Below, the dates of his birth and death. And at the bottom, a single line. His claim was denied, but his spirit endures. I stood there, staring at those words as darkness fell around me. What was I doing here? What did I hope to accomplish? I'm sorry, I whispered, feeling foolish but desperate. I'm sorry I denied your application. I was just doing my job. Please, please leave me alone. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves of nearby trees. For a moment, I thought I heard a whisper on the breeze. Too late, Mr. Insurance Man. Far too late. I turned to leave, my heart heavy with the realization that this had all been for nothing. But as I took a step away from the grave, the ground beneath my feet suddenly gave way. I fell, tumbling into darkness. The smell of damp earth filled my nostrils as I landed hard on something solid. As I lay there, winded and disoriented, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The scrape of wood on wood, like a coffin lid being slowly opened. A bony hand emerged from the darkness, gripping my ankle as I was dragged deeper into the earth. The last thing I saw was a pair of pale blue eyes, gleaming with triumph. "Welcome," Ezekiel's raspy voice echoed around me, "to your eternal policy, Mr. Insurance Man. I'm afraid the premiums are quite steep, but don't worry, we have all of eternity to settle the account." The darkness closed in, and I knew that my claim on life had finally been denied. I jolted awake, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly came into focus, bathed in the soft glow of early morning light. I was drenched in sweat, the sheets tangled around my legs like a burial shroud. For a moment, relief washed over me. It had all been a dream, a horrific, vivid nightmare, but a dream nonetheless. I let out an exhausted laugh, running my hands through my hair. I stumbled out of bed, my legs weak and unsteady. The world seemed to tilt and swim around me as I made my way to the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the lingering tendrils of the nightmare. But when I looked up into the mirror, my blood ran cold. There, reflected in the glass behind me, were a pair of pale blue eyes. I whirled around, my heart in my throat, but the bathroom was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, the eyes were gone once again. I called in sick to work that day, unable to face the thought of dealing with more insurance claims. Instead, I spent hours researching hauntings, exorcisms, anything that might help me understand what was happening. But the more I read, the more hopeless I felt. How could I fight something that shouldn't even exist? As night fell, I found myself dreading sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Ezekiel's withered face, those pale blue eyes boring into my soul. I tried everything to stay awake. Coffee, energy drinks, even slapping myself across the face. But eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted off into an uneasy slumber. The dream started as it always did. I was back in the Everlast office, Ezekiel's file open on my desk. But this time, as I reached for the denied stamp, I hesitated. What if I approved it? Would that end this nightmare? With a trembling hand, I picked up the approved stamp instead. As it came down on the paper, I felt a rush of relief. Maybe now it would be over. But as I looked up, Ezekiel was there, his decaying face inches from mine. Too late. "Mr. Insurance Man," he rasped, "your policy has already been cashed in." I woke up screaming, thrashing against the sheets. As I fought to catch my breath, I realized something was different. The room smelled wrong, like formaldehyde and decay. Slowly, I turned my head towards the bedroom door. It was open, and standing in the doorway was a figure I had hoped never to see in the waking world. Ezekiel Thorne shuffled into the room, his movements stiff and unnatural. In the dim light, I could see the waxy sheen of his skin, the sunken hollows of his cheeks, but it was his eyes that held me paralyzed, those pale blue orbs, now cloudy with death, but still piercing in their intensity. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" he wheezed, his voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "That you could simply stamp approved and wash your hands of me?" I tried to speak, to plead, to reason with him, but no sound came out. My body wouldn't respond, pinned to the bed by an unseen force. Ezekiel reached the side of the bed, looming over me. "You denied me in life, Mr. Insurance Man, but death is a far more lenient underwriter. And now, it's time to collect on your policy." He reached out a bony hand, his finger pointing directly at my forehead. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for whatever was to come. But the touch never came. Instead, I heard a sound that didn't belong, the shrill ring of a telephone. My eyes snapped open. I was alone in my bedroom, sunlight streaming through the windows. The phone on my nightstand continued to ring insistently. With a shaking hand, I picked it up. "Hello? Mr. Johnson." It was my boss's voice. "Where are you?" You were supposed to be here an hour ago for the meeting with the new clients. I glanced at the clock and cursed. I had overslept. I'm sorry. I'll be right there, I stammered, already scrambling out of bed. As I rushed to get ready, my mind was reeling. Had it all been a dream? But the bruise on my forehead was still there, faded but visible. I made it to the office in record time, sliding into the conference room just as the meeting was starting. As I took my seat, trying to catch my breath, I froze. Sitting across the table, his pale blue eyes locked on mine, was Ezekiel Thorne. He looked different in the harsh, fluorescent light of the office, less corpse-like, more human, but there was no mistaking those eyes. Mr. Johnson, my boss said, I'd like you to meet our new client, Mr. Thorne. He's interested in a rather unique life insurance policy. Ezekiel's lips curled into a small smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Insurance Man, he said, his voice dry but devoid of the otherworldly rasp I had come to associate with him. I have a feeling we're going to be working very closely together. As he reached across the table to shake my hand, I saw the glint of triumph in those pale blue eyes, and I knew, with a sickening certainty, that this was only the beginning. The meeting passed in a blur. I nodded and smiled automatically, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. How could Ezekiel be here, alive and well, when I had seen his obituary, when he had haunted my dreams and invaded my waking hours as a decaying corpse? As the other attendees filed out of the room, Ezekiel lingered. He approached me slowly, his movements fluid and natural, nothing like the stiff, shuffling gait of the creature that had haunted me. Quite a shock, isn't it, Mr. Johnson? He said softly, those pale blue eyes never leaving mine, to see the dead walk among the living. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I don't understand, I managed to croak out. You were. I saw. Ezekiel's smile widened, revealing teeth that were just a shade too white, too perfect. Death is not always as final as people believe, he said, especially for those of us who have certain connections. He leaned in closer, and I caught a whiff of that familiar formaldehyde scent. You denied my claim once, Mr. Insurance Man, but now I'm offering you a policy of your own, one that will guarantee your safety and sanity. What? What do you want? I whispered, unable to look away from those hypnotic blue eyes. It's simple. Really? Ezekiel replied, you'll be my personal insurance agent from now on. Every policy I bring to you, you'll approve, no questions asked. In return, I'll ensure that your nights are peaceful and your days, well, let's just say you won't have to worry about any unexpected visits. I knew I should refuse. Every instinct screamed that this was wrong, dangerous, but the memory of those endless nightmares, the constant fear and paranoia, was too fresh. Do we have a deal, Mr. Insurance Man? Ezekiel extended his hand, his pale blue eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. With a sense of finality, I reached out and shook his hand. His skin was cold and dry, like old parchment. Excellent, Ezekiel said, his smile growing impossibly wide. I look forward to a long and profitable relationship. As he turned to leave, he paused at the door. Oh, and Mr. Johnson, sweet dreams. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept without nightmares. But as I drifted off, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just signed away something far more valuable than any insurance policy. And in the shadows of my room, I could have sworn I saw a pair of pale blue eyes watching, waiting, as I descended into a dreamless sleep. The weeks that followed were a blur of surreal normalcy. By day, I went through the motions at work, approving every policy that crossed my desk with Ezekiel's name attached. They were always for astronomical sums, always for clients with medical histories that should have disqualified them immediately. But I stamped each one approved without hesitation, the memory of those nightmarish weeks still fresh in my mind. By night, I slept peacefully, undisturbed by visions of decay and whispers of eternity. but the price of this tranquility weighed heavily on my conscience. As the months wore on, I began to notice changes in myself. My reflection in the mirror looked older, somehow, gaunt. There were streaks of grey in my hair that hadn't been there before. It was as if Ezekiel was slowly draining the life from me, one approved policy at a time. It was nearly a year to the day since I'd made my deal when Ezekiel called me into his office. Yes, he had an office now, a corner suite with a view of the city. As I entered, I noticed the smell of formaldehyde was stronger than ever. "Ah, Mr. Johnson," he said, those pale blue eyes gleaming. "I have a special policy for you today, one I think you'll find particularly interesting." He slid a folder across the desk. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a life insurance application. My life insurance application. As the meaning of his words sank in, I felt a chill run down my spine. This was it, the moment I'd been dreading all along. Ezekiel had never intended to let me go. He was going to claim me, just as he'd claimed all those other poor souls whose policies I'd approved. But in that moment of terror, something inside me snapped. I'd spent my whole career assessing risks, calculating odds, and suddenly I realized Ezekiel's power over me was built on fear that I'd given him willingly. "No," I said, my voice stronger than I'd expected. Ezekiel's smile faltered. "I beg your pardon." I stood up, looking him directly in those pale blue eyes. I said, "No, this wasn't part of our deal, and I'm done being afraid of you." For a moment, Ezekiel's facade slipped, revealing the decaying horror beneath. But I held my ground. "You have no power over me," I continued, my confidence growing. "You're nothing but a parasite, feeding on fear and bureaucracy. Well, I'm cutting you off." I grabbed the file with my application and tore it in half. As the pieces fell to the floor, I felt a surge of energy coursing through me. Ezekiel let out an inhuman shriek, lunging across the desk at me, but his movements were slow, clumsy, as if he was struggling to maintain his form in our world. I dodged his grasping hands and ran for the door. As I threw it open, I shouted to the stunned office beyond. "Everyone, listen, don't approve any more of his policies. He has no power if we don't give it to him." Chaos erupted in the office. Some people screamed, others looked confused, but I saw understanding dawn in a few faces, those who, like me, had been haunted by nightmares of pale blue eyes and the smell of formaldehyde. As I ran through the building, shouting my warning, I heard Ezekiel's enraged howls behind me, but with each person who listened, each policy that was questioned instead of blindly approved, his voice grew fainter. I burst out of the building into the sunlight, gasping for breath. For a moment, I thought I saw Ezekiel's withered face in the reflection of a nearby window, those pale blue eyes filled with impotent rage, but then it was gone, fading like a bad dream in the morning light. In the days that followed, there was an investigation. Hundreds of fraudulent policies were uncovered, all traced back to the mysterious Ezekiel Thorne, who seemed to have vanished into thin air. The company underwent a major overhaul, with a new emphasis on ethical practices and thorough vetting. As for me, I slept peacefully for the first time in what felt like years. The nightmares were gone, banished along with the specter of Ezekiel Thorne. I'd learned a valuable lesson about the power of facing your fears and the importance of reading the fine print. Sometimes, on dark nights, I think I catch a whiff of formaldehyde or see a flash of pale blue eyes in the shadows. But I'm not afraid anymore. After all, I know the truth now. No ghost, no matter how malevolent or cunning, can stand against the power of human will and a properly denied insurance claim. I knew it was him from the cologne. It was always the cheap mall kiosk stuff. He swore you couldn't tell the difference. I never had the heart to tell him he was wrong. It was about 3 in the morning when I felt him get into bed with me. The king we used to share felt empty without him. I felt the bed shift. I felt someone nuzzle up close to me. I swear I heard him whisper into my ear. "Hey baby," he cooed. I'm here now. I rolled over to kiss him. I needed this. Of course, there was nobody there. Jack had died 3 months ago in this apartment of a drug overdose. We met in our early 20s, me being a fresh young gay on Grindr, newly out of the closet and wondering why so many people wanted to party. Enter Jack. Someone who had spent his time and left said, "Party." He was more versed than me in life experience by a mile. Homeless at 16 by parents who wouldn't accept him, Jack fell into what most kicked-out gays do, a life of drugs and alcohol. He grew up fast, grew up hard, and was exposed to things a kid his age shouldn't have been. I'm not making excuses. He made a lot of bad choices too. A jail stint and court-ordered rehab set him straight. Thankfully, things were good, or so I had thought. 6 months ago, I noticed changes in him. He was run down, tired. He repeatedly said he couldn't sleep and had nightmares. I thought he was overworked. He had found himself a great construction gig and was fond of overtime. It helped keep his head on straight, he'd say. 3 months ago, I came back to our apartment to find him slouched over on our couch. His face was contorted into a scene of painful shock. I panicked. I don't know what happened next. My memories just flash a bit, like a slideshow after this. 911 was called. The doctors and coroners were stumped. All signs point to a heart attack. I overheard one EMT say sourly after I divulged Jack's drug history that the drug use finally caught up with him. True or not, I almost punched her in the face. Time stopped for me after that for a while. I had to put on the funeral. It was a lot for me. I felt like I was covered in molasses. I don't remember how it went. I think it was a small turnout, mostly co-workers. All very sympathetic, of course. I can't remember much of that first month. I was too deep in my grief. I was struck with a fever twice. I could barely get out of bed. I'm sure it was a combination of the depression as well. That month was brutal. I couldn't find a reason to get out of bed most days. I started snapping out of it when the noises started. Bumps in the middle night, shuffling, doors closing and opening, footsteps. I wasn't sleeping most nights. I couldn't. The noises occurred with too much frequency to give me a respite. I thought I was going crazy until the night the bathroom faucet turned on. I shuffled out of the bed, groggy and half asleep. I got to the closed bathroom door and tried to open it. Locked. The light was on and something was casting a shadow. I knock. Clear as day. I hear Jack's voice. Hold on, babe. I'm almost done. I slam the door open. His toothbrush falls from mid-air to the ground. The sink turns off. There's a large thump behind me. I didn't sleep that night. Noises continued. Whispers. A few nights later is when he climbs into bed with me. I haven't told anyone about that yet. What would they say? It's grief. It will pass. You still feel him around you. I didn't want to hear that bullshit. I knew what I felt. He was in bed with me. The dreams came next, and that should have been my first warning in retrospect. They were so beautiful. Could you fault me? Put yourself in my shoes. They started out as memories of the good times he and I had together. The first date at a bowling alley. The first kiss at the drive-in theater. The times he knew I would hold dear to me. They were incredibly vivid. Then, he started addressing me. First briefly, not much. Just vague feelings or concepts of conversations we had in those memories. Talking about the tiny things you never knew you'd miss talking about. Like corn dogs from a county fair. I wasn't sure whether or not those conversations happened. They were always foggy memories of the best times. But they got increasingly more and more specific. Sleep got worse. If it wasn't Jack visiting my dreams, it was the noises he'd create at night. I began to feel ill again. One night, he came to me in a dream. He took my hand, looked me in the eye, and began to cry. God, I've missed you, he sobbed. It was the first time he seemed to acknowledge what happened. He leaned, kissed me gently on the lips. He hugged me, and that cheap, familiar cologne scent filled my nostrils. I felt a tear go down my cheek. I missed this. He leaned closed, and I felt his breath in my ear as he whispered the words that snapped me awake. You should come with me. I woke up in a cold sweat. I could taste his lips on mine. The words and implications still lingered in my mind. I loved him. I was young and naive. Sure, but he was my first. You remember that kind of love, right? I know now that life goes on, but during that time, for reasons I find out later, his words grabbed me. What was so good about being without him anyway? The noises persisted. He kept visiting, asking again for me to join him. The request getting heavier and heavier to ignore. I wanted to ask about what he meant, but I couldn't, or I guess didn't need to. I knew what it meant. I didn't want to admit it to myself at the time that it was a possibility. I barely slept. When I did, I wasn't rested. I felt like the Walking Dead already. Is that why I'm seeing Jack everywhere? I didn't tell anyone about it. I didn't want to hear their conventional wisdom bullshit about grief. The thing that concerned me the most was the sleepwalking. I never did it in the 32 years of my life. And suddenly it starts when my dead boyfriend decides to visit. Go figure. I'd wake up in precarious positions, never in deadly danger, but just enough where a wrong turn or a fall would break an arm. Things escalated one night. I would have died had it not been for Gravy. Jack was in my dreams again, where we're at the county fair. We were holding hands and staring dumbfounded in different ways at the rides put up the night before. Jack had always loved them. I think it helped speak to a bit of the risk-taker in him. He loved theme parks and roller coasters to death. I wouldn't dare. I was a notorious scaredy cat. He asked me why I wasn't smiling like I used to. He knew the answer. "I know you're tired and scared," he said, rubbing my hand with both of his. "But I need you to answer soon. I don't know much longer I can visit like this." It didn't occur to me that he may be doing this on borrowed time. My eyes land on the tilt-a-whirl nearby, and he clocks this. His face lights up. "Please, I don't know how much longer I'm here," he asked between yanking my hand towards the ride. "Give me this. Just this. Please." It's not that scary, I think. I feel a yank on my hand and I take a step forward. I feel something dart between my legs. And the next thing I know, I'm face planting in the street in the middle of night. I roll over, dazed, and my eyes turn to my savior. Not only 3 feet away was a small grey cat, with specks of black all over him. He had what looked like a slightly torn right ear, and let out what could have been the deepest meow I think I've ever heard from a cat. It sounded like the guy smoked a pack a day. He was thin, but not deathly thin. He either had a neighborhood route of friends to feed him, or was an adept hunter. I heard the honk, and instantly got out of the street just in time for a minivan to barrel down the road. I stared dumbfounded, registering the chain of events. I clearly sleptwalk into danger. This is bad. Did Jack lead me here? I felt my head get dizzy. The ball of fur that saved my life rubbed itself on my legs, purring. It snapped me back to reality. I looked down at him, and he looked back at me, expectedly. It was 3 a.m. I was tired. Everything felt heavy, but I looked down at this guy, and I knew not to fight it. I walked back to my place, and sure as a shit, he followed suit, meowing loudly and what sounded suspiciously cranky at the same time. I walked inside, and he followed instantly. I have a cat now. This is how these things happen. I've heard of the cat distribution system. In the dark of it all, I had a light, and his name was Gravy. He looked like gravy. Your pet name isn't any better. He was healthy as far as I could tell, neutered already, which meant he had experience with people, good or bad. He was skittish, but I knew that was to be expected. It's not my first cat rodeo. I had him set up with the proper kit within the next few days, and his shots scheduled. Curiously, the one spot he reacted the most negatively to was the spot where Jack had died. He got on his haunches and hissed, but let it be. My brain didn't register the possibility as to why until later. Gravy was the thing that kept me going. He gave me a reason. He was just the right mixture of affectionate and cranky aloofness I needed in a cat. I needed Gravy because Jack wouldn't let up. The dreams took a more urgent tone. The first time he returned, I told him of my accident and he swore he didn't do anything. He said that his time was limited. I had to make my decision because he's getting pulled away somewhere, he claimed. We wouldn't be together unless I left with him before he got pulled. Nobody would love you like me. The noises got more frequent and violent. Gravy saved my sanity during those times. He'd register and clock them too, often reacting with a hiss and a growl and some curiosity. The noises were loud. Plates would shatter against the wall often. I didn't give a damn about setting up cameras to capture it. People would say I'm faking it anyways. The dreams got worse. The color would fade, and Jack would appear with much more urgency each time. Sometimes, his face was slightly off, like his skin was stretched just a little too tight. The smell of his cologne became tinged with dirt and soil. He would exclaim, frightened, how his time was up. He could make it quick. He could help end things painlessly, he promised. I couldn't answer. I later came to realize that if you're asked point blank if you want to die or not, and you can't answer, you don't want to die. He paced in front of me, clearly agitated. This was the first time I've ever seen this version of him angry. It frightened me. I felt myself get warm. You chose a cat over me, he yelled. He took a few aggressive steps forward and grabbed my shoulders. I screamed. His hands burned my shoulders to the touch. He came close to my face and saw bits of bone exposed by his too tight facial skin. His breath made me gag. You will come with me. His jaw unhinged as if to swallow me whole, and I woke up screaming. I didn't startle Gravy, who was watching the side of the room, growling. His fur was up. He hissed at something, but I couldn't see what. I felt a wave of tiredness hit me like a brick, and I fell asleep again. The second I closed my eyes, there's the smell. It's his cologne. I was dreaming. I knew it. But this wasn't like the others. The color was back. Things felt like the way they were supposed to be, not some strange hellscape uncanny valley. I was in a version of our bedroom from our earlier days, asleep. I was in bed, facing the wall. When I heard the door open, I felt the bed shift, much more weight than it'd be if it were Gravy. I felt fingertips along my back. His touch didn't burn like it did before. It felt Ellicourt Rick. I got goosebumps. He breathed on the back of my neck and the hairs stood up. He lightly nibbled my ear. I knew in my heart that this wasn't real. I didn't care. I hadn't been touched since Jack. You don't realize how starved you are for touch until you got a plate of food in front of you. I pressed my back against him and I heard him laugh. He rolled on top of me and smiled. He was just as beautiful as the day I met him. He leaned down to kiss with me, such a passion I've never experienced. It took me by surprise how much I needed this moment. Maybe he was right. I felt the pressure in my temples. I felt my lungs begin to struggle as he forced his tongue down my throat. Part of me was screaming to fight back. It was drowned out by just how good it felt to be touched by him. It was comforting. My body began to spasm. I looked Jack in the eyes and saw that his pupils had turned jet black. I felt his tongue begin to swell in my throat as air became harder and harder to acquire. A long, guttural growl cut through the dream like a knife. A hiss. I felt Jack's weight shift. I heard him scream. Instantly, I snapped back awake. I was back in my normal bedroom. Awake. Still with something on me, but I'm not sure what. I couldn't register or understand what Gravy was doing floating on top of me. He was attacking something. That much was clear. He bit down hard on something, which roared out in pain. Flecks of brown ooze or liquid seemed to splash out of the bite wounds Gravy was inflicting on it. Something connected with my jaw. It felt like a sledgehammer, and I fell off the bed and stumbled back up against the wall. I couldn't process what I was seeing. Gravy was clearly still attached to and attacking something in midair that clearly took up space, but I couldn't see it fully. He growled. I noticed some cuts on Gravy's stomach. Suddenly, Gravy was flung up against the wall, and I felt something cold and very strong grasp my neck and squeeze. Without missing a beat, Gravy was suddenly on the thing again. The grip let up on my neck and I gasped out for air. I heard a yowl, and suddenly Gravy was flung against the wall and held there. He thrashed out but was stuck. Something was holding him. It was squeezing him to death. Whatever holding him was growing more and more visible from the cuts and gashes Gravy had been inflicting on it. Whatever illusions I had faded. Jack was killing my cat, and I was next. I felt a stream of urine go down my leg. I started to get dizzy. In that instant, Gravy made eye contact with me. His face became very strained, focused, and he meowed twice, and that snapped me into action. I thought about it later. I know this sounds crazy, but I know what I heard. Gravy spoke and said 2 words. "Not Jack." Fight kicked in. I had little in the way of weapons, till my eyes fell upon a framed photo of Jack and I kept on my nightstand. I lunged for it and bring it down on my nightstand, shattering the glass cover. I grabbed the largest shard without even thinking, not registering the horrible cut I had until later. I lunged for the space between Gravy and me and jabbed the shard of glass into the air. It connects with a wet thud, spurting that same brown liquid into the air. Gravy falls to the ground. More bits of whatever was harassing us slowly begin to take form from the shard of glass until it becomes completely revealed. Whatever fight is in me absolutely flees at the rotting corpse in front of me. Dressed in the rotting clothes I buried Jack in, he growled at me. His dead, black eyes rolled around lifelessly in his skull. My eyes began to water at the smell, and this thing laughed at me, wheezing. It held the shard of glass in its hand, covered in its own ooze, and swiped at me. I held my forearm up just in time to catch the cut. Neither had noticed Gravy reposition himself between us. Completely visible now, the Jack thing lunged at me again. Before it could finish its swing, Gravy was on its throat. The force of the tackle took it by surprise, and it stumbled backward. Gravy tore and gnashed at the thing's throat, coating himself in the same gunk that poured out of it. Its rotting hands grabbed at Gravy to pull him away, but Gravy held strong. I didn't hesitate this time. I tore the shard of glass away from the thing and shoved it down the other side of its throat. Back and forth. I felt the fire burn in my hand from the cuts of holding it tight. But adrenaline kicked in. I didn't care. All I cared about was working on the other side of this monster's neck while my cat got the other. The thing struggled, but we had the upper hand. I hacked away at rotting muscle and flesh until finally I felt it was good enough. I stood up and positioned myself above the thing and grabbed onto its temples. Any resemblance of Jack was gone. It was just a rotting mess of flesh now, roaring in pain. I didn't know if it'd work, but it felt right. I planted my knees on his shoulders and pulled its head away from his body with as much force as I could muster. It didn't require much force at all, and I overcompensated, landing on my butt against my nightstand, the lifeless head of the rotting corpse still in my hands. The thing's body thrashed less and less before it stopped. I held the head in my hands, feeling the activity slowly begin to die inside it too. I felt the familiar fur and purr against my legs as Gravy nuzzled against me. "Good boy," I said. I dropped the head on the ground. I should have been surprised when it slowly turned to ash and began to crumble, but I don't think much would have surprised me anymore. The body slowly followed suit. I eyed Gravy, and then my own hand, and promptly decided on the hospital for both of us. Gravy required multiple stitches. I told the vets he protected me from a wild animal. Technically, I don't think I was wrong. He was bruised and beat up, but must have been a fighter, the vet claimed. She had no idea. I required stitches as well. My hands and forearms were pretty sliced up. I eagerly showed my stitches to Gravy the second I could. I'd like to think there was a bit of camaraderie there. He sniffed them and promptly showed me his butt and took a nap. I slept like a rock the night after. Any sort of physical unwellness was gone. The apartment was quiet, but I couldn't stay. Of course I couldn't. I had to move on. I couldn't hold on hope that there's even a fraction of Jack left. We moved out shortly after. One ghost was enough. Was it even a ghost? Did Gravy know I was in danger? Did he come to me specifically? Did I really hear Gravy speak English to me that night? I sat Saturday down and asked him. As crazy as it sounded, I sat Gravy on the kitchen table, and I asked him if he said "not Jack" that night. The air stunk. He farted and hopped off the table. I left it at that. I know I feel safer with him around. This dumb, cranky ball of fur saved my life twice. I did some research after that. I didn't realize that cats essentially domesticated themselves. I had known about how various cultures had cherished them as magical creatures, but pulling themselves out of the food chain by getting domesticated is crazy to me, unless they did it to protect us from things they can see that we can't. I don't like to think about it. I also don't like to think about the one door in my hallway Gravy always stops to hiss at when we come back from our walks. The neighbor who lives there is a female college student who lives alone, whom I've heard sobbing with surprising intensity often, to the point where I've idly wondered if something was wrong. Something felt wrong. I didn't want to admit it. I don't like to think about the rapid, familiar thumping I hear from her apartment sometimes. I don't like to think about this time Gravy stopped at the door and looked up at me to ask me with his eyes, "Hey, we doing this or what?" I took a step away from the door, but Gravy held firm. I eyed him. Nobody will believe me, but this sly bastard nodded at me. I took a deep breath, rolled my eyes, and knocked. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" It started as a simple road trip. I had a few days off work and decided to drive across the state to visit an old friend. The plan was to take the scenic route, avoid the interstates, and enjoy the open road. I had my GPS set, snacks packed, and a playlist ready. It was supposed to be a relaxing drive. But somewhere along the way, I took a wrong turn, and that's when everything changed. I'd been driving for hours when my GPS started acting up. The screen flickered, and the route kept recalculating. Frustrated, I pulled over to the side of the road to reset it. I was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense woods and the occasional farmhouse. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the road. After fiddling with the GPS for a few minutes, it finally seemed to be working again. It rerouted me down a narrow, winding road that I didn't remember seeing on the map. But I trusted the technology more than my own sense of direction, so I followed it. The road grew narrower and the trees thicker as I drove on. The sunlight faded, and a thick fog began to roll in, reducing visibility to just a few feet in front of my car. I turned on my headlights and slowed down, hoping I would find a way back to the main road soon. After what felt like an eternity, the fog lifted slightly, revealing an old, rusted sign by the side of the road. "Welcome to Ravenwood." I had never heard of the place, and a quick glance at my GPS showed no record of it. Still, the idea of a small town where I could get my bearings and maybe ask for directions was appealing. I drove into Ravenwood and immediately felt a chill run down my spine. The town looked like it had been abandoned for years. The buildings were old and decaying, windows boarded up or broken. Weeds grew through the cracks in the pavement, and there wasn't a single car or person in sight. I parked my car in front of what used to be a diner and got out. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was almost deafening. I decided to check the diner first, hoping to find someone who could tell me where I was and how to get back on track. The door to the diner creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, it was dark and musty. The tables and chairs were covered in a thick layer of dust, and the smell of mold hung in the air. I called out, but there was no response. The place was empty. Feeling uneasy, I decided to leave and try another building. Across the street was a small grocery store. The windows were covered in grime, but I could see faint light flickering inside. I crossed the street and tried the door. It was locked. As I stood there, contemplating my next move, I heard a sound behind me. I turned around, but there was no one there. Just the empty street and the fog slowly creeping back in. My heart was racing now. Something was very wrong with this place. I walked back to my car, the feeling of being watched growing stronger with each step. I decided to leave Ravenwood and find another route, but as I reached for the car door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. My car tires were slashed. Panic set in. I was stranded in an abandoned town with no way out. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but there was no signal. Desperate, I decided to search the town for a working phone or someone who could help me. I walked through the empty streets, the sense of dread growing with each step. Every building I tried was either locked or empty. The town was a ghost town, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. As I approached the town square, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. He was staring directly at me. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. He just stood there, motionless. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. When I was about 10 feet away, the man turned and walked down an alleyway. I hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow him. He was the first sign of life I had seen, and I needed answers. The alleyway was narrow and dark, the walls covered in peeling paint and graffiti. The man was nowhere to be seen. As I walked deeper into the alley, I heard whispers all around me, faint and indistinct. I spun around, but there was no one there. My footsteps echoed in the narrow space, and the whispers grew louder. They seemed to be coming from all directions. I quickened my pace, hoping to reach the end of the alley and find the man. But instead, I found myself in front of an old, decrepit church. The door to the church was slightly ajar, and a faint light glowed from inside. I pushed the door open and stepped in. The interior was dark and cold, the pews covered in dust and cobwebs. At the far end of the church, near the altar, I saw the man kneeling in prayer. I approached him slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silent church. As I got closer, I noticed that he was whispering something under his breath. I couldn't make out the words, but they sent a shiver down my spine. "Excuse me," I said, my voice trembling. "Can you help me? I'm lost." The man stopped whispering and slowly turned his head to look at me. His eyes were empty and hollow, and his face was gaunt and pale. He didn't say anything, just stared at me with those vacant eyes. I took a step back, fear gripping me. "Please, I need help," I repeated. The man stood up slowly, his movements stiff and unnatural. He pointed towards the back of the church, where a door led to what looked like a small office. Without a word, he walked towards the door and disappeared inside. I hesitated for a moment before following him. The office was small and cluttered, with old books and papers strewn everywhere. The man was standing by a desk, looking at an old rotary phone. He picked it up and handed it to me. I took the phone, relieved to finally have a way to call for help. I dialed 911, but there was no dial tone. The line was dead. I looked at the man, but he just stared at me with those empty eyes. "Is there another phone?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. He shook his head slowly and pointed to a piece of paper on the desk. I picked it up and saw that it was a map of the town. There was a red X marked on a building near the edge of town. Scribbled next to the X were the words, "Help here." I looked back at the man, but he was gone. The office door was closed, and I was alone. My hands were shaking as I folded the map and put it in my pocket. I had no choice but to go to the marked building and hope for the best. I left the church and followed the map to the edge of town. The building marked with the red X was an old factory, its windows broken and walls covered in ivy. The front door was slightly open, and I could see a faint light inside. I entered the factory, the air thick with dust and the smell of decay. The light was coming from a room at the far end of the building. I made my way through the dark, empty halls, the whispers following me every step of the way. When I reached the room, I saw a group of people standing in a circle. They were dressed in the same old-fashioned clothes as the man in the church, and they were all whispering the same indistinct words. In the center of the circle was a large, ornate mirror. One of the people, a woman with long, dark hair, looked up as I entered. She smiled, but it was a cold, empty smile that sent chills down my spine. "Welcome," she said in a voice that echoed unnaturally. "We've been waiting for you." I took a step back, but the door behind me slammed shut. The people in the circle began to chant louder, their voices rising in a haunting melody. The mirror in the center of the room started to glow, a faint blue light emanating from its surface. "Please, I just want to leave," I pleaded, my voice barely audible over the chanting. The woman stepped forward, her smile never wavering. "You can't leave," she said. "Not yet. You have to see." She grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the mirror. I tried to resist, but her grip was surprisingly strong. As I got closer, I saw my reflection in the mirror, but it was distorted and twisted. My face looked gaunt and hollow, my eyes empty and lifeless. "What is this?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. The woman leaned in close, her breath cold against my ear. "This is the truth," she whispered. "This is who you are." I tried to pull away, but the chanting grew louder, and the mirror's light intensified. I felt a cold, dark presence envelop me, and my vision started to blur. The last thing I saw before everything went black was my reflection in the mirror, smiling back at me with that same empty, hollow smile. When I woke up, I was lying on the side of the road, my car parked nearby. The sun was rising, and the fog had lifted. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. Was it all just a dream? I checked my car, and to my relief, the tires were intact. My phone had a signal, and the GPS was working fine. I quickly got in the car and drove away, not daring to look back. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The memories of Ravenwood haunted me, and I couldn't get the image of my distorted reflection out of my mind. Eventually, I reached my friend's house, but I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Who would believe me? Days passed, but the experience lingered in my thoughts. One night, I found an old box of family photos while rummaging through the attic. As I sifted through the pictures, one in particular caught my eye. It was a sepia-toned photograph of a small town that looked eerily familiar. In the background, I could see a sign that read Ravenwood. In the foreground stood a group of people dressed in old-fashioned clothes, their faces hauntingly vacant. My heart nearly stopped when I recognized one of the faces. It was the woman from the factory, her cold, empty smile unmistakable. Standing next to her, with the same hollow eyes, was a younger version of the man from the church. And there, in the middle of the group, was a boy with a familiar face. It was me. I dropped the photo, my hands trembling. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Ravenwood wasn't just a random, sinister town. It was part of my past, a forgotten piece of my history, and somehow it had called me back. To this day, I still don't know what Ravenwood truly is, or why it isn't on any map. But one thing is certain, it's part of me, and I'll never escape its haunting presence. As I look into the mirror now, I sometimes catch a glimpse of that empty, hollow smile, and I wonder if, one day, I'll find myself back in Ravenwood, where I truly belong. I was a correctional officer at a supermax prison. It was near Florence, Colorado. I stayed as an employee there for a half-decade. I saw almost everything you can imagine. Escape attempts, stabbings, and riots. As a sharp weaponry that was hidden in places you would rather not visualize. These are only some of the more unpleasant occurrences I have dealt with in the past. I am currently writing this on encrypted Wi-Fi from an undisclosed but safe location. I have had a change of careers following the events of the tale I am about to share with you now. I hope that people thinking about becoming prison guards read my story and reconsider any future life choices they will look back on as a mistake. The warden called me into his office on a Monday. During the entire walk there down the hallways, I thought of the trouble I could be in. "Shut the door," he said as he looked up at me from his desk after I entered. Those words sealed it in my mind. How much hot water I was in for some sort of infraction I was not aware of yet. Bureaucratic micromanaging and constant procedural changes were nothing new to me. I still hated petty political grievances. I nodded and sealed the entranceway. He demanded I take a seat, so I did. "You're the best officer here," he said. I waited for the but. I anticipated news of termination. I saw a forced transfer to some mundane position filing paperwork headed my way. "I want to give you an opportunity," he said. "You will make $600,000 in 1 year. Your benefits will remain unchanged. You would have less oversight than what is present for you now. You would be in a leadership position, albeit an isolated one. That sounds ideal," I said as my mind swam in the possibilities of how much profit he offered. There are only two things we ask of you. One is that you cannot tell anybody about your new position. Two is you locate somewhere else. There's a prison in the Arctic, and that is where your life will be for the next 365 days. The confusion must have been readable on my face. If your wife asks, tell her that you are going to a federal academy. There is no cell service or Wi-Fi there. Any contact you make with her must be through snail mail. We will handle the addresses given. If you decline this offer, then this conversation never happened. Do you understand? I contemplated the pros and cons. Before I became law enforcement, I was a bodyguard. I was gone from the house for extended periods. Even though it would be time with the wife lost, the fortune would help both of us. I agreed. The prison facility was a large compound, not much bigger than the place I had patrolled before. A few things jumped out at me when I first laid eyes on the populace there. They all had wounds on their faces, and they spoke a strange guttural language I was unfamiliar with. Why do they talk in such a bizarre tongue? I asked myself as I would walk down the blocks. The new warden I worked under had the last name of Buckley. He had noticeable scar tissue beneath his eyes. His attitude towards me at the beginning was hardly welcoming. If anything, he acted as though I was a burden. He seemed to resent me due to the mere possibility of having to train me on things. One evening, Buckley ordered me to do a cell extraction. Christopher Aluko was the name of the inmate we had to deal with. On the walk there, I asked my boss what Aluko had done to end up here. I'm not allowed to tell you what these scumbags have accomplished to wind up here, Buckley said. He started his career in crime by cannibalizing his sister, though tonight, our only goal is to get him moved to the hole. He's proven himself to be way too dangerous to share a space with anyone. The doors of each cell were closer to that of an insane asylum than a prison. They were complete barriers that you could not see through. It was me and 3 other guards who were about to deal with this high-profile detainee. The supervisor was present, doing the thing the bosses generally do. That is to say, he remained on standby and did not get his hands dirty. Upon walking in, the first thing I saw was Aluko sitting upright on his cot. I noticed he was huge, at least 6'8" and 320 pounds of pure muscle. His skin cracked all over. His face had the normal scarring that I associated with most people in the place. I'm going to need you to stand up and put your hands behind your back, I said. I kept my hand near the holster where my pepper spray was. Show me respect and I'll show you the same. I continued. You won't have handcuffs on you for long if you cooperate. You are not better than me, Aluko said. His voice had a baritone quality, which I expected from a man of his size. What I did not was how weird it sounded. It was as though 4 or 5 people were chanting the words in unison. All right, I said. Let's get you moved to where you need to go. The faster we do this, the better off we'll be. You shot at someone in broad daylight when you were in a gang years ago, Aluko said. It took 10 years for the paranoia to go away. The fear of the cops coming to arrest you for a potential murder before you became a low-grade one yourself. To this day, you don't know if any innocent civilians got caught in the crossfire. We had to restrain his huge arms and place the metal bracelets on his wrists. He laughed all the while. As we brought him to solitary, I thought of his words and how much they unsettled me. They were true, and that story from my past was one I had not told anybody. Near the end of the shift, Buckley went into one of the sniper towers and smoked a cigarette. Since my duties for the day were complete, I took the spiral staircase to the level he stood on. When I saw him, I was only a few mere inches away from where he puffed. He did not seem to mind or even care about the footsteps behind him. He focused on the distant and lowering winter sun. The caged animal back there said something which he shouldn't have, I said. Part of the job is having thick skin, he said as he flicked his cigarette over the edge into the snow. He turned around to face me. It's not about that, I said. Did he hurt your poor little feelings? He had an insight into my past that no one has, I said as a bitter taste filled my mouth. Well, that's unfortunate. Means you lied to the oral board when you got into the position you're in now. You shouldn't lie to your employers. I need to know what kind of prison this is, I said as I felt blood rush to my head. Why does everyone have open sores all over their body and face? Are they exposed to some kind of virus? And if so, are we susceptible? Either that, or they're always high on something. That would explain why they're always speaking gibberish. Also, how in the hell do they know things that I haven't even told the closest people in my life? Better to do the job assigned. Don't worry about things above your pay grade. Buckley pulled out another pack of cigarettes and lit one. I hope we're not exposed to dangers we weren't warned about. I'll have to find a way to get the word out. If you break your non-disclosure agreement, it would be far worse than a termination. Your wife back home, the one with the dark curly hair and the nice curves. I'd hate to see the impact of your decisions on her. That was when I grabbed him by the lapels and shoved him to the ground. I considered throwing elbows. The idea of making him taste his blood was satisfying. I did not want to be incarcerated in this den of misery, though, of all places. Buckley started laughing. What he did next took me by complete surprise. He patted me on the back with his free hand instead of trying to defend himself or resist. "You've proven your point," he said as he pushed on my chest. "Now get off of me. I don't want to give the signal to one of my buddies in the next tower." He has a modded Remington 700 pointed at you. I released him. After he stood and brushed some frost off, he made eye contact with me. "I respect you for your bravery. Most people wouldn't be willing to do that to me, especially someone beneath me in rank. Tell you what, I'll shed a little bit of light on what kind of place this is for you. And if I ever find out you told anyone, you'll wish you would have died at birth." I felt the adrenaline start to wear off. As my energy lowered, I nodded, thereby giving tacit agreement to his new offer. I looked to my left and saw the sniper he was referring to. It occurred to me that if he wanted to take action against me, he could have had me executed right then and there. Buckley waved at me to follow him as we made our way down the steps. He escorted me through the yard. Ice encased the weight sets and pull-up bars. We followed the chain-link fence to another facility that had coded key access. After we put in the correct digits, he swung the door open. We made our way down a hallway that did not seem modern. There were lit torches on the walls. The flooring was pallid cobblestone. He brought me into another room, which was the size of an auditorium. A man stood up. He wore all black clothing with a white collar, and it took me a while to recognize him as a priest. I saw rows of long tables, ones fit for a king in an ancient era. Crucifixes, rosaries, chalices of water, and stacks of dusty books lined every corner. I skimmed some of the titles and saw that a few were in a different language. "Father Lamora," Buckley said as he stared at the man of the cloth. "What are you doing down here?" The priest pointed to his left. When I shifted my eyes in that direction, I did not immediately notice the presence of a fourth person in the room. This one was one of the inmates tied down on a slab. As soon as we focused our collective attention on him, the man came to life. He started struggling against his restraints. A red-tinged substance poured from his mouth like foam from a rabid dog. "I have almost driven the evil entity out," the priest said. Buckley turned to me. "What is going on here?" I asked. I had the irresistible urge to run screaming in the other direction. I knew I could not take my chances out in the harshest cold, but a part of me was willing to at least try. This prison's budget comes from the Vatican. We only take inmates possessed by something greater than general sadism or psychopathy. In the official government paperwork, they call this place the House of the Demonium. If you want to atone for the sins I know you are guilty of, now would be an excellent time. Help us read the incantation needed to cleanse this heathen. I was a correctional officer at a supermax prison. It was near Florence, Colorado. I stayed as an employee there for a half-decade. I saw almost everything you can imagine. Escape attempts, stabbings, and riots. These are only some of the more unpleasant occurrences I have dealt with in the past. I am currently writing this on encrypted Wi-Fi from an undisclosed but safe location. I have had a change of careers following the events of the tale I am about to share with you now. I worked in a hidden prison in the Arctic full of possessed inmates. I hope people thinking about becoming prison guards read my story and reconsider. I do not want them to make future life choices they will look back on as a mistake. Our possessed inmates were flown in from around the world. The evening the young girl came to our gates via the bus was an unusual occurrence. The transporting officers rolled her towards me on a gurney. She fought against her restraints. She screamed in the dense and layered voice I had become used to at that point. She wore a tattered and old beige-colored dress. Bloodstains marked her clothing. I made a mental note to try and get her some blankets once she was in her new home. Her name was Anna. There were a few things that made her different from the others. For starters, her eyes were milky. She retained the same faraway gaze they all had, but it was as though her pupils indicated narcotic use. Her eyes never got any clearer during the entirety of my time monitoring her. There was one singular trait that made her stand out from the others. She often quieted down in her yelling once she was in the presence of the staff. The inmates usually never cared who they were in front of, unless it was to unearth our secrets or to shame us. She minded her manners. This was as alarming as much as it was respectful. Once I placed her in the cell, I knew I had to bind her to the bed after removing her from the gurney. As soon as I unbuckled one of the straps on her wrists, she reached up and tried to claw at my face. I ducked her strike. I reached towards my belt for a canister. If this were a normal prison, it would have been filled with mace. Mine brimmed with holy water instead. I sprayed at her. Smoke emanated from her skin as she let loose a cry of anguish. I undid the rest of the straps and moved her to the bed. I shut the door and went to lunch. The lodging for the employees was 3 separate rows of cabins. The most luxurious ones belonged to leadership. The second most comfortable apartments were the priests. The third, and needless to say the most decrepit, provided shelter for the officers. Even though my space was hardly glamorous, it became my sanctuary. I was able to work out, read paperback books, and journal. These activities helped maintain my mental sanity. I stared at the ceiling and thought about how unsettled I was about the girl. Every inmate had a glimmer of humanity. Something about her made me want to investigate her past. Word spread amongst the employees how there was only one computer in the entire facility. It contained the reports database. It was in our warden's office. Rumor also circulated that he had access to the inmates' rap sheets. Buckley had verified this for me in one of our prior conversations. Though it was an accident, I waited until after hours to enter Buckley's space. I managed to bribe one of the janitors with extra snacks. Never underestimate the power of common items in the penitentiary. Buckley had left his computer on without signing out. Navigating the digital database of various inmate profiles was tricky. While I wanted to look up different names, I decided to focus on the young girl. I searched for every Anna until I found the one I was looking for. A few things stood out to me about her right away. The main body of text on her infractions had many redactions. I printed it out and grabbed the papers. I closed the door behind me and headed down the hallway back to my lodging. I read the document on my walk. Even though she was only 20 years old, she was also a nuisance to society. She burnt down a halfway house that she was staying at. She was there for many DUIs. Several judges gave her breaks. They decided to put her in mental health facilities instead of jail. She kept assaulting the staff there. The worst of these was when she stabbed a nurse in the jugular. The RN survived, but had to talk through a voice box for the rest of her life. I was right outside my door when I heard a familiar voice. "You're out late, CO," Nwosu said. I turned around and saw his large frame. In the 2 months I had been there, I got to know the man well. He had come here from the Arizona State Prison complex. We had swapped similar stories. His tales of the encounters he had with death row prisoners intrigued me. "What do you have there?" Nwosu asked. "A guidebook on how to perform a successful exorcism." I lied. "I didn't think you liked working off duty." "We do what we have to." "How did you get it?" "They won't let us use the internet here." "Found it under the seat of the mobile unit," I said. I did not feel good about falsifying information to a peer I had respect for. "Oh, I see. I came here to ask if you have any extra coffee. I'm out, and I don't want to go all the way to my locker to get some in the morning if I can help it. No problem, I said as I unlocked the door and invited him in. I stuffed the papers under my mattress so he would not be able to read them. I reached into my backpack and pulled out some instant packets. I gave them to him and saw that he stared at my collection of books. At the far end was a Bible, his eyes locked on it. He grabbed the coffee packs and looked at me. Do you believe what they're telling us? Wosu asked. What do you mean? About God and the devil. All these biblical villains taking control of all the people here. It seems far-fetched to me. There has to be something more going on. What if this is an asylum for those with undiagnosed mental illness? The kind researchers aren't advanced enough to understand yet. Have you ever thought of that? I sat Saturday down. I don't think science has the answer, I said. The ones in here are gifted with preternatural abilities. It's like they can read our minds, or at least our pasts, no matter how secretive we are. I never felt as though I have less power than I do since I came here. All I know is I can't pretend to understand everything. Whether it's celestial or empirical, I cannot feign understanding of the evil within these walls. To pretend otherwise is arrogance. Buckley, Norsu, a priest, and I walked together to Anna's cell. We could hear her screaming from within a 300-foot distance. The other lamentations of the prisoners became drowned out by her wails. We entered her cell. Words written in blood were on the wall. They were Latin. She stared at us with a smile. Her face seemed puffier than usual, which emphasized the wounds on her face. The priest pulled out a rusted black crucifix. He raised it in her direction as he approached her. Her screams grew louder with each advancing step. He pulled out a small pocket Bible and read a prayer from it. Saint Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him. We humbly pray, and do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, thrust into hell Satan and all evil spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls. Amen. Her eyes became less opaque. I was able to make out their green color for the first time. She gazed at me and spoke intelligible words for the first time since her forced visitation. Your mother died an early death because she found out you joined a gang, Anna said with a mocking laugh. I looked around to see if anyone was staring at me with judgment. The expressions were neutral until they turned into worry. Everyone in the room knew they would have to wait their turn for public humiliation. You accepted a bribe to stay silent after an inmate stabbed another one to death, she said to Nwosu. Nwosu muttered something under his breath. He stated the inmate was a horrible person who mistreated children. He commented on how the earth was lighter without the presence of such a person weighing it down. You, Anna said as she stared at Buckley, you are the worst out of everyone. Your wife dies by drowning, and you received up her life insurance money. Wait until they look deeper into that. What I saw next horrified me. Buckley screamed out the word no as he lunged at her. His hands wrapped around her throat before one of her legs broke free from its binding and kicked him in the ribs. He must have forgotten to wear his vest that day because he folded and landed on the ground. The priest placed the cross on her forehead and left a permanent mark there. She passed out. Her exhalation before she lost consciousness made her body deflate into unnatural thinness. Buckley called me into his office the next day. He asked me to take a seat with a menacing tone. He slammed the door and sat behind his desk. Do you even want to work here anymore? I know this employment opportunity is a very unique one. It's not for everyone. You knew when you became a CO that this type of job requires more mental fortitude than most professions. This isn't any different because we're operating in uncharted territory. Have I done something wrong? I asked. You entered my office after hours, he said as he banged his fists on the table. I don't know what your motivation was. Are you starting to believe with some of these inmates are saying about me? They don't see our sins with full impunity. They know enough about our interior lives and what bothers us enough to get under our skin. It is us versus them. Once you side with the enemy, then you're no good to the team here, let alone me. If you're running some kind of vigilante investigation against me, two can play that. Believe me when I say you don't want to be on my bad side. If you're going to fire me, I said, I won't make excuses. You should know I was not trying to get you in trouble or dig up any dirt. I wanted to look up any at all information I could on Anna. She seemed to be more in control of what possessed her than the others. I wanted to figure out what made her so unique in that regard. I figured if I ever wound up possessed, I could weaponize whatever she used. You're like a child, he said as he stood and paced back and forth. Do yourself a favor and stay within your pay grade. The Vatican has hired scientists to study behavior during possessions. In the old days, they would have dismissed it as different demons. You don't have a degree in microbiology any more than I do. We are muscle hired to make sure the demonologists are safe when they do their job. So you do yours. Yes, sir. I felt as though I had backed down and given him some sort of sovereignty over me. I also knew if I lied or resisted, it would only lead to a loss of money for my family and me. Count yourself lucky, he said, as he Saturday backed down and picked up a pen. I'm not reporting your mistake to any of my superiors. Do not make me regret giving you this break. Now get out of here before I change my mind. I made my way to the threshold. I faced him as I began to turn the knob. One question, I said. Most of the time, inmates come shipped here in groups. Anna arrived alone. Why was she given special treatment during her transport? Is she a celebrity? The daughter of a famous politician? It's within my rights to know as someone who has to check up on her. Anna is my daughter, Buckley said as he scribbled on a pad and motioned me to leave. I was a correctional officer at a supermax prison. It was near Florence, Colorado. I stayed as an employee there for a half-decade. I saw almost everything you can imagine. Escape attempts, stabbings, and riots. Sharp weaponry that was hidden in places you would rather not visualize was common. These are only some of the more unpleasant occurrences I have dealt with in the past. I am currently writing this on encrypted Wi-Fi from an undisclosed but safe location. I have had a change of careers following the events of the tale I am about to share with you now. I worked in a hidden prison full of possessed inmates. I hope people thinking about becoming prison guards read my story. They should reconsider future life choices they will look back on as a mistake. As time went on, I saw humanity behind the violent demeanor of many inmates. A common fear of correctional officers is susceptibility to manipulation by the incarcerated. I tried not to become a victim of my empathy. One of the prisoners named Aluko managed to escape. I collected information on how he did it. Rumors abounded that he had turned a toothbrush into a pick. He allegedly weakened the concrete around his barred window. Another tale given was how he overpowered one of the correctional officers. The officer was too embarrassed to admit it, so they tried to cover it up. Aluko was a massive man. There was no shame in losing an unarmed combat match with him. The lack of weapons used left me baffled. The strangest part of the story was not how he escaped. It became obvious the inmates had some sort of intelligence. They were not as impulsive as we judged them to be. They had the basic want of freedom, or the cruel entities that controlled them did. The most unsettling part of Aluko's fleeing was not how he managed to scale the barbed wire, nor was it his willingness to traverse the tundra. What perplexed me the most was how his life ended when he was less than half a mile away from the prison. It was not the elements that took him. Something had torn him apart, the theory of it having been a polar bear spread. They wanted a meal to go with their coke. One of the officers joked in the briefing room. I did not find the lame quip funny, and neither did the warden. Our general lack of civility was not uncommon, but some jokes were intolerable. While many of us wrote it off as a polar bear attack, there was one aspect of the butchery not in alignment with that. Aluko's eyes are missing from his skull, a member of the search team said. Something carved an upside-down cross carved into his chest, or what's left of it. Medics came back and told us everything they had seen. The brass took over the investigation shortly afterward. I asked one of the priests what could have ended his life. What kind of wraith-like being could perform such a precise and terrifying mutilation? I asked. This has the makings of an attack by Azazel, the priest said. That particular type of demon wanders the wilderness. It can take many forms. Be on the lookout for anything resembling a goat. If you see horns when you are doing an outside perimeter check, be sure to recite a prayer and use this. He handed me a crucifix. My stubborn agnosticism did not want to accept it as a believable weapon. I relented because he was so polite. Buckley called us into his office. When we got there, he did not slam the door as I expected him to. See. Oh. Nwosu and I gazed at each other with alarm as Buckley waved at us to follow him. He took us to an elevator in one of the back chambers that I had earlier dismissed as a room for the cleaning crew. An elevator was there. He opened it, had us step inside, and led us down to the basement. The subterranean cellar was completely barren, except for two items. One was a stained glass window that depicted the Virgin Mary coated in ice. The second was an electric chair. I did not know the prison had such a chamber. Everything about the seat looked old. It seemed to belong to a medieval era, rather than having come from decades ago. The arms of the chair had the faces of gargoyles at the ends of them. I've been talking to officers about this, he said. As a team, everyone is culpable except for me. The procedures we maintain of checking on the subjects every hour are important. It wasn't written as a flexible guideline. It exists for a reason. For an inmate to manage a successful escape attempt does not look good on us or to the higher-ups in Rome. I don't know if you were lazy or scared to do your jobs, but either way, you need to toughen up and develop a work ethic. Otherwise, it's going to get ugly fast. I had the policy changed. Regardless of how understaffed we may be, you are now going to do 6 routine checks on the inmates every hour. If I hear a single complaint coming from your lips, you will regret it beyond measure. Are we clear? After a silence ensued, Buckley called us incompetent once more and dismissed us. Nwosu took the elevator up. I turned around and spoke to Buckley. Warden, I have a question. I did not permit you to ask one. I suppose after the beatdown I gave you, I'll allow it out of pity. Do any of the inmates have the demons driven out of them? And if so, where do they go afterward? Do they go back to the prison they came from? Are they granted immunity and allowed to go home? Do the exorcisms make them purer than what they were before? You are nothing more than pond scum with a badge, Buckley said with a sneer. Don't ask questions if your wage doesn't merit it. How many times do I have to tell you? I was only wondering because I have not seen Anna in a while. Watch what you say and get out of my face. You are a hairbreadth away from me documenting your insubordination. Although I loved pushing his buttons, I did not want the negative consequences. I left the room. I did not yearn to be the newest execution there. I went up into one of the towers. I looked out at the expensive plains of frost and woodland. Buckley's threats and bullying were starting to get to me more than usual. Verbal abuse in my industry was not uncommon. Something about his irate tone under these conditions made it sting much worse. It filled me with a certain anger that I did not know how to resolve. I figured getting some fresh air and doing a bit of investigating would help me stay preoccupied. I needed to clear my mind. Aluko's escape gave a negative impression of my work performance. I still refused to believe his death was some sort of natural phenomenon. I brought a sniper rifle with me. I looked through the scope. The bullets had a cross carved into each of them. I tried to trace the exact path Aluko took when he made his final attempt at getting back into society. I carried a night vision device to help me see through the darkness. A half hour later, I saw a movement. It was subtle at first. Snow fell from tree branches. My heart raced as I saw a figure wandering through a thick cluster of pines. It was a woman in a nightgown as white as the hills around her. Backward arching horns protruded from her forehead. The way she moved was peculiar. Her steps did not seem to telegraph any sort of movement, as though she was floating. There were no indentations in the snow behind her. Her head tilted to the side. The last frownsome feeling she wore on her face was one of pain. She seemed to suffer a sort of paralytic neck injury. A black-tailed deer was only 20 feet from her. She sneaked behind it. Predatory. What I saw next disturbed me. The deer's torso opened. A crimson spurt littered the snow with puddles of red fluid. The ethereal woman reached down and tried to grab some of the eviscerated body parts. Her hands sunk through the chunks of meat. She wailed at that moment. I squeezed the trigger. It connected. Her chest tore, 2 sheets splitting apart. Her scream became even more voluminous. She exploded like an effigy. Incandescent in the Arctic, she evaporated into ashes. The flames went away, and so did the spirit. A pile of blackened and smouldering embers got carried away by the wind. They decorated the trees as though it was a macabre Christmas stage setup. The next night, I visited Norsu in his room. His place was a mess. He was usually clean and organized. His few paperback books, sci-fi military adventures, were strewn about on the floor. I noticed he also had half a bottle of scotch on his nightstand, which was a definite violation. We were not allowed to drink. The threat of an emergency forced us to maintain sobriety. Still, I was not going to snitch on him. "I think I killed a demon," I said, as I took a seat across from him. I searched high and low for the body and couldn't find it. One of the preachers told me it was a particular type of evil called Azazel. I looked at Nwosu and saw that his eyes seemed to stare out for 1,000 yards toward his ceiling. "What's wrong, man?" I asked. "I found the death ledger," he said. "I don't understand. Whoever flipped the switch on the electric chair we saw yesterday kept a logbook. Everybody whose life he ended. There have been exactly 106 people killed in that chair. Sure, some of them were repugnant before their possession. Others got locked up for a seatbelt violation. There's no consistency in regards to why they were worthy of capital punishment." Nwosu pulled out a manila volume. He tossed it my way. I flipped through it and saw many names. Some struck me as familiar. "Did you have any suspicion they were killing people under our noses?" "No," I said. I searched the papers for dates, to see how recent or old the incidents of annihilation were. All were within the last year. There was a weird energy in the electric chair room. Nwosu said, "What you banished out in the woods may have been the spirit of an already possessed, yet dead person. It's possible that when they're killed, their demonic selves stay on this plane. They could choose to haunt us. Could be every ghost story written since the beginning of time is the darker half of a human lingering. I must admit I don't know who would want to stay in a place like this at all, though." I nodded. I also began to wonder if it was correct, or if he was losing his sanity. I helped Aluko escape, Nwosu said as he turned to face me. "The conditions of this place appall me. I want to assist many more." I was a correctional officer at a supermax prison. It was near Florence, Colorado. I stayed as an employee there for a half-decade. I saw almost everything you can imagine. Escape attempts, stabbings, and riots. These are only some of the more unpleasant occurrences I have dealt with in the past. I am currently writing this on encrypted Wi-Fi from an undisclosed but safe location. I have had a change of careers following the events of the tale I am about to share with you now. I worked in a hidden prison in the Arctic full of possessed inmates. I hope people thinking about becoming prison guards read my story and reconsider. I do not want them to make future life choices they will look back on as a mistake. I had never seen a prisoner transported via helicopter. My 6th month of working at the facility changed that. It landed on a helipad made of yellow and blue paint. The pilot and guard took the detainee out of the chopper. They were both army personnel. The stripes on their uniforms indicated they were not low level within the military. As I watched this from one of the towers, I could not help but wonder who the new inmate was. The person tried to give the captors a struggle. Both were strong and did not seem particularly worried. They kept the person under control. I observed the subject's clothing during the escort down to the top floor of the cells. A black burlap sack was over their head. A large blanket covered them. It was impossible for me to even gauge the basic silhouette of the individual. I had seen many kinds of transport, but none so high profile. It made me contemplate if they were an insurgent from some faraway land. I pondered if they were a kingpin of some nefarious domestic terror group. I asked one of the other officers if they knew anything about the person. They told me the subject was in the hole, the most isolated cell on the grounds. Orders were not to take the burlap sack off of the person's head. This perturbed me a great deal. I asked if we had any information on the person. I already knew the answer would be vague if there would be any sort of concrete backstory at all. I met the warden in one of the break rooms as he was eating steak. It was better than the freeze-dried and pre-packaged artificial slop they gave to those of us lower in rank. I became jealous in a matter of seconds. "You told us to watch the prisoners more," I said as I folded my arms. "Who is looking out after the one in solitary? What makes them get room floors above the rest of the general population? Is this person the country's most prolific serial killer or something? What would merit such severe protections?" "I don't create the law here," he said with a mouthful. "Believe it or not. I'm kept in the dark about a lot of things as well. Don't assume because I'm not a grunt that I have all the details you so crave. Do me a favor. When you get out of here next month, take it up with the big guys in Italy, especially the one with the funny hat. I'm sure they would love to hear your thoughts. While you're there, tell them I deserve a promotion." That same night, I went up to the top level and walked past the door that led to the solitary cell. Though I could not see inside because it was a wall of pure concrete, I did hear the wails of the prisoner. They sounded familiar. I was doing my routine checks, and I passed one of the cells which belonged to an inmate named Andre. He sat straight up and stared at me. I could tell something was different about him. He was not writhing on his cot, nor was he struggling with the usual muscle contractions. He walked up to me. The barrier between us did not give me a perfect feeling of protection. "I am cured," he said. The usual milky pupils most of the inmates had been things he was now devoid of. "You are doing much better," I said. "I've never seen anyone look as clear-headed as you do now. Not around here anyways. How are you feeling?" "Paranoid. Do you know what they do to people like me? After they've driven the evil out of us, they send us to a mega-church in the Rockies. The church has its propaganda machine. They turn us into pamphlet writers or social media manipulators, missionaries for their so-called God. I would rather have Beelzebub as my host than be a door-to-door Bible salesman." "Who told you that?" "Your boss, Buckley." "I wouldn't worry about that. He tends to say a lot of mean things to get a rise out of people." "You don't understand. The transporting officers have told the other inmates the same thing. They can't all be in on one big lie like that. No offense, but none of you are that organized. I won't argue with you there. They say that once we're sent to their cult-like compound, we must comply. If we refuse to work for the church, they put the demons back inside of us. They know how to weaponize those demons. It's not all about exorcising them anymore, if it ever was. It's about using them to control us." Andre's hand slipped through the metal food flap. He held a shank. The tip of the blade pierced through the midsection of my vest. I grabbed his wrist and wrestled the knife away from him until it clattered on the floor. I got hold of the webbing of his hand and broke a few of his fingers. I yelled for backup. Another correctional officer came by and sprayed holy water into the slot. When it did nothing, we switched over to pepper spray and sent him to the ground. Inmates using dirty tricks and distractions to try and get one over on me was nothing new. That particular incident made me very spiteful and paranoid, though. When I patrolled the cells the next day, Andre was nowhere to be found. I found they shipped him somewhere else. I wondered if it was to the nightmare place of forced worship he had described. Nwosu had lent me a copy of Milton's Paradise Lost. I felt obligated to give it back to him. After I finished the last page, I went outside and knocked on Nwosu's door. There was no answer. I went back into my room and grabbed a flashlight. I walked up to the door again and banged on the barrier with the metal device. Even with the reverberation, Nwosu still did not call out or come to the door. I had seen him fall into unhealthy habits which were worse for wear. His motivation to help people flee had gotten the best of him. His drinking had spiraled out of control due to the stress level he was under. I kicked the door down. I could not tolerate the thought of letting him die by choking on his vomit after an intense bender. The room was empty and clean. None of his stuff was there. I walked into Buckley's office the next day. One of the inmates smuggled a pistol in. I said, "Impossible. Buckley said as his eyes widened. I need your help in assessing the cell. Sir, there might be some ballistics evidence. You believe he used the gun? Yes, I said. I escorted Buckley to the chamber. It was a mess. Items were strewn about everywhere. Where's the gun? I braced my knuckles with a small baton and punched Buckley in the temple. He fell. I took his service weapon and master keys. I walked out to the hallway and shut the door immediately. I waited for him to recover and come to. When he did, he shook his head like he was waking up from a deep sleep and gazed at me with pure hatred. What do you think you're doing? Lieutenant, Buckley said as he touched the side of his head for blood. I want you to tell me what happened to my best friend. No lies this time. Where did Norsu go? You do too much. Nothing worse than someone a kid picked on in high school who gets into this profession. They always overcompensate. Sometimes it's better to not be proactive. Wait till you get out in the field. You'll learn that lesson an even harder way if you live that long. I'll tell the boys you gave a direct order to leave this level alone. You'll be here until you starve and dehydrate. I don't want to be cruel, but you need to start answering my questions or we're going to have problems. Who is the prisoner who came in cloaked the other day? Is it Nwosu? Is he possessed? Buckley glared at me and did not answer. I stared down at the master keys. Last chance to tell me. I continued. I'm going to do my investigation if you don't help me. Fuck off. There's something I will say, though. Ever since Anna came here, they changed some procedures. One on how those related to the officers get booked in here. Don't hate me. I don't make the rules. I wanted to ask him to elaborate, but I was getting angrier with him by the second. I left him there and went to solitary confinement. I went to the most isolated holding chamber on the property. When I opened the door, I found a yellow hallway that ended in darkness. I turned on my torch and walked down the vestibule with a hand on my service weapon. I found the prisoner in the corner, their hands tied to the bed. The burlap sack was still over their face. I ripped it off. My wife stared back at me. Her face had cracked skin and was paler than I could ever remember. I stumbled backward at the sight of her. No, I said through gritted teeth. As the dawn of my new reality cascaded over me, I punched the wall. I broke a few knuckles. I knew what I had to do. I undid the restraints on the bedding and zip-tied her wrist together. I did not want the presence which controlled her to fight me. You never told me you were in a gang that used to rob innocent people, she said as I led her down the hallway. Her voice was not my wife's, but sounded the way an actress might on scrambled television. I brought her to the first level. I walked her past prison bar doors after I used the master keys to gain access to them. It was snowing when we went outside. Where are you going? I turned around and saw an officer I had met many times. Michael Patterson had the face of a bulldog. He never allowed anyone to think he was anything but a consummate professional. Humor was something he was incapable of. The most powerful priest is out on sick leave, I said. He's possessed himself. I have direct orders to take her to the city. I'm going to drive her to one of the churches there. Did Buckley give you any paperwork authorizing this? It's in the prisoner transport vehicle over there, I said, pointing at the SUV 300 feet away. Let me get her situated for the drive, and I'll be right back with it. Patterson nodded and gave tacit approval. Once we were in the car, I hit 60 miles per hour and drove far away from that wretched place. It took 2 weeks to get back to our home state. I returned to my house in the middle of the night, so the neighbors would not see my wife in the state she was in. The next morning, I restrained her to our bed. I went to the local church and managed to convince a priest to help me. I had to persuade Father Park I was not a delusional person. When he arrived in our bedroom, he knew the case was legitimate. Park performed a lengthy 7-hour exorcism. I walked him to the door. My wife had already become lucid again. She did not have any memories of what led to her being in my workplace. I have tried to pray and purify this house, Park said as I opened the front door. If I were you, I would consider moving. As the priest walked up to his car, I got his attention again by calling out his name. "Father," I said, "I've been meaning to ask, how do we protect ourselves from possession so I can ensure that this never happens again?" "Demons are like falsehoods," Park said. "No matter how intelligent you may be, you could fall victim to believing something not based on facts. We have to guard ourselves against lies and deception. In the same way, we have to always be at the ready when our senses tell us something evil is afoot." I closed the door and went upstairs. I embraced my wife. "How did the assignment go?" she asked. "I'm changing industries." I can't stop pacing. The old wooden floor creaks with every step, a constant reminder of how empty our house feels. The smell of burnt coffee hangs in the air. I forgot to turn off the machine again. Outside, the wind blows through the trees, making the colourful autumn leaves dance. My name's John Prescott. I'm 42, teach history at the local high school, and right now, I'm living every parent's worst nightmare. Our town, Pelham, is the kind of place you see on postcards. White picket fences, cute little shops, and a church so old it was around before America was even a country. Tourists love it here, especially in the fall when the trees turn all orange and red. But Pelham has its secrets. I should know. I've spent years studying our town's history. There are stories that don't make it into the guidebooks, whispers about Blackwood Forest that surrounds us. Strange things have happened there over the years. I never thought my family would become part of those stories. "John," my wife's voice snaps me out of my thoughts. Sarah stands in the doorway, looking like she hasn't slept in days. To be honest, neither of us has anything new. I shake my head. "Not yet. The police chief said they're bringing in some expert from Boston, but..." I don't finish the sentence. We both know what I'm thinking. Sarah sits on the couch, clutching her phone like a lifeline. I keep expecting her to call or text. I sit next to her, putting my arm around her shoulders. For a moment, we're quiet, both lost in memories of our daughter, Emily. Emily on her first day of school, all smiles and pigtails. Emily winning the science fair, grinning from ear to ear. Emily last week, laughing at my terrible jokes. Emily yelling that she hated me before running out the door. I should have gone after her, I say quietly. Sarah squeezes my hand. We both thought she'd come back. She always did before, but not this time. Not after our stupid fight about a sleepover. Someone knocks on the door, making us both jump. I rush to open it, hoping against hope, but it's not Emily. It's Chief Parker, looking worried. "John, Sarah, can I come in? We need to talk." In the kitchen, Sarah makes fresh coffee while I sit across from the chief. "What's going on?" "Dave," I ask, "did you find something?" He sighs, taking off his hat. "Not exactly, but something's happened. You're not gonna like it." Sarah sets down 3 coffee mugs, her hands shaking a little. "Just tell us." "We've had to stop the search parties in Blackwood Forest," he says. "What? Why?" I'm on my feet before I know it. Chief Parker holds up a hand. "Please, sit down. There's more." I sit, feeling like the room is spinning. Sarah grabs my hand under the table. 3 of our volunteers have gone missing. The chief continues. "Just vanished, like Emily." My mouth goes dry. That's not possible. But even as I say it, I remember the old stories I've read, the ones about people disappearing in the forest. "There's something else," Chief Parker says, his voice low. "Something strange happened last night. We found someone wandering at the edge of town, someone who went missing a long time ago." A chill runs down my spine. I think about the stories I've researched, about people coming back, different. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. The kitchen seems to blur around me. For a split second, I think I hear Emily's voice, far away but clear. "Daddy, where are you?" Then everything snaps back to normal. The chief and Sarah are looking at me, worried. "Are you okay?" Sarah asks. I nod, but I'm not okay, because in that weird moment, I saw something, a dark cave, and Emily was there, smiling, but something wasn't right about her eyes. We need to go back to the forest, I say, my voice shaky but determined. Now, because whatever's happening in Blackwood Forest, whatever took my daughter, I have a feeling it's not over yet. The drive to Blackwood Forest is tense. Sarah sits beside me, her knuckles white as she grips the door handle. Chief Parker follows in his cruiser, lights flashing but sirens off. The last thing we need is to draw more attention. As we near the forest's edge, I spot something moving in the shadows. I slam on the brakes, causing Sarah to lurch forward. John. What? She starts, but then she sees it too. A figure stands at the tree line, unnaturally still. It's a man, or what used to be a man. His skin is pale, almost translucent in the fading light, but it's his eyes that make my stomach churn. They're fixed on us, unblinking. Oh my God, Sarah whispers, her voice trembling. The man's head turns towards us, the movement too smooth, like a camera panning. For a moment, he just stares. Then, as if pulled by some invisible force, he begins to walk towards the road, towards town. His gait is odd, each step precisely the same length as the last. Chief Parker pulls up beside us, rolling down his window. Don't get out of the car, he warns. We've seen this before. They can't seem to enter the town limits. As if to prove his point, the man suddenly stops at the faded "Welcome to Pelham" sign. He sways on his feet, looking confused. What do you mean? They, Sarah asks. How many are there? The chief's expression is grim. We've counted 7 so far, all missing persons from the last few decades, and all changed. I watch as the man paces along the invisible boundary, his movements becoming more agitated. What happens if they try to cross? You don't want to know, Parker says quietly. But as the words leave his mouth, a police car rounds the corner, lights blazing. The new officer must not have gotten the memo about our town's strange new residents. He pulls over and steps out, approaching the agitated man. Sir, are you all right? Do you need help? What happens next will haunt my nightmares for years to come. The moment the officer's hand crosses the town line, the changed man lets out a sound, not quite a scream, not quite a word, but something in between. His body goes rigid, every muscle tensing at once. He lunges at the officer, his movements a blur. Chief Parker is out of his car in an instant, shouting warnings. But it's too late. The changed man is grappling with the officer, trying to drag him across the line. His strength seems inhuman, his fingers leaving bruises wherever they touch. It takes 3 of them to finally subdue the man, dragging him back into the forest where he immediately calms, becoming almost docile again. The officer is shaken but alive. As the paramedics check him over, I overhear him muttering. His skin, it wasn't right, like touching a mannequin, but alive. I turn to Sarah, seeing my own horror reflected in her eyes. Emily, she whispers. John, what if? I grab her hand, squeezing perhaps too tightly. We don't know anything yet. Emily could still be okay. But deep down, a cold dread is settling in my stomach, because I remember the stories now, stories I dismissed as superstition and folklore. Stories of people returning from the forest changed, unable to rejoin society. What if those stories were true? What if whatever changed these people has my daughter? As twilight deepens, casting long shadows across the road, Chief Parker approaches our car. We can't go in tonight, he says, his voice heavy with regret. It's too dangerous in the dark. We'll start again at first light. I want to argue, to demand we go in now. Every moment we wait is another moment Emily is lost in that forest. But I know he's right. Blackwood Forest is treacherous enough in daylight. At night, it's a death trap. As we drive home, the trees seem to loom over us, branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us from the darkness. That night, as Sarah finally falls into an uneasy sleep, I sit at my desk, poring over old town records. There has to be a pattern, some clue we've missed. My eyes burn with exhaustion, but every time I close them, I see Emily's face. Just as I'm about to give up, a name catches my eye. Elizabeth Proctor, age 9, missing for 3 days in 1793, found in a cave, eyes unseeing, speaking words not of this earth. My heart races. A cave, just like in my vision. Outside, a wolf howls, long and mournful, but underneath that familiar sound, I swear I hear something else. A high, keening wail that raises the hair on the back of my neck. It sounds almost human. Dawn can't come soon enough. The forest looms before us, a wall of green and shadow. The morning mist clings to the ground, weaving between the trees like ghostly fingers. I take a deep breath, tasting the damp earth and decaying leaves on my tongue. Our search party is small, just me, Sarah, Chief Parker, and 2 of his most trusted deputies. No one else wanted to risk entering Blackwood after what happened yesterday. Stay close, Parker warns as we step past the tree line. And whatever you do, don't lose sight of each other. The forest swallows us whole. The canopy above is so thick that it might as well be twilight down here. Our flashlights cut weak paths through the gloom. We walk for what feels like hours, calling Emily's name until our voices are hoarse. The forest seems to absorb the sound, muffling our cries. More than once, I swear I hear a response, a faint daddy, carried on the wind, but when we rush towards it, we find nothing. John, Sarah whispers, tugging on my sleeve. Look. At first, I don't see it. Then my eyes adjust, and I feel the blood drain from my face. Carved into a massive oak tree is a symbol, a spiral with strange, angular marks branching off it. It looks old, the edges worn smooth by time and weather. I've seen this before, I murmur, reaching out to trace the lines with my fingers. The bark feels unnaturally warm beneath my touch. Suddenly, a sharp pain lances through my head. I stumble back, spots dancing in my vision. A cave mouth, yawning wide in the hillside. Emily, sitting cross-legged at the entrance, smiling serenely, her eyes, somehow wrong, turning to look at me. Come find me, Daddy. I blink, and the vision is gone. Sarah is shaking me, her face pale with worry. John, what happened? I open my mouth to respond, but before I can, an unnatural silence falls over the forest. The constant background noise of birds and insects suddenly stops, leaving an eerie void. Chief Parker raises his gun, eyes darting between the trees. We should go back, he says, voice tight with fear. But I can't. Not now. The cave. I gasp out. We need to find the cave. Sarah looks at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. But I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that Emily is in that cave. We press on, deeper into Blackwood. The trees seem to press closer, branches reaching out like claws. Twice more we experience that unnatural silence, each time lasting longer than before. Then, as we round a dense thicket, we see it. A hill rises before us, and at its base, a dark opening gapes like a wound in the earth. Emily, Sarah cries, starting forward. I grab her arm, holding her back. Because there, sitting at the mouth of the cave, is our daughter. She looks just like she did the day she ran away. Same clothes, same messy ponytail, but when she turns to look at us, my heart stops. Her eyes are wrong, not white or glowing, but somehow off, as if they're focused on something just behind us. And her smile, it's too wide, too still, like a photograph rather than a living expression. You found me, she says, but her lips barely move. The voice seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Emily, I choke out. Baby, are you okay? She tilts her head, the movement too smooth, like a puppet on strings. Okay, I'm wonderful, Daddy. I've never been better. I take a step forward, but Chief Parker grabs my shoulder. Wait, he hisses. Something's not right. As if in response, Emily stands. Her movements are all wrong, too fluid, as if she's underwater. Don't you want to come see? She asks, gesturing to the cave behind her. It's beautiful in here. You'll never want to leave. Sarah lets out a choked sob beside me. I squeeze her hand, trying to project a confidence I don't feel. Emily, I say, fighting to keep my voice steady, we need you to come home now, please. For a moment, something flickers in those strange eyes, a flash of our real daughter. Then it's gone, replaced by an expression of serene blankness. Home. The word is flat, emotionless. I am home. She takes a step forward, and in that moment, I notice something that turns my blood to ice. Emily's feet don't quite touch the ground. She's hovering, ever so slightly, above the forest floor. My vision blurs. Tears or terror, I'm not sure which, because now we have a choice to make. Do we try to bring our daughter home, knowing what happened to the others who returned? Or do we leave her here, lost in whatever dark magic has taken hold of Blackwood Forest? As Emily takes another step towards us, moving in a way that's just slightly off, I realize with a sinking heart that we may not have a choice at all. The forest has her now, and it might not be willing to let her go. Edit. It's been 3 months since that day in Blackwood Forest. Life in Pelham has changed irrevocably. We've become a town of closed curtains and hushed whispers, eyes always darting to the tree line. Sometimes, in the pale light of dawn or the long shadows of dusk, we see her, Emily, or what used to be Emily, standing at the edge of town. She never crosses the invisible boundary, never tries to enter. She just watches. Her appearance is almost normal now, but there's always something off. Sometimes she stands too still, not even swaying in the breeze. Other times, she moves in ways that defy natural motion, her limbs bending at impossible angles. But it's her eyes that haunt me most, blank and unseeing, yet somehow all-knowing. Sarah spends most days in bed, lost in a fog of grief and antidepressants. I've thrown myself into research, poring over ancient texts and folklore, desperate for answers. The government has set up a discreet research facility on the outskirts of town. Scientists and paranormal experts working around the clock to understand what's happening in Blackwood. We've learned some things. The symbol we found in the forest appears in obscure occult writings, linked to entities that exist outside our understanding of reality. There are legends of similar forests in other parts of the world, places where the veil between worlds is thin. But knowledge isn't enough. We need a way to reverse this, to bring Emily and the others back, to make them human again. Last week, one of the researchers managed to take a skin sample from one of the changed ones. Under the microscope, the cells were like nothing they'd ever seen before, constantly shifting and rearranging themselves. It's the first real breakthrough we've had. The town has changed too. People speak in whispers, afraid that talking too loudly about the forest might draw its attention. Children are kept indoors after dark. The school where I teach is half empty most days. Parents too afraid to let their kids out of sight. There have been more disappearances. Not many, but enough to keep the fear alive. Each time, the pattern is the same. Someone ventures too close to the forest's edge, and they're never seen again. At least, not as themselves. The changed ones, Emily included, have developed a routine. During the day, they retreat deep into the woods. But at night, they emerge, lining up along the town's border. They never try to cross, never speak. They just stand there, watching, waiting. For what? We don't know. Is it possible to save Emily? To undo whatever the forest did to her? I have to believe it is. Because the alternative, accepting that our daughter is gone forever, is too painful to bear. So we keep working, keep searching, keep hoping. And every evening, I walk to the edge of town. I stand there as the sun sets, looking at the daughter who no longer recognizes me. Sometimes, I swear I see a flicker of recognition in those alien eyes, a ghost of the smile I used to know. I'm here. Emily, I whisper into the gathering darkness, and I'm not giving up on you. Ever. As night falls and Emily retreats into the shadows of Blackwood, I turn back toward town. Tomorrow, we'll try again. We'll keep trying, no matter how long it takes. Because somewhere in that forest, lost in whatever madness has taken hold of her, our daughter is waiting to be found. And I won't rest until we bring her home. But sometimes, in the dead of night, when the wind carries strange whispers from the forest, I wonder, are we trying to save Emily? Or is Emily trying to change us? The forest is patient. It can wait. And it's always hungry. My name's Sarah, and up until last year, I was just your average 28-year-old trying to figure out life. I had a decent job at a local bookstore, a tiny apartment that I shared with my cat, Mr. Whiskers, and a husband I loved more than anything in the world. Tom and I met in college. He was this goofy guy with messy brown hair and the kindest green eyes you've ever seen. We clicked right away, bonding over our shared love of bad horror movies and even worse puns. We got married 2 years after graduation in a small ceremony with just our closest friends and family. It wasn't fancy, but it was perfect. For 3 years, life was good. Sure, we had our ups and downs, but we were happy. We were talking about starting a family, maybe buying a house. You know, all those grown-up things you're supposed to do. But then last year, everything changed. It was a rainy Tuesday in October. Tom had gone out to grab some groceries. He was supposed to be back in time for us to watch the latest episode of our favorite show. I remember sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, wondering why he was taking so long. Then the doorbell rang. I opened the door to find 2 police officers standing there, their faces grim. My heart dropped before they even opened their mouths. I knew. Somehow, I just knew. "Mrs. Thompson?" one of them asked. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. "I'm sorry to inform you, but there's been an accident." The rest of that night is a blur. I remember bits and pieces. The officers telling me that a drunk driver had run a red light, hitting Tom's car, that he died instantly, that they were so sorry. I remember calling Tom's parents, my voice breaking as I tried to explain what happened. I remember my best friend, Lisa, rushing over and holding me as I sobbed until I had no tears left. The funeral was 3 days later. It was a beautiful service, I guess. People kept telling me how lovely it was, how Tom would have appreciated it. But honestly, I barely remember any of it. I was like a zombie, going through the motions, shaking hands and accepting hugs from people whose faces I couldn't even focus on. We buried Tom in Oakwood Cemetery, under a big oak tree. His tombstone was simple, just like he would have wanted. Thomas Thompson, beloved husband and son, 1995-2023. For months after, I was lost. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, reaching for Tom, only to find his side of the bed cold and empty. I'd catch myself picking up my phone to text him about something funny that happened at work, only to remember he wasn't there to read it. But slowly, painfully, I started to put my life back together. I went back to work. I started seeing a grief counselor. I even managed to smile again now and then. And then came the day that changed everything, again. It was the 1-year anniversary of Tom's death. October 15th, 2024. I decided to visit his grave, like I'd been doing every month since the funeral. It was a crisp autumn day, leaves crunching under my feet as I made my way through the cemetery. I brought flowers, sunflowers, Tom's favorite. As I approached his grave, I rehearsed in my head what I was going to say. It sounds silly, but I always felt like I was really talking to him when I visited. But when I got to the grave, the words died in my throat. I blinked, sure I must be seeing things. I rubbed my eyes, but the image didn't change. There on Tom's tombstone, right below his name, was mine. Sarah Thompson, 1995. The date of death was blank, but my name was there, clear as day, carved into the stone as if it had always been there. I dropped the flowers, my hands shaking. "What the hell?" I whispered, reaching out to touch the stone. It was real. The carving was there, under my fingertips. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see someone jump out and yell, "Gotcha!" But the cemetery was empty, silent, except for the rustling of leaves in the wind. I fumbled for my phone, nearly dropping it as I pulled it out of my pocket. With trembling fingers, I snapped a picture of the tombstone, then another, and another. "This can't be real," I muttered to myself. "This can't be happening." But it was, and little did I know, it was only the beginning. I'll post the next part soon. Writing this has brought it all back, and I need a minute to collect myself. But there's so much more to tell. God, I hope someone out there can help me make sense of this. After I found my name on Tom's tombstone, I kind of lost it. I mean, wouldn't you? I remember sitting on the ground next to his grave, my brain trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I must have been there for hours, because when I finally snapped out of it, the sun was setting. I stumbled home in a daze. As soon as I got in, I called Lisa. "Sarah, what's wrong?" she asked as soon as she picked up. I guess my voice gave me away. "Lisa, I need you to come over, please. Something's happened." She was at my door in 15 minutes. I showed her the pictures on my phone, my hands shaking so bad I nearly dropped it. "Oh my God," she whispered, her eyes wide. "Sarah, this isn't possible." "I know," I said, my voice cracking. "But it's there, Lisa. I touched it. It's real." We spent the next few hours calling everyone we could think of. The cemetery office, closed for the day. The company that made Tom's headstone, also closed. Even the police, who basically told us that unless someone was actively trying to kill me, there wasn't much they could do. Lisa offered to stay the night, but I told her I'd be okay. Big mistake. As soon as she left, the apartment felt different. Colder somehow, like all the warmth had been sucked out of it. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump. Around midnight, I finally decided to try and get some sleep. I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally. But as I was brushing my teeth, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps coming from the living room. I froze, toothbrush halfway to my mouth. It couldn't be Mr. Whiskers. He was curled up on my bed, and I lived alone. The footsteps got closer, slow, heavy steps, like someone was taking their time, knowing I had nowhere to run. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I looked around frantically for something, anything I could use as a weapon. I grabbed my hairdryer, not ideal, but better than nothing. The footsteps stopped right outside the bathroom door. I held my breath, gripping the hairdryer so tight my knuckles turned white. Then I heard it, a voice, soft, familiar, impossible. "Sarah?" It was Tom's voice. I dropped the hairdryer, the crash echoing in the tiny bathroom. This couldn't be happening. Tom was dead. I'd watched them lower his coffin into the ground. "Sarah, honey, are you okay?" The door handle started to turn. I backed up until I hit the wall, a scream building in my throat. The door swung open. There was nobody there. I stood there, shaking, for what felt like hours. Eventually, I managed to peek out into the hallway. Empty. The whole apartment was empty. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? I sat on my bed, lights on, jumping at every little sound. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I'd aged 10 years. I called in sick to work and went straight to the cemetery. I had to see the tombstone again, had to know if I'd imagined the whole thing. But when I got there, my heart nearly stopped. The tombstone was gone. In its place was a freshly dug hole, an open grave. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on something. I looked down and saw a shovel, a dirty, used shovel. And there, stuck to the handle, was a note. In handwriting I knew better than my own. "I'm coming home, Sarah, wait for me." I ran. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, constantly looking over my shoulder. As I drove away, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror. A figure standing by Tom's empty grave. A figure with messy brown hair and familiar green eyes. I'm at Lisa's place now. I can't go back to my apartment. I don't know what to do. Am I going crazy? Is this really happening? And the worst part, a small, terrible part of me wants it to be real, wants Tom to really be coming back, even if he's not the same Tom I knew. God, what's happening to me? I'll update again when I can, if I can. Please, if anyone has any idea what's going on, help me. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Edit. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. It's been 3 days since I last posted. 3 days of pure hell. But I promised I'd keep you updated. So here goes. After I fled to Lisa's place, things got worse. So much worse. That first night at Lisa's, I woke up screaming. In my dream, I was back in the cemetery. Tom was there, standing by his open grave. But he wasn't the Tom I remembered. His skin was pale, almost grey. His eyes, God, his eyes were empty. Black holes in his face. He reached out to me, his fingers elongated and twisted like tree roots. "Sarah," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "Why did you leave me?" I jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Lisa came running in, worry etched on her face. "Sarah, what's wrong?" I opened my mouth to answer, but then I saw it. There, on Lisa's bedroom wall, words, dripping down the wallpaper like fresh blood. "I'm Washington iting for you, Sarah." I screamed. Lisa flicked on the lights, but as soon as they came on, the words vanished, gone like they'd never been there. Lisa thought I was losing it. Hell, I thought I was losing it, but I knew what I saw. The next day, things got even stranger. We went to the police station to file a report about the missing tombstone. The officer looked at us like we were crazy. He said, tapping away at his computer. "According to our records, there's no Thomas Thompson buried at Oakwood Cemetery." My jaw dropped. "What? No, that's impossible. I was just there. I've been visiting his grave for a year." The officer shrugged. "I'm sorry, but there's no record of it. Are you sure you have the right cemetery?" We left the station more confused than ever. On the drive back to Lisa's, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You can't hide from me, Sarah. I'm coming for you." I showed Lisa. She immediately turned the car around, heading back to the police station. But by the time we got there, the message had disappeared from my phone, like it had never existed. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Tom's face. Not the Tom I loved, but the thing from my dream. I Saturday in Lisa's guest room, lights on, jumping at every little sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard it, scratching, coming from inside the walls. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It got louder, more frantic, like something was trying to claw its way out. Then, a voice, Tom's voice, but wrong, distorted. "Sarah, let me in, Sarah." I backed into the corner of the room, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The scratching got louder and louder, and then The wall started to bulge. I watched in horror as the wallpaper stretched and tore. A hand pushed through, grey, decayed, with long, twisted fingers. I screamed. I screamed so loud I thought my throat would tear. Lisa came running in. The moment she opened the door, everything stopped. The hand disappeared. The wall was intact, like nothing had happened. But I knew what I saw. I knew it was real. Lisa didn't believe me. How could she? It sounded insane. She suggested I see a doctor, maybe get some sleep medication. I nodded, agreed to whatever she said. But inside, I knew this wasn't in my head. This was real, and it was only getting worse. Yesterday, I went back to my apartment to grab some clothes. As soon as I walked in, I knew something was wrong. It was cold, so cold I could see my breath. And the smell, God, the smell, like wet earth and decay. I ran to my bedroom, grabbed whatever I could fit in a bag. As I was about to leave, I saw it, on my bed, a single red rose. And next to it, a note, "Till death do us part. Remember." I don't know what to do anymore. I can't sleep. I can't eat. Every shadow looks like him. Every noise sounds like his voice. And now I'm starting to wonder, what if I should let him in? What if this is my fault? For trying to move on? For not waiting for him? No, that's crazy talk. Right. I'm losing my mind. I know I am, but I also know this is real. Tom is coming back, and I don't think I can stop him. If anyone out there knows what's happening, please help me. Please. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I'll try to update again, if I can, if I'm still here. God help me. I, 23F, have been in a wheelchair all my life. Or at least, it felt like it. My mom had told me that when I was young, maybe 6 or so, I had some accident in a lake nearby in Charleston, Texas, that left my lower half paralyzed. We had to move soon after because my dad found a new job up in New York that made a whole lot more money, according to him. I never understood why he would always harp on that, since it seemed obvious to me that anyone would switch jobs if they'd be given an upwards of 50% pay raise. Anyways, the whole point of that was just to say that I've moved back to Charleston, much to the chagrin of my parents who wanted me to stay close to them. I was able to scrape up enough money to buy a used car and gas to drive down there. I have ample mobility in my feet to drive, while also having enough to afford the down payment on a house there I was looking at online. Obviously, since I'm not able to spend too much time on my feet, I opted for a single-story house which would also be a lot cheaper. When I arrived in Charleston, I headed over to the office to sign some paperwork regarding the house and whether or not I'd take out a mortgage. I rolled myself into the elevator and pressed 6. When the elevator doors began to close, I heard a voice call out, "Hey, hold the door for me." I stuck my foot between the doors and a large man came stumbling in. I don't mean to judge a person by their appearance, but quite frankly, he looked like the epitome of a deadbeat. His hair was unkempt, he reeked of sweat, and looked as if he hadn't bathed in days. What put me off the most, however, was his clean-shaven face that didn't fit the rest of his body. If you were to only look at his face, it'd seem like a grown baby. Regardless, I felt uncomfortable being in an elevator with him. His stench immediately made the air grow heavy right when he stepped in, and I felt disgusted with every breath I took. I almost felt bad for being so repulsed by a stranger I had known for less than 10 seconds, but his later actions would make me feel no more guilt. When the man walked into the elevator, he was in a bit of a daze. It only took him a few seconds, however, before he looked down and saw me. He smirked, and I swore I heard him chuckle too. Before the doors finally closed, he looked towards the shining 6 button. I could feel my heart sink when he pressed the buttons for every single floor before it. I wanted to close my eyes so bad, thinking he'd do something for me. Fortunately, It seemed all he wanted to do was talk. Unfortunately, he wanted to talk. "So where you from?" "Oh, just New York." I wanted to slap myself for telling him the truth. My parents taught me countless lessons in stranger danger, and I had already broken the most important rule. "New York, eh? Then you must be quite the big shot, huh?" The elevator reached floor 2. "No, not really. There's a lot of normal people there too." "I see. What's your name?" I caught myself, Samantha. The elevator reached floor 3. "That's a beautiful name." He thought about it for a second. "I like it, mine's Jerry." The elevator reached floor 4. "So you seem to be new here. It's a great town, but can be a bit dangerous, especially for a young lady such as yourself. It's important to have a man nearby." The elevator reached floor 5. He took out a piece of paper that appeared to be stained with coffee or something brown and wrote something on it. Then he folded the paper and tucked it into my shirt pocket, making no effort to avoid touching my chest. The elevator finally reached floor 6. I had never been more relieved to get out of a conversation before. I wheeled myself out of the elevator as fast as I could. I made sure not to look back. I could feel Jerry's gaze burning into the back of my neck. I don't know why, but I imagined he was smiling as well. It didn't take long for me to make my way to the agent's office. She greeted me with a smile, a lot more friendly than Jerry's sinister one. "Hi, Sarah, it's good to see you today." I was a bit startled to hear someone call my name out like that. Then I remembered I had to put my name on the application to have the meeting in the first place. I simply smiled and greeted her back. "It's good to meet you too." "Cheryl," she filled in. "It's good to meet you too, Cheryl." Cheryl looked to be in her late 50s. She had quite a few grey hairs here and there, as well as wrinkles. However, she still had more than enough youth left in her. She was quite excited to hand me all the forms and paperwork I needed to sign. She was even thoughtful enough to bring me a shorter table to sign everything on. Everything was done with a cheerful smile on her face. It was comforting. I was over 1,000 miles away from my old life, and I had just experienced one of the creepiest moments in my life so far. Having someone treat me like a child felt more reassuring than patronizing at that moment. When I finished filling out and signing everything, I found myself talking casually with her, maybe a bit too casually. "Thanks so much for the help, Mom." It took a while for me to realize what I just said, and I wish I didn't. I could feel my face getting red with embarrassment. Cheryl looked at me with a sympathetic look in her eyes. "Oh, babe, if you ever need a mama or a hug, you know where to find me." I nodded and left the office with a smile on my face. Before I left the room, I heard Cheryl call out, "Oh, and good luck." "Thanks." Didn't know what she was saying good luck for. I assumed it was a southern thing. I arrived at my house very late that night. The house looked a lot bigger than what it should have been, to the point I was worried I arrived at the wrong house. I tried using the house key I was given, and to my surprise, it worked. The interior of the house seemed to fit that of a single story. The ceiling was quite low, but it wouldn't be a problem, considering I wouldn't be standing very often. The first thing someone would see if they were to walk in would be a short hallway leading to a living room area. There was a kitchen to the left of the living room and a bedroom to the right. Connected to the bedroom was a relatively spacious bathroom. There were 1 or 2 other closets and a backyard as well. All the flooring was carpet besides the kitchen and bathroom. I didn't bring anything with me on my drive to Charleston besides a few snacks, drinks, and an air mattress. I would have to buy some furniture later. I changed my clothes, making sure to toss the piece of paper Jerry gave me, and plugged the inflating machine into an outlet and inserted its tip into the mattress. That's when I heard something strange. Thump. I thought I was imagining things, so I tried ignoring it. Thump. It sounded even louder this time. Thump. I turned off the inflator and listened more closely this time. It sounded like footsteps. That couldn't be right. It's a single-story house, and the sound came from what would have been upstairs. I decided to ignore the sound and continued inflating the mattress until it was full. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept hearing the thuds and thumping all throughout the night. I couldn't take it anymore. The noises pounded in my ear, and my heart raced every time I heard them. I kept having intrusive thoughts that maybe those sounds really were footsteps, which only put me further on edge. I got out of bed and wobbled around the house. My legs were weak, but I thought I'd be able to get around the house and find the source of my distress before my legs gave out on me. My first thought was that there was some kind of machinery or piping in the ceiling, but the sounds felt too irregular to be any of those. My second thought was an animal on the roof, maybe a raccoon or a possum, but the roofing tiles were ceramic and would have sounded more like a clang. Unfortunately, my mind was too tired to think any further than two reasons, so I looked around the house instead, hoping I'd see something that might explain something. My little search ended up leading to more questions than answers. I ended up going through almost every single space in the house. Almost. I remembered the online listing for the house saying there was a space made for a washer and dryer to be installed, but I didn't remember seeing it. The website said the room was connected to the bedroom, so I went back there. After a quick break on the mattress, I got back to searching. I wanted to sleep badly, but the thumping was keeping me up, and honestly, so was my curiosity. It only took a few minutes of active searching until I finally found it. There was no knob, but rather a hook that jutted only slightly out of the wall. No one would have been able to tell there was a door there if they didn't look closely enough to see the outline of one. The only reason I noticed it was because I cut myself on the hook after leaning on the wall to get some rest. I put my ear to the wall and I knew I had solved the mystery. The sound was much louder there than anywhere else in the house. I gently gripped the hook. Before I could open the door, I felt a great sense of dread. It was as if my body was telling me that I shouldn't see what's behind the door. Looking back on it now, I should have listened. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. There was a set of stairs. What the hell? I was bewildered. There wasn't anything wrong with the stairs. It wasn't like it was covered in blood or anything. It was just a normal staircase made out of carpet. It's just the placement was so odd. I couldn't tell what was more strange, finding a set of stairs in a single-story house, or the fact that the stairs didn't lead anywhere. I'm serious. It didn't lead anywhere, just straight into the wall. It was like the builders thought they were building something else, realized their mistake, but were too lazy to take it down, and just covered it up. I even went up the stairs, thinking there was another secret hook, but nothing was there. What was even worse was that the noises persisted. At that point, I grew too tired and a bit scared to deal with whatever was happening. I closed the door and collapsed onto my bed. I didn't sleep well that night. My mind was running, attempting to understand the things that happened that day. But it couldn't. The worst part was that I suddenly felt like someone was watching me. I can't remember if it was part of a dream or I guess a nightmare. But when I rolled over in bed, I could see the stairs peeking from behind the door. The next few weeks went a lot better. I was able to purchase all my furniture and get it moved into the house. The house was starting to feel a lot more like a home. Sleeping became much better as well. Along with having an actual bed instead of an air mattress, the thumping stopped. I guessed opening the hook door released some air pressure in the room, which must have been circulating for who knows how long. I felt safe. That feeling would only last momentarily. It seemed to be a normal day. I was planning on going on a big grocery shopping trip since I received my first paycheck from my new job that allowed me to work from home. I opened the front door before I realized I forgot to grab my reserved parking permit. I locked the door before I started looking for it. Locking doors sort of became a habit for me since back where I lived in NYC. Not locking your door was an invitation for strangers to walk in, even if you were home. As I was shuffling through the drawer in the kitchen, that's when I heard it again. The thumping. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was so similar but felt different. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like someone was walking down a set of stairs. Thump, thump, thump. The sound suddenly got louder and I started getting scared. There was no logical explanation for my fear, but my instincts were telling me I needed to hide. I started panicking. The sound was getting louder and my wheelchair kept slipping on the kitchen tiles. I abandoned the wheelchair and crawled as fast as I could into the shoe closet, compressing my body so I could fit. Kriya! I heard a door open. Kriya! Another door opened. It sounded closer. I was terrified. I left my phone in the kitchen and had no other way to get help, and now someone, or something, was opening all the doors to my house. It was only a matter of time before they'd find me. I shut my eyes tight. I heard more doors open. Then I heard the kitchen sink turn on. Suddenly all the sounds stopped. I waited for a few more minutes before peeking out the closet door. I couldn't see anything. I took a deep breath and shoved the door open. There was nothing there. All the doors were closed, even the front door was still locked. I let out a loud laugh. I was all stressed for no reason. I stumbled out of the closet, grabbed my phone and parking tag, and sat down in my wheelchair, ready to leave. Before I went out, I took a quick glance behind me and my heart dropped. The kitchen faucet was still dripping. I call him David. He has been watching me. In the last month or so, I have seen horrors beyond my own understanding. Growing up, I have been a massive fan of the horror genre. When I was young, before I could remember everything clearly, my mother would take me and my older sibling to the library to get Goosebumps CDs. I must have been no younger than 3, maybe 4. This is what my mother told me anyways, but that is neither here nor there. This is just to say I was not easy to scare growing up. I still am not easy to scare. I was born in Montana on the 3rd of March 2003, and after I turned 4 or 5, my dad had to get a different job as the housing crisis had begun. He had no college degree or any experience that would be considered worthwhile, so he would take what he could get. That would lead us to move down into Sheridan, Wyoming. Sheridan is just under the Montana border with a couple thousand people living there. We moved here because of the grandparents on my mom's side. They moved here way back, raising both my mom and uncle in this small town. With the help of that family, my dad got a job working as a teller for a bank. Not the most lucrative way of making money, but a way to make money nonetheless. And while this move to bumfuck nowhere did not affect me, my older sister was devastated. I had no school friends. I was just in preschool. My older sister, on the other hand, who had been in elementary school for some time, cried the whole car ride. My younger sister, born 3 years after me, did not even know what was going on. For me, everything was fine for years, despite my family having no money. I had the whole school experience with things such as puppy love, after-school activities, and spending time with friends. On my birthdays or Christmas, after I started to understand the financial situation my parents were in, I tried not asking for expensive toys or gadgets in an attempt to make life easier for my parents and for me to be less disappointed. The 5 of us were happy. Of course, all the other kids my age thought I was crazy. I didn't have a phone. The only console I had was a Wii, the YU had came out, and all the food we ate was great value or something similar to Walmart brand food. I was not popular, but overall I was well liked, and I would continue to embrace this life I built until middle school, 6th to 8th grade in Sheridan. When my first encounter happened, I remember it being winter as snow was everywhere. The house we had in Sheridan was walking distance from the middle school. Back in those days, the neighbor kids, my older sister, and I would walk to and from school every day. It wasn't rare for one of us to stay a little longer to talk to a teacher. or go do something else completely. We were all independent individuals. Hell, one of the neighbor kids only walked to school with us and not once walked back with us. During the winter, the group largely resembled that of the kids from A Christmas Story. During the colder months, minus being chased. One day, I would stay at school a little later than usual, and I had told that group to leave me behind. My English teacher wanted me to finish a project I had. She was worried as I was terrible with doing homework. I don't exactly remember if I finished or not. Probably not. I was a bit airheaded and typically forgot what all happened at school by the time I walked home. By the time I was outside walking home, the sun had begun to set. Not too unusual as it gets dark around 5 during the winter months. This meant if you had extracurriculars in this time, you almost always went home as the sun was setting. Something I didn't do often at the time, meaning this was a first to me. It wasn't eerie or anything, just a different time in the same place. The night sky was clear, but the air was freezing. My glasses would fog up as I breathed, trying to contain the heat leaving my mouth by having my coat cover the lower half of my face. The route I took home brought me through Kendrick Park, a lovely place in the spring, summer, and fall, but dull and lifeless in the winter. There is this path that goes up this hill that splits a miniature forest in half. This was before they built an improved path below the parking lot of the school to keep the hill in place. That wooded area always seemed much more vast and full as a kid than they actually were. We'd play in them often, tag and such, for hours, never seeming to reach any ends. Anyways, I was marching down this path, careful not to slip on the ice. There were, or are, lights that lined the path illuminating the snow ahead of me. And, of course, like your typical horror movie, there was a shuffling in the trees. That night was the first night I saw David. That is what I called him. That is what I still call him. David was a tall, nude man that terrified me. I am not sure of his motives, but I'd say he was hunting me at times. It wasn't until I reached the bottom of the hill did I turn around to see him. He had no genitals, thank fuck. But he was just standing there in this cold fucking weather. No clothing, no fur, just the mist being expelled through his mouth. I could only stare into his dark eyes, the pupils seeming never-ending. It felt like an eternity, but it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes before I started to run. I ran. I began to sob, afraid to turn around, stumbling every so often as the weight of my backpack made it difficult to keep my balance. I'd make it home that night. I'm not sure if David even chased me, crashing through the front door. My mom came to comfort me quick after hearing me cry. I don't remember much after that. According to my older sister, I blurted out something about a naked tall man whose eyes were not his own. Mom, practically shitting herself, my sister's words, called the cops. But they did not find anyone, or they couldn't find anyone. My mom was afraid, mad, confused. She would tell Dad what I said once he got home, and eventually, even my grandfather caught wind of what happened. The two of them would go out and search with the cops without much success. The man was gone. I would later tell my sister about David. She had the idea of giving him his name to make it easier for me to tell her. I don't know if she believed me at the time. She was born a skeptic like everyone in my family. Her reaction was one of confusion, but after that night, she would always walk closer to me when she could. She probably thought I just saw a man, just like my parents and police. The neighbor kids had took note of the police from the previous night. They would ask my sister and I, neither of us knowing what to say. I wouldn't say anything. My sister would speak for me, lying, saying that I found a lost dog or something, and the police were just picking it up as it ran out the front door. Something like that. They didn't push for more details. I wouldn't see David again for months, maybe over a year. I can't remember. Those details seemed to be faded with time. I had almost completely forgotten about David, but the fear from my first experience followed me even after the memory disappeared. I still remember the heat of the day from the second encounter with David. It was summer. I couldn't tell you the day or the exact time of when I saw him. As when you're a kid without ambition, summer passes you by so quick you lose track of time. I had a friend with me this next time, Justin. He was just like me, A kid with no ambition, little money, and doing whatever he can to entertain himself. The two of us would go around on our cheap bikes, buying snacks which change found in couches, watching TV, playing video games, swimming, and so on, and so on. On this day, we threw ice cream in a blender and made milkshakes with great value ice cream. It was a typical summer day for us until Justin got bored of the YouTube video that had auto-played. Justin would look at me and ask, "Did you know we have a basement?" I didn't, and I was intrigued. Justin lived in a house with a family above his home. I just assumed that there might have been a family below us if there was a basement. Justin would then ask, "Do you want to go down there and explore?" Of course. I say of course. We had to go out the back door. The heat was beating down on the two of us. The basement hatch was just to the left of the back door. Justin opened it up, and we both went down, Justin leading me. There was no lights. I suppose the light bulbs that were down here had burnt out years ago, someone leaving them on and never coming back down. It was clear that nobody had been down here in a while. Thankfully, Justin had brought a flashlight with him. There were no doors, only concrete imitating doorways. The cold layout of the basement resembled the home that lay above it, with walls and corners. Other than the rats and lone boxes, the basement was empty. The two of us would scrounge around the loose boxes, careful not to disturb any rats. They were largely filled with garbage. Many of the boxes were filled with old clothes, creepy dolls, and even some jewelry that looked expensive. When we came across anything that looked like treasure, one of us would cram the thing into one of our pockets. Justin found a ball, and we passed it to each other in the dark for a minute before resuming our search. Lots of boring things, old papers we did not want to read, and dusty books were quickly unpacked. The basement now looked like it was robbed. I mean, depending on how you look at it, we did rob it. "What the fuck?" Justin would scream. I would turn around, going to see what Justin was swearing over. David. He was blocking the way out. My blood ran cold. That winter, from several months before, suddenly flooded my thoughts. The cold feeling from that night returning to my face. I now have a better look at this thing, using the false doorways as a reference. This thing was taller than the typical doors in a house, having to slouch to fit in the damn basement. It had thin hair that was illuminated by the sunlight coming from the only exit, a light that I now so desperately wanted to feel. And its eyes, its fucking eyes. The pupils filled the entire eye, making them pitch black. Neither me nor Justin could be brought to move. A minute or two goes by of silence. Justin would make a slow inhale. "Who the fuck are you? What do you want?" Justin would scream, breaking the silence. The thing fucking smiled, slowly but noticeably. Shit, 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 shit. Without taking my eyes off of the thing, I reach for something, anything within a box near me. I grab an old picture frame and stand up once again. I was ready to throw whatever I grabbed at David. Justin began to breathe faster, beginning to panic. "Leave us alone! Fuck off, you freak!" Justin tossed an entire box, this one filled with the old clothing we did not want. The box would fall short, coming to the thing's feet. David looked at it. Every move David made was slow, painfully slow. David picked up something from the pile that spilled out of the box. The two of us stopped breathing, waiting for him to attack or defend something. But the thing, David, left, slowly, without warning, without noise. The two of us just stood there, unable to move in fear that he was waiting for us. I broke my focus to look at Justin. He looked back. "Hey," I broke the silence, hoping and praying that I didn't just call the creature back to us. "Yeah," Justin responded, voice shaking. "Let's go to my house." The two of us ran up the stairs, slam into the back door, grabbing whatever. We got on our bikes and left. We did not speak, not until we were at my home. We acted as if nothing had happened. Justin would spend the night, and the two of us stayed up late into the next morning. Justin would move to his grandfather's a day later, a nice place just out of town. I'd ask about this later in life. Apparently, something happened to the family above him overnight. His mom was the one who sent him to his grandpa, and she did not tell him why until he was an adult. Justin and I would still hang out. We arguably hung out more now. I'd practically spend the entire weekend over at Justin's grandfather's with Justin, being close enough to town as it isn't a whole ordeal to get a ride, but just far enough out that we could do even more things. All those homes all have large backyards, large enough to do miniature camping trips. Being outside of town meant we could have large fires, fireworks, and so on. Justin would end up getting a BB gun. While we never shot at any animals, we would practice our aim shooting these makeshift targets. The targets we set up were on this dingy shed. We would talk about the basement one day, the weekend before school started. "Do you know what it was?" The question came from Justin. I wanted to play dumb, but immediately knew what he was talking about. "What?" "The thing that trapped us in the basement." Justin paused. "You did not scream, did you, I don't know, see him before?" "Once." "Did he follow you to my house?" "I'm not sure." I shot Justin's BB gun, missing the target entirely. I handed Justin his gun for his turn. "Have you seen him since then?" I asked. "Maybe. It's like I'd see him standing in the corner of the room, but it is just a shirt hanging up." Justin shivered, recalling this memory. "Let's forget about him." "David." I tell Justin. "That's what I call him." "Why David?" "Why did your mum call you Justin?" Justin fired his shot, one ring off from a bullseye. "Dunno. I call him David for the same reason your mom calls you Justin. Because, well, that is just how things go." I pause again, lining up my shot. "I don't know. I'm just a kid." I shot a bullseye. Not long after this conversation, David would come to see me. Justin was in Minnesota with his grandfather, going on a trip to visit family. It was the first weekend since school started. I wasn't used to the school schedule yet, so I was staying up late watching Adult Swim or whatever was on that late. I ended up falling asleep in my living room. Tap, tap, tap. The couch I was sleeping on was under the window that was facing towards the street. The window has curtains, but I left the curtains up after closing the window. I wasn't thinking. The TV was on the other side of the room. If someone wanted, they could watch whatever Adult Swim show was on along with me. But, alas, our TV had this automatic turn-off system so that after an hour or so it would turn off. It means the poor street folk couldn't watch our TV without me. I was dreaming. I forget about what. It doesn't matter. But there is this tapping I hear in my dream. Well, I know now that the tapping wasn't in a dream. The room was almost silent. Darkness was overwhelming. My eyes were adjusted to the dim-lit room, the only light being from the moon. I didn't move my body. I was tired. I had my eyes half open and taking in the room around me, about to close them when tap, tap, tap. I fully opened my eyes. I hadn't gotten up yet. I shuffled to get up, but that is when I saw David, his reflection in the black screen TV. I frowncy. My gaze was locked onto David's reflection. He was grinning. His smile was unnaturally large tonight. His eyes were fixated on me, looking down on me. I was defenseless, afraid, and unable to move. I watched this reflection for hours, literal hours this time, every 10 or so minutes, counting 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, starting back at 1 again every time he tapped on the glass. About the second hour in, I had to pee. I ended up pissing my pants. The wet stain in my pants was uncomfortable and it stunk. I know Mom and Dad would be pissed about me pissing on the couch, but I couldn't be bothered with that seemingly pointless thought right now. Right now, I needed to not move. Another hour would go by, 18 window taps an hour, I assumed. 3,600 seconds. The dread I felt was stronger than the need to sleep. Another hour would go by. Then another hour of this painful counting, of this tapping routine. And after another 30 minutes, about 6:30, the man frowns. His expression was angry. The anxiety I felt while watching him leave was immeasurable. Once I was confident he was gone, about 5 minutes after he faded from the TV, I ran into my bedroom. I'd throw off my pajamas and underwear, walk into my room and pass out into my bed. My dad was furious about the piss. It was about 2 p.m. when I woke up. I would exit my room with a dirty towel around my waist, and while heading towards the shower, my dad would stop me. Why does my couch smell like pee? I was ready to tell him, but only after I showered. Can I please go shower first? I can explain it when I'm clean. Are you hungover? Are you doing drugs? What drugs are you doing? My dad had a mix of fury and concern. I ignored his questions for now. He allowed me to head into the bathroom, seeing how little I was dressed. I would have to explain it. He wouldn't let go of this if I didn't. The water from the shower head felt amazing. I washed away all the sweat and piss sticking to me. To be in a room with no windows for David to peek into gave me relief. I'd wash everything that day, hair to toes. The water helped wake me up, bringing me out of the drowsy state I was in. I would finish my shower, put clean clothes on, and meet my dad right as I exit the bathroom. I did not know what to tell him. I know I didn't do drugs that day, but what part of the night was believable? An impossibly tall man who had black eyes watched me sleep. I tried to explain what I saw. Thankfully, he half believed me. He believed that there could have been a man at the window last night, but he also had me drug tested. The results came back negative for all drugs they tested for. My parents officially were concerned now. This is the second time, to their knowledge, as I had yet to bring up the basement incident, that I brought up David. This creepy nudist who had a thing for their son. We had no security at the time. Nothing to prevent a break-in or any sort of crime from happening. That is when they decided to start taking their jobs more seriously. My mom was hired to be a substitute teacher. It helps pay for small luxury things like on-brand food. My dad eventually got promoted. A lot, even though he did not have a collage degree. He took personal time to study how banking and loans work. This study eventually got him a job giving loans to people who want to buy houses and cars and such. It was after one of his many promotions Dad went to buy security cameras. That would be the last I saw of David in my teenage years. I couldn't tell you why. Maybe David has an understanding of modern technology. Maybe he got bored of me. But just because I didn't see him doesn't mean he had stopped visiting me. However, it was January. Earlier this year, I'd been looking through old photos. I hadn't thought of David since I was 13 all those years ago. I am of legal drinking age now. 10 whole years. As of now, me and my girlfriend were planning on moving in together. I was getting boxes filled with stuff I thought I needed. Looking through my old stuff, I found some old photos from my teen years. Some were Polaroids. Some were printed from one of those Walmart kiosks. It was nostalgic looking at me and Justin back in those years. There was a photo of the day I first met my girlfriend, and another after I had my first drink. Then there was a photo of the mountain trip me, Justin, and some others had. It was Justin's grandpa who took us, and who took the photo. We were 16 at the time. There were 2 other boys, Brandon and Sam. The photo was taken on a Polaroid, but there were 5 figures in the photo. I didn't think much of it until minutes thinking about who all was there. How the fuck did I miss this? The memories of David came back. The snow, the basement, the reflection. There was more photos. Some where David was right fucking next to me. The bastard never left me alone. The photos I had went up until my 21st birthday, and checking my phone I had some photos with him just last Christmas. The Christmas was just last month. My girlfriend came into my room, concerned. What's wrong, baby? Look at this photo. It was the photo from the mountain trip. What's up with it? If Doug, Justin's grandpa, took the photo, and Justin, Sam, and Brandon are in the photo with me, who is that? I point to the figure. She was worried. It was written on her face, but she did not say anything before I started showing her all the other photos. One from my birthday, our anniversary, and even one from my grandpa's funeral, Dad's side. I don't know. Her voice was faint compared to her normal volume. What was she supposed to know? Her boyfriend had gone crazy. I look around my room, pushing things around. I break some things as I, opening the curtains in my room and looking out the window. He was there. His face was almost pressed up to the window, just like last time. I didn't know what to do. My girlfriend shrieked, seeing the man there, quickly scurrying out of the room. She called 911, explaining the situation. My mom heard from the living room and came running in. It all happened so fast. Mom pushed me to the side. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang through the house. My mom had bought a pistol, after the financial situation improved, of course. But she never forgot what I said. The experiences I had at 13. She was ready for this day. David gave an animal-like screech, running away. I got up in time to see him disappear into the night. The cops would question the 3 of us, asking my mom to see the security footage. The footage was corrupted, from minutes before I opened my curtain to right after David left. I spent these last few months afraid, not sure what to do next. I would stay inside for long periods of time. I thought she would leave me, but apparently my girlfriend loves me more than I thought, helping me go through these last months. But I have been inside for too long now. I hate having to be taken care of. I need to get my life back in order. I am going to go around asking about my situation around town, bringing it up to extended family, and so on. I hope David had died to the bullets, but just in case, I'm asking if anyone has had a similar experience. Any advice or clues as to what I am dealing with is appreciated. The gentle sway of the train car had always been soothing to me. As a regional sales manager for a large pharmaceutical company, I spent more time on railways than I did in my own bed. The rhythmic clack of wheels on tracks was my lullaby. The ever-changing landscape outside my window a constant companion. This particular Tuesday evening found me on yet another overnight train. Heading from Chicago to New York for a critical meeting, I settled into my usual routine. Laptop out, spreadsheets open, a cup of mediocre coffee cooling on the fold-down tray. The first sign that something was amiss came about 3 hours into the journey. I glanced at my watch, frowning slightly. We should have reached Cleveland by now, but the cityscape outside remained stubbornly rural. Fields and forests rolled by, bathed in the eerie glow of a full moon. I flagged down a passing attendant, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and a pinched expression. "Excuse me," I said, "but shouldn't we have reached Cleveland by now?" She gave me a strange look, her eyes slightly unfocused. "Cleveland? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not familiar with that stop. Perhaps you're thinking of a different route." Before I could respond, she hurried away, disappearing into the next car. I sat at her back, puzzled. How could she not know Cleveland? It was a major stop on this line. I shook my head, chalking it up to a new employee's confusion, and returned to my work. As the hours ticked by, my unease grew. The landscape outside never changed. An endless loop of moonlit fields and shadowy forests. My phone had lost signal long ago, and my watch seemed to be malfunctioning, its hands spinning wildly before stopping altogether. I decided to stretch my legs, hoping a walk through the train might clear my head. As I made my way through the cars, I noticed how eerily quiet it was. The few passengers I saw sat motionless in their seats, staring blankly ahead or out the windows. In the dining car, I found an elderly man hunched over a cup of coffee. His wrinkled hands trembled slightly as he lifted the mug to his lips. "Excuse me," I said, sliding into the seat across from him. "I don't mean to bother you, but have you noticed anything strange about this journey?" The old man's rheumy eyes focused on me, a flicker of recognition passing across his face. "You're new, aren't you?" he said, his voice a dry whisper. "First time on this line?" I nodded, a chill running down my spine. "What do you mean?" "This line. This is just the regular Chicago to New York route, isn't it?" He let out a wheezing laugh that turned into a cough. "Oh, my boy," he said, shaking his head. "This ain't no regular route. This here's the last line. Ain't no New York where we're headed." "I don't understand," I said, my heart beginning to race. "Where are we going then?" The old man leaned in close, the smell of stale coffee on his breath. "Nowhere," he whispered. "Everywhere. This train don't stop, son. It just keeps on going, round and round, world without end." I jerked back, convinced I was dealing with a madman. "That's impossible," I said. "Every train has to stop eventually." He just smiled, a sad, knowing expression. You go on believing that if it makes you feel better. But mark my words, you'll see. We all figure it out sooner or later. I stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over my chair. You're crazy, I muttered, backing away. This is just a normal train. We'll be in New York by morning. As I turned to leave, the old man called out, "What's your name, son?" I hesitated for a moment before answering. Jack Thurston." He nodded slowly. "Well, Jack Thurston, I'm Howard. I'll be seeing you around. We've got all the time in the world, after all." I hurried back to my seat, Howard's words echoing in my mind. It was nonsense. Of course, trains didn't just go on forever. There had to be a rational explanation for the delays and the strange behavior of the staff. As I sank into my seat, I noticed a young woman across the aisle, furiously scribbling in a notebook. Her long dark hair fell in a curtain around her face, and her leg bounced with nervous energy. "Excuse me," I said, leaning towards her. "I don't suppose you know when we're due to arrive in New York, do you?" She looked up, her eyes wide and slightly manic. "New York," she repeated, letting out a hysterical giggle. "Oh, honey, there is no New York. Not anymore. There's only the train." I felt my blood run cold. "What are you talking about?" She leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I've been on this train for, I don't know how long. Days, weeks. It all blurs together. But I figured it out. We're not going anywhere. We're stuck in a loop. A never-ending journey to nowhere." I shook my head, refusing to believe it. "That's impossible. You're just confused. Maybe you fell asleep and missed your stop." She laughed again, a sound devoid of humor. "Oh, I wish it were that simple. But look around you. Have you seen anyone get off? Have we stopped at any stations? This isn't a normal train. Jack, this is something else entirely." I started at the sound of my name. "How do you know my name?" She smiled, a sad, knowing expression. "I heard you talking to old Howard in the dining car. I'm Lisa. By the way, welcome aboard the Eternal Express." I stood up abruptly, my head spinning. "This is insane. All of you are insane. I'm going to find the conductor and get some answers." As I stormed off towards the front of the train, I heard Lisa call out behind me, "Good luck with that. But don't say I didn't warn you." I made my way through car after car, each one identical to the last. The same faded blue seats, the same flickering overhead lights, the same blank-faced passengers staring into nothingness. How long had I been walking? It felt like hours, but that was impossible in a train of normal length. Finally, I reached what should have been the engine car, but instead of a locomotive, I found myself in another passenger car, exactly like all the others. I spun around, disoriented. How could this be? A hand on my shoulder made me jump. I turned to find the attendant from earlier, her pinched face now twisted into an unnaturally wide smile. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked, her voice sickly sweet. "I need to speak to the conductor," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "There's been some kind of mistake. This train should have reached New York by now." Her smile never wavered. "I'm sorry, sir, but there is no conductor, and there is no mistake. You're exactly where you're supposed to be." I backed away from her, my heart pounding. "What is this place? What's happening?" She tilted her head, her eyes suddenly black and empty. "This is the last line, Mr. Thurston. The train that never stops, never ends. You bought a ticket, and now you're on the ride of eternity." I turned and ran, pushing past confused passengers, my breath coming in ragged gasps. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. I burst into the space between cars, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. The door to the next car was just a few feet away. If I could just reach it, maybe I could find a way off this nightmare train. But as I stepped forward, the gap between the cars seemed to stretch. The next door moved further and further away, no matter how fast I ran. The wind howled around me, drowning out my screams of frustration and fear. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my arm, yanking me back into the car. I fell to the floor, gasping for breath. Lisa stood over me, her face pale in the flickering light. "Are you crazy?" she hissed. "You can't go out there. Between the cars, that's where it gets you." "Where what gets you?" I asked, my voice shaking. She helped me to my feet, glancing nervously at the door. "The thing that runs this train. The thing that brought us all here. Trust me, you don't want to meet it." As if on cue, a low, rumbling sound echoed through the car. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Part machine, part animal, all wrong. The lights flickered more intensely, and for a moment, I could have sworn I saw something massive moving in the shadows between the cars. Lisa pulled me back to our seats, her grip on my arm almost painful. "Listen to me," she said urgently. "I know this is hard to accept. God knows, I fought against it for I don't even know how long, but fighting only makes it worse. You have to accept where you are, or you'll go mad." I slumped in my seat, my mind reeling. But why? Why is this happening? What is this place? She shook her head. "I don't know. None of us do. All we know is that we're here, on this never-ending journey. Some think it's hell, others purgatory. Old Howard thinks it's some kind of cosmic mistake. Me, I think it's just the universe's way of saying tough luck. Kiddo." I looked out the window, watching the same moonlit landscape roll by. How many times had I seen those same fields, those same trees? How long would I continue to see them? "So what do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Lisa gave me a sad smile. "We ride, we talk, we try to stay sane, and we hope that maybe, just maybe, one day we'll reach the last stop." As the train rolled on into the endless night, I realized with a sinking heart that my journey had only just begun. And the destination, that remained a terrifying mystery. Days blended into nights, and nights into days. The monotonous rhythm of the train became the backdrop to my existence. I lost count of how many times I'd watched the same scenery roll by, how many times I'd walked the length of the train, hoping to find something, anything different. Lisa became my anchor in this sea of madness. We spent hours talking, sharing stories of our lives before the train. She had been a journalist, always chasing the next big story. "Guess I found it," she would say with a bitter laugh, gesturing at our surroundings. Old Howard joined us often, his weathered face a map of the time he'd spent on this hellish journey. "Been riding this rail for longer than I can remember," he'd say, his rheumy eyes distant. "Seen folks come and go, some just disappear, others." He'd trail off, shaking his head. I learned to fear the spaces between the cars. Sometimes, late at night, when the train's rhythm seemed to falter, we'd hear things, scraping, slithering sounds. Once, I caught a glimpse of something massive and dark undulating past the windows. Lisa pulled me away before I could get a better look. "Trust me," she said, her face pale. "You don't want to know." The other passengers were a mix of the resigned and the mad. Some, like us, tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Others had given in to despair, sitting in the same spots day after day, staring blankly at nothing. And then there were those who'd lost their minds entirely, prowling the cars with wild eyes and incoherent ramblings. One such soul was a man we called the Preacher, tall and menacing, with a tangled beard and eyes that burned with fanatical fervor. He would roam the train, shouting about sin and redemption. "We're all here for a reason," he'd bellow, spittle flying from his lips. "This is our punishment, our penance. Repent, and maybe, just maybe, you'll find your way off this damn train." Most ignored him, but some listened. I watched as he gathered a small following, passengers desperate for any explanation, any hope of escape. It was on what I guessed to be my 100th day on the train that things took a darker turn. I was jolted awake by screams coming from the front of the car. Lisa was already on her feet, her face a mask of terror. "They've done it," she whispered. "They've actually done it." I followed her gaze to see a group of the Preacher's followers dragging a struggling passenger towards the door between cars. The Preacher stood by, his arms raised, chanting something I couldn't make out over the victim's screams. What are they doing? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. A sacrifice, old Howard said, his voice grim. Fools think they can appease whatever's running this train, buy their way off with blood. I started to move towards them, but Lisa held me back. Don't, she hissed. There's nothing we can do. Just don't watch. But I couldn't look away. The group reached the door, and with a final, triumphant cry from the preacher, they shoved their victim out into the space between cars. For a moment, nothing happened. Then came a sound, a wet, tearing noise that would haunt my nightmares for days to come. The door slammed shut, cutting off the screams. The preacher turned to face the rest of us, his eyes wild with excitement. "It is done," he shouted. "The unworthy has been cast out. Soon, we shall reach our final destination." But the train rolled on, unchanged. Hours passed, then days. No final stop, no salvation, just the endless journey and the growing madness of the preacher and his flock. More sacrifices followed. The train's population dwindled as passenger after passenger was thrown to whatever lurked between the cars. Those of us who refused to join the preacher's cult banded together, watching each other's backs, sleeping in shifts. It was during one of my watch shifts that I first saw her, a little girl, no more than 7 or 8, wandering alone through the car. Her pink dress was pristine, her blonde hair neatly braided. She looked so out of place in this nightmare that for a moment I thought I was hallucinating. "Yo." "Hello," I said softly, not wanting to scare her. "Are you lost?" She turned to me, and I had to stifle a gasp. Her eyes were completely black, like empty voids in her small face. When she spoke, her voice was old, ancient even. "Lost," she repeated, tilting her head. "No, I don't think so. I know exactly where I am. Do you?" I felt a chill run down my spine. "What are you?" I whispered. She smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp. "I'm a passenger, just like you. We're all passengers here. Jack, all of us, riding the rails to eternity." "How do you know my name?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. "I know everyone's name," she said, her black eyes boring into mine. "I know why they're here. I know their sins, their fears, their deepest, darkest secrets." She took a step closer. "Would you like to know yours?" "Jack." I backed away, my heart pounding. "Stay away from me," I said, my voice shaking. She laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Oh, Jack, you can't run from me. You can't run from any of this. You bought your ticket. Now you have to ride." I blinked, and she was gone, just vanished, as if she'd never been there at all. I slumped in my seat, my mind reeling. Was I losing it? Had I finally snapped, like so many others on this godforsaken train? I must have dounced it off, because the next thing I knew, Lisa was shaking me awake. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Jack," she said urgently, "something's happening. The train, it's slowing down." I sat her day up, suddenly alert. She was right. For the first time since this nightmare began, I could feel the train decelerating. The familiar clack of wheels on tracks was slowing, becoming more distinct. Passengers were stirring, looking around in confusion and hope. Even the preacher and his followers had stopped their mad ranting, staring out the windows with a mix of fear and anticipation. "Are we stopping?" I asked, hardly daring to believe it. Old Howard shook his head, his expression grim. "Don't get your hopes up, son. In all my time here, I've never known this train to stop. Whatever's happening, it ain't gonna be good." As if to punctuate his words, the lights in the car began to flicker more intensely than ever before. The temperature dropped rapidly, our breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. And then, with a great screeching of metal on metal, the train ground to a halt. For a moment, there was absolute silence. We all held our breath, waiting, hoping, fearing. Then, with a hiss of hydraulics, the doors slid open. Finally, the preacher cried, pushing his way towards the exit. "Our salvation is at hand. Come, brothers and sisters, let us. His words were cut off by a scream of pure terror. As he stepped off the train, something grabbed him, something huge and dark and impossible. In the blink of an eye, he was gone, leaving nothing behind but a spreading pool of blood on the platform. Chaos erupted. Passengers pushed and shoved, some trying to get off the train, others desperately attempting to close the doors. I lost sight of Lisa in the pandemonium, and through it all, I heard laughter, that same glass-like sound from before. I turned to see the little girl with the black eyes, standing calmly in the middle of the mayhem. "Welcome to the last stop, Jack," she said, her voice cutting through the screams and cries. "Are you ready to get off?" As I stared into those bottomless black eyes, I realized with dawning horror that our endless journey had only been the beginning. The real nightmare was just starting. And somewhere in the distance, I heard the sound of a train whistle, signaling the departure to our next unknown destination. The chaos around me faded into a dull roar as I stared into the little girl's black eyes. Time seemed to slow, and in that moment, I had a sudden, crystal clear realization. This was a test. The endless train ride, the maddening repetition, the horrors we'd witnessed, it had all been leading to this moment of choice. "No," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "I'm not getting off. Not here. Not like this." The girl's smile faltered for a split second, a crack in her otherworldly composure. "You don't have a choice, Jack. Everyone has to get off eventually." I stood my ground, even as I heard more screams from the platform, more passengers being dragged into the darkness. There's always a choice. You told me I bought a ticket for this ride. Well, I'm not ready for it to end. Her eyes narrowed. "You can't stay on the train forever, Jack. It doesn't work like that." "Watch me," I growled, turning away from her and pushing through the panicked crowd. I had to find Lisa and Howard. We'd survived this long together. I wasn't about to leave them behind now. I spotted Howard first, huddled in a corner, his eyes wide with terror. "Come on," I said, grabbing his arm. "We need to move." "Where?" he asked, his voice trembling. "There's nowhere to go. It's got us. It's finally got us." I shook him, perhaps more roughly than I intended. "Listen to me. This isn't the end. It's just another part of the journey. But we have to stick together. Now help me find Lisa." Something in my voice must have reached him because he nodded. Stumbling to his feet, we pushed through the crowd, searching desperately for Lisa's familiar face. We found her near the front of the car, trying to pull other passengers back from the door. "Lisa," I called out, "we have to go." She turned, relief flooding her face when she saw us. "Go where?" she asked as she reached us. "In case you haven't noticed, we're a little short on options here." I pointed towards the back of the train. "We keep going. This thing has to end somewhere, and I don't think it's here." As if in response to my words, I heard the train whistle again, louder this time. The engine was starting up. "It's leaving," Howard said, his eyes wide. "We have to get off now, or we'll be trapped forever." I finished for him. "I've got news for you, Howard. We're already trapped. Have been since we first stepped on board. But now we have a chance to find the real way out." Lisa looked at me, understanding dawning in her eyes. "You think this is all part of it, don't you? The final test?" I nodded. "It has to be, and I'm not failing it by giving in now." The train lurched, beginning to move. Around us, the last of the passengers were either fleeing onto the platform or collapsing in despair. "It's now or never," I said. "Are you with me?" Lisa grabbed my hand without hesitation. Howard hesitated for a moment, looking longingly at the door, but then took Lisa's other hand. "All right," he said. "Let's see where this crazy train takes us." As the train picked up speed, we made our way towards the back, pushing against the tide of terrified passengers. The little girl appeared again, her face contorted with rage. "You can't do this," she shrieked. "You have to get off. Everyone gets off." "Not today," I told her, pushing past. We reached the final car just as the platform disappeared from view. Through the windows, we could see only darkness. Not the familiar darkness of night, but an absolute void, empty of all light and substance. The train picked up speed, rattling and shaking more violently than ever before. We huddled together, bracing ourselves against the walls of the car. "What now?" Lisa yelled over the noise. "We wait," I said, "and we don't let go." The darkness outside seemed to press in on us, seeping through the windows like a living thing. The lights in the car flickered and died, plunging us into blackness. I could feel Lisa's hand in mine, Howard's presence at my side, but I couldn't see them. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the shaking stopped. The oppressive darkness lifted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the train began to slow. Sunlight, real, warm, beautiful sunlight, streamed through the windows. I blinked, my eyes unused to the brightness after so long in the train's artificial light. As my vision cleared, I saw that we were pulling into a station, a real station, with people waiting on the platform, going about their daily lives as if nothing was amiss. The train came to a gentle stop, and the doors opened with a familiar hiss. For a long moment, none of us moved, afraid that this was just another trick, another test. Then Howard let out a whoop of joy and rushed for the door. Lisa and I followed, stepping out onto the platform on shaky legs. The station sign read Grand Central Terminal. We were in New York. We had made it. As we stood there, breathless and disbelieving, I felt a tug on my sleeve. I turned to see the little girl with the black eyes, but now, in the sunlight, she looked different, normal. Just a regular kid with brown eyes and a confused expression. "Excuse me," she said, her voice high and childish. "Is this the train to Chicago?" I knelt down to her level, smiling gently. "No, sweetheart, this train just came from Chicago. But trust me, you don't want to get on it." She nodded, thanked me, and ran off to find her parents. I watched her go, a weight lifting from my chest. Lisa squeezed my hand. "Is it really over?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. I looked at her, then at Howard, then at the bustling station around us. "Yeah," I said, finally allowing myself to believe it. "I think it is." As we made our way out of the station and into the bright New York morning, I knew that the memories of our endless journey would stay with us forever. But we had faced the darkness, made our choice, and found our way back to the light. And if I ever saw a train again, it would be too soon. I want to tell you about a friend of mine. His name is Isaac. I met him back in college when we were roommates. He was completely obsessed with religion and was a theology major, yet he described himself as a spiritual agnostic. I guess he's what one might call a seeker. One of those folks who tries to learn everything they can about spirituality in hopes of understanding it. The nightstand by his bed had a leaning tower of books, and over time the stack only grew higher and higher. His studies turned him into somewhat of a walking encyclopedia. Isaac was always spouting off nerdy history facts and sacred scriptures, anything from the iconography of Hindu deities, the history of the Christian churches, to what medieval peasants used in attempts to ward off vampires. Isaac could quote long memorized passages of various texts, including the Quran and the Bhagavad Gita, without consulting them. He knew a lot about the history of religion and could explain complex theological notions in simple terms. In addition to being an endless source of information, he was a man filled with questions. We had many deep conversations into the night hours. His erratic sleeping schedule even began to affect mine and caused me to be late for class on occasion. There was about a month where he thought Buddhism was the one and only true path. Some days, he'd be sure that he had found the answer. The next day, he'd be stuck in the middle again and lost. He would sometimes quote the paranormal author, Charles Fort, who said, "I conceive of nothing. In religion, science, or philosophy, that is more than the proper thing to wear." For a while, I enjoyed Isaac's company and our talks. So much so that rumors got started about us being in a relationship together. But these weren't true, of course. I sympathized with his plight and his journey of self-discovery. It's a process that a lot of folks go through, especially around this time in their lives. When college ended, we went our separate ways, but we decided to stay in touch. Good friends are something that is hard to come by in this world, and so Isaac and I vowed to still meet up on occasion. In the meantime, I managed to find myself a job, gained new friends, and my life continued. I met up with Isaac one day at his new place. He had moved to a pretty obscure rural location out in the sticks. His home was by an old hiking trail that wasn't even on most modern maps of the area. Parts of it were rough and even overgrown. His cabin stood solemn in a world of isolation. I walked in to see hordes of books on theology lining the walls, with shelves beginning to buckle under the weight. He had commentaries on the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of the Damned by Charles Fort, Words of the Buddha, the Book of Mormon, as well as various texts of mantras and meditations. His long list of books included even some UFO and flying saucer literature. It was good to see him again, but our conversation didn't last long. He seemed to be in something of a hurry, and his speech was noticeably faster than usual. He paced around the room as he told me of the things he had been reading, giving me short summaries of his most recent reads. If I tried to change the subject to something else, he brought it right back to the topic of religion. He had the uncanny ability to steer any conversation to his current form of obsession. I'd seen him get this way before. It usually only lasted a week or two before he'd mellow out again. He told me that he planned to get a job as a lecturer soon. It sounded like something he might be good at. Though he did have problems sticking to a schedule, I told him about my new job, my recent vacation, and some adventures I'd been on with my friends since college. While he respectfully tried to be interested, I could tell his racing thoughts were elsewhere. It wasn't long before he was right back to rattling off all the information he'd absorbed. He apologized and told me that he had to get back to his studies before cutting the conversation short. I told him that we could meet up again in about a month or so if he wanted, and he agreed. As I made my exit, I glanced over to see a book titled Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and tried not to smile. It seemed that in his spiritual quest, the net just grew wider and wider. Nothing could have prepared me for what I'd discover on my next visit. I walked through the door to see all of his bookshelves were gone. After welcoming me in, Isaac sat down quietly at his desk. The room was entirely bare. No clutter and no paper. Everything was gone. There was nothing but his bed, his desk, and a lone ceiling fan spinning slowly overhead. "Isaac," I said with hesitation, "what happened?" "I got rid of everything. I didn't need it anymore." Isaac wore a peaceful expression on his face and was unaffected by concern or alarm. "Why?" I asked in disbelief. "Because I have the answer now. I'm no longer an agnostic." Isaac was strangely reserved and closed off. He had cooled down considerably from the almost manic demeanor he had upon my previous visit. When I asked what answers he was talking about, he said he couldn't tell me. It wasn't like Isaac to be so tight-lipped about his studies. I'd never seen him behave like this. It was like night and day. He dodged all my questions and told me not to worry about it. Isaac said he no longer had a need for material possessions. "I met a new friend," he said. I was very surprised to hear this. Isaac had always been a bit of a loner. In all the time I'd known him, he had no friends other than me. "Did this friend of yours give you these answers?" "I can't tell you anything about them yet." "Them? Is it more than one new friend?" "No, it's just one," Isaac said, suddenly seeming nervous. He quickly changed the subject and didn't return to this topic for the rest of my visit. I couldn't get any more information out of him, no matter how hard I tried. Being the eccentric that he was, Isaac had never had a cell phone. He always said the government used it to track people. While that is true, not having one is a pretty extreme reaction. He always just told me at the end of our chats when to show up for next time. Our get-togethers were usually every month or two. This time, however, Isaac told me he wanted to see me just a week later. I found this strange, but given his recent behavior, I was certainly willing to check up on him. After leaving Isaac's place, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I wondered if he had finally lost his mind. Call it jealousy, but I was a tad suspicious of his new friend and what influence they might have on him. That week was the slowest week of my life. I couldn't help but ruminate on my friend and what he might be going through. Finally, I was able to see him again. He opened the door with a rather serious expression. The first words he said to me were, "They said I could tell you now." He invited me in and told me his story. He was apparently out on the hiking trail one morning after a particularly deep theology study night. Near a specific rocky overhang, he kneeled on the ground and began to call out or pray to the divine to provide him with answers for his many questions. According to Isaac, he was then contacted by something. "I don't know what I was praying to, just the universe or anything that would listen," said Isaac. This wasn't the first time Isaac had tried to interact with the divine by praying, but something different happened this time. The wind picked up around him, and he felt a strange, almost apocalyptic feeling. Before him, a glowing humanoid being appeared. It was in the vague shape of a human outline, but it shined with an incredibly brilliant light that somehow did not hurt his eyes to look at. It was an angel. "I know it was," Isaac said. "They had no name and no gender. They weren't he or she, but they. They spoke to me telepathically with imagery in my mind." Isaac said that this being taught him things. They put images in his mind's eye. He saw people around a stream with a village being set up, then a river and cities being built. He saw how civilizations had formed and grown. Then he saw the human body broken down on a cellular level and the patterns or pathways by which the neurons fire in the human brain. This being seemed to demonstrate that it deeply understood humanity, how it came to be, and what it is now. He was instructed not to tell anyone what he experienced yet. After their telepathic conversation, the being vanished completely. Hearing all this, I was utterly dumbfounded. "Are you sure about this, Isaac?" I asked him. "Absolutely," he replied with sincerity in his voice. Isaac informed me that the being had talked with him again recently and told him that he could tell me what happened. Isaac didn't seem to care whether I believed him or not. It wasn't like Isaac to lie, and the changes in his life seemed undeniable. I felt something had really happened to him, but I wasn't sure what. Isaac was intelligent, but could be a bit naive. I was really worried for him, and even considered calling a psychiatrist or getting him to seek some kind of psychological help. I voiced these concerns to him, but it didn't seem to do any good. He wouldn't hear any of it. He told me once again that he wanted me to return for a visit sooner rather than later. He picked a date only a few days away for us to talk again. In the interim, I thought hard about Isaac and his situation. It was disturbing to think what my friend who I cared about could be experiencing. I spent a lot of time looking for help and trying to figure out what to do. I was frightened for him and felt he might be in danger. I'd long suspected Isaac had some sort of mental issues because of his fixations and odd behaviors, but I had never expected that it might manifest as something like this. He didn't seem to be a threat to himself or others, so I wasn't sure what could be done. I also thought that perhaps this friend of his was a real person who had somehow fooled him into thinking they were some kind of angelic being. Still, in the back of my mind, I wondered if he could be right, and if he actually did encounter something truly unexplainable. On the day of our meeting, I drove up to Isaac's property. Before I could knock on his door, I noticed a piece of lined notebook paper taped to it. The note read the following: "We'll have to postpone your visit. I've gone to meet up with my friend at the trail. Goodbye for now, Isaac." In a panic, I made my way out to the mountainous hiking trail. I had to get to Isaac before he did something stupid. As I journeyed down the wooded path, I began to sense a strange energy in the environment, a feeling of electricity almost. I came upon a bend in the trail. Just beyond was the rock overhang where Isaac said he met the glowing being. As I approached, I could smell the peculiar scent of ounceone carried by the fresh mountain air, as if just after a lightning storm. Suddenly I noticed something moving in the sky towards the area I was walking. Looking upwards, I witnessed a bizarre glowing light flying overhead. I had no clue what it was. I stared, mystified for a moment, before returning to the task at hand. I trekked onward around the trail bend to see Isaac standing there beneath the rock overhang. In front of him, I saw a being made entirely of light in the form of a human silhouette. I was in utter shock. The being emitted no sound, but appeared to be somehow conversing with Isaac, who stood motionless. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I pulled out my cell phone, but as I lifted it to record this bizarre scene, the screen inexplicably blanked out. Smoke began to emit from my phone. Suddenly it became burning hot to the touch. It was like putting your hand on an active stove. With a yelp of pain, I dropped it and watched as the phone went cascading down the mountainside. When I looked back up, I then saw the object again in the sky. It got closer and brighter until I could see it in full view. It was a shining silver flying saucer. A strange sense of paralysis took over me, and I somehow lost the ability to move. The craft slowly descended in a falling leaf pattern as it made its way to the earth. Landing gear extended from the craft and pierced the ground as it came to a final rest. A large metal door on the ship swung open as a silver ramp lowered down. From inside the ship, I could see nothing but a glow of white. I was amazed and terrified, but frozen completely motionless. I stood in silent anticipation with my heart racing. I stared transfixed as the glowing figure guided Isaac up the metal ramp and into the open mouth of the ship. The strange smell of sulfur emanated from the saucer. Isaac dutifully walked behind them and stepped aboard the craft. I couldn't help but feel as if I was watching some kind of suicide. Isaac had finally taken his leap of faith. The door slammed shut with a metallic sound. The flying saucer then retracted its landing gear and took off straight upwards into the sky before disappearing completely out of view. With this, I was broken from the spell of my paralysis. I stood there for a moment and simply basked in the sheer terror and majesty of it all, before turning around and running all the way back to my car. I haven't spoken to my friend Isaac in months. I have no idea where he is, but that's okay. I have a new friend now who I've been communicating with. This friend has taught me so much, and at long last, they are going to meet with me. They said I was allowed to tell you this story now because so much more is in store for us. I have to go for a hike now. I shouldn't keep them waiting. I suddenly found myself with 2 weeks of... We make certain parts and ship them to a different country, to a different factory, to put the final product together. The other factory had some equipment broke, and it would take a while to fix. Thus, the sudden time off. I was talking to a few co-workers on the way out of work on my last day, and noticed Jay had parked next to me for once. We went to high school together, and had even been in the same friend group. But we didn't hang out with each other much back then. Since we worked in different areas of the factory, we rarely had time to talk. "What are you doing with your time off?" he asked me with his car door open. "I'm thinking of seeing my grandmother this week. She lives near our old high school," I said with a shrug. He raised an eyebrow as if that was a shock. "Really? I'm going into town too to see my sister. There is also a model train show happening this week too. The best thing about being an adult is you can admit to your boring hobbies without too much judgment." Oddly enough, the model train show drew in a big crowd for the small town we were from. It's most likely because it occurred inside a now closed station with retired trains brought in for people to see. "Do you remember us hanging out on the tracks in our last year? I can still feel the bug bites." Jay smiled, thinking back to those days. The summer before we all moved, we spent a lot of time roaming the tracks. Sometimes we spent the night, which caused us to get eaten alive by bugs a few times. Jay had been there, but I don't remember us doing much together aside from some fishing. I've wanted to do that again for a while. I miss the good swimming spots. It felt like we had been talking by our cars for a while. I didn't like keeping him when I bet he wanted to rush home to start his vacation. But I said something I didn't even expect from myself. "Do you want to this week? Walk along the tracks again, I mean." He looked a bit surprised at my offer. At first, he opened his mouth to refuse, but slowly started to nod as the idea sunk in. "Yeah, here's my number. Let's plan this out." We quickly got each other's contact information and then started back home. Oddly enough, I thought the little camping trip might be fun. Back then, I didn't realize then how much of a mistake we were making. We met again on Thursday, bags packed and ready to go. We planned to stay out until Sunday. We hiked along those tracks hundreds of times with and without friends, so we didn't need a map. We both agreed on a landmark to stop and then turn back home. The weather was clear for the weekend, but we were to leave early if that changed. The last thing we wanted was to sleep outside in a storm. Back then we had blankets, a stolen lighter, and a tarp. This time we both brought a proper tent, first aid kits, lots of water, as well as anything else we might need. It weighted us down, so we soon needed to change our ending landmark by the middle of the first day. We were walking far too slowly to cover as much ground as we wanted, but the idea of this trip was to just walk along the now disused tracks and not to reach a certain destination. Kinda crazy we both ended up at the same factory so many years apart, I said as we stopped for a lunch break. We sat on the side of the tracks near a bridge looking off into the water below. I had a few jobs before this one. I quickly found out I wasn't meant to deal with the general public. Some people could be far too demanding. Doing the same thing every single day was fine by me. Aside from serving jobs, there isn't a lot around here that don't require some college degree, he said with a sigh, thinking back to his own work history. What did you do before you got hired at the factory? I asked, realizing I barely knew anything about my old lukewarm friend. I was at Red Lobster for a while. I got fired, he said, and stopped to take a sip of water. Jay was a mild-mannered guy. He never raised his voice and did as he was told. I couldn't imagine him getting fired for anything. Something that happened 3 months before he started at his current job came to mind. You were behind the lobster heist, I asked, shocked. There had been a small news story about an employee stealing all the lobsters from 2 Red Lobster locations and smashing the tanks so new ones wouldn't be brought in for a while. No one was named for the damages because, for some odd reason, no one could prove who did it. It was a revolution, he said evenly, as if that wasn't one of the craziest things I'd heard. I laughed until my chest hurt. He only smiled. I don't think I've ever seen him laugh before. I pestered him on what he did with all the lobsters. He claimed they were in witness protection, which made me laugh more. We didn't cover a lot of ground on the first day, but I think the start of our little outing went all right. By the end of the day, we were exhausted. There was a lot of good, clear, even ground near the tracks to set up our campsite for the night. We built a small fire to cook our dinner of canned beans and spam. Are you dating anyone? I asked Jay after I carefully removed the hot cans from the fire pit. Nope, single. You're with someone, right? Yeah, we've been together for a few years. It wasn't too serious to start with, but now we want to get married and all that. After we saw how much everything costs, we decided to hold off for a while. Having 2 unpaid weeks off work wasn't getting us any closer to our goals, but it wasn't as if any other job paid as well as this one, even missing 2 weeks out of the year. I don't know how most of the people in the factory have been able to get married twice. I guess things were cheaper back then, Jay pointed out. Our workplace had mostly people over the age of 40. I worried about the next 5 years because a lot of the older people who had been there for 30 years are due to retire, taking all their experience with them. Me and Jay were one of the few younger people aside from the contract workers. Chrissy just got divorced, right? You could ask her out. She would be great to have around if a service worker gets your order wrong, I teased. We both hated Chrissy. She was the biggest Karen I have ever met. I have no idea how anyone dealt with her long enough to get married, not only once, but twice. I would rather scoop out my own eyes with a rusty fork, Jay replied in such a deadpan voice it made me think he fully meant the statement. I laughed, wishing I knew how funny he was sooner. After we went through the very slim dating options for him at work, we decided to turn him in for the night. Normally it took me forever to fall asleep, but I was so worn out from the day of hiking that I passed out in minutes. I woke up early needing to pee. My back hurt as well as my head. The pain made me question what we were doing out here. It took a few minutes in the morning to shake off the aches and the brain fog. Jay met me outside his tent after I came back from the washroom break. He silently started to take down his tent as I brushed my teeth, still feeling half asleep. Did you sleep all right? I had a hard time. It was noisy out here. He started up a conversation after his tent was put away, and he helped me with mine. Really? We're so far away from everything. What noise could there be? I asked. Raccoons having relations with a dying fox. Or at least, that's what it sounded like. I snorted and shook my head. Foxes were rare around here. There were also coyotes in the area, but I've never heard about them ever approaching humans. You didn't hear any cackling or see any weird stick people figures, right? I asked with a raised eyebrow. When I was about 8, I watched The Blair Witch and had nightmares about it for a full week afterward. It took a full year before I could be anywhere near the woods at night. If anything like that happens, we're out of here. I don't fuck with cult stuff or witches. Unless they're hot, I added. He looked at me debating my point, then nodded agreeing. We got packed up and ready to keep going deeper along the tracks. The second day we slowed down a bit because we kept stopping whenever we saw something interesting. I took photos of oddly shaped trees and long forgotten items on the side of the tracks. We stopped near a dam under a bridge for a few hours and found a fishing line with a rusted hook stuck in a tree. I cut down the line, tied it to a stick, and Jay dug up some worms. I was shocked that I actually caught a fish with our makeshift fishing pole. We let the fish go and stuck the stick with the fishing line in the dirt for the next person. That day was fun. Since becoming an adult, it felt like my time always had to be towards something. It was rare I could do something for the sake of doing it, and without any other deeper meaning. "Is your girlfriend all right with you being out here for a few days?" Jay asked after our lunch break. "Yeah, she's normally busy over the weekends. She's an artist, so she paints for 3 days straight and takes the rest of the week to recover," I explained. Jay appeared impressed and interested, which made me happy I could brag about the person I cared so much about. "Does she make a living from it? I've heard it's hard for artists." I nodded, agreeing with him. "I've seen how hard she's pushed herself just to get to where she is. I regret that I couldn't do much to support her aside from helping to buy materials. She sold some works to local galleries and even had her own show last year. She does landscape paintings on the side and sells them at craft markets. She says she's a failure of an artist, but I'm proud of her. I could never do anything like this. I wish she could see how impressive her work is." Jay asked if I had any photos of her work. I pulled out my phone, and for the next half an hour I scrolled through it, showing off what she's done and how many paintings I saved from the trash because she was such a perfectionist. "Isn't this one upside down?" Jay asked, looking at one of the more abstract paintings. No, maybe. It could be looked at sideways too," I admitted. "You don't know the meaning behind her paintings and yet you like them," he said. "Art is subjective. I can like the colors and not get the message behind them," I shrugged. He accepted that answer, agreeing with the statement. Dark clouds appeared in the distance, even though it wasn't meant to rain. Thunder rumbled off in the distance, but thankfully it didn't get closer to us. If it started raining, we would need to stop for the day. A cool breeze from the distant storm helped with the humid air. At least the bugs hadn't been too active. "We should have hung out more in school," I told him, as I was carefully trying to walk one foot in front of another on the tracks. "Yeah," he agreed, but it sounded like he was thinking of something else. "I bet if we had more one-on-one time together back then, we would have been closer friends now. Hey, thanks for not treating me the way the others did in school." My foot slipped at his sudden comment. I stopped and looked over my shoulder at him, confused about what he was talking about. Our friend group had a bad habit of trash-talking each other. I heard they had a group chat I wasn't a part of that they all used to vent about people. I always assumed it was about other people outside our circle. "What do you mean?" I know they were kind of snarky, but we were kids. All kids are like that, right? He gave me a look as if we were talking about the same thing. "Wait, do you not know what happened back then?" I shook my head, trying to think back to it. We all stopped hanging out with each other near the end of summer. I thought it was because everyone was moving on in life and for no other reason. They found out I was bi and talked shit about it for months before Jason tried to kick my ass. My mouth dropped open as so many things fell into place. I'd seen Jason with a broken arm, but he had said he fell off his bike. Everyone avoided the subject, so I soon forgot about it. He was the leader of our small group. I bet a lot of people lost respect for him for either losing in a fight or taking his bullying too far, and the friend group fell apart. Dude, I had no idea. I admitted. There was a group chat. Jay trailed off. I didn't have a cell phone or a Facebook account until after high school. I can't believe I just wasn't aware of such a big event. Did Jay think I was in on all of that? If he did, then why did he agree to this trip with me? All of a sudden, he started to laugh. My face got red from embarrassment for being so clueless as a kid. This was the first time I'd heard him laugh, and it was directed towards me. "Are you still comfortable being out here with me?" Jay asked after his laughter died down. The idea of him trying something didn't cross my mind. Should I be worried about something? I half joked. "No, you're not my type," he shrugged. Sure, I didn't like guys and I loved my girlfriend, but that stung a little. I shook off the feeling. "What is your type?" He paused to think for a bit, and I worried he was going to say something I didn't want to hear. "Tall, thin if possible, and with long hair." He nodded. There were at least 3 guys at work that fit that description. I wondered if he considered asking them out. Personally, I would never date a co-worker, but I knew some people didn't have a lot of options. Long hair on a guy. Why not just date girls? I pointed out. Because girls have different equipment, and everyone is cute with long hair. That was one way to put it. I directed my attention forwards, unable to think of anything to add to the awkward pause for a moment. Would I be cute with long hair? I joked, trying to ease the tension. "Yes," he said with zero hesitation. "Still not my type, though." We shared a laugh, and I felt a regret building in my stomach that we hadn't been friends before this. We could have had so many trips like this if we had just talked sooner. I had always been lacking in the friends department. It sucked one had been there the entire time. There was a branching path in the tracks. The left path had been out of use for so long that most of the tracks had been pulled up and missing. The right path was the one we always took. We stopped near the crossroads, staring at something that made us feel scared to be in those woods. A headless skinned deer had been strung up in the trees by the well-walked right pathway by the tracks. The sun was starting to set when we saw it. The orange light made the body appear extra creepy. A feeling in my stomach made me feel like we were being watched, even though we hadn't seen another person for the past 2 days. "What should we do?" I asked Jay. His normally calm expression had a hint of fear on it. We both looked back towards the way we came and up at the darkening sky. "There is a town on the left path. We won't reach it tonight, but being closer to people would make me feel better. We should walk as far as we can, then set up camp for the night. In the morning we'll go into town and get the hell out of here." That was the best option we had. Our phones didn't have the best service out here, and even if they did, I doubt the local cops would come out to pick up 2 scared guys because they saw a skinned deer. It wasn't hunting season, but some locals didn't care. With the cost of everything going up, I bet a lot of people started hunting to feed their families. But why leave it out here? I've never gone hunting myself, but I would have thought having a hunk of meat out in the open would attract other animals regardless if you hung it up. We got our feet moving down the uneven path. The dread of what we saw followed us, no matter how much we mentally rationalized seeing a dead animal out in the woods. We walked using flashlights to guide our way until the middle of the night. Our bodies hurt, and our stomachs rumbled from skipping dinner. We agreed to stop when we came across a cleared spot on the side of the path. Jay's tent was simple enough to set it up in the dark. It was cramped, but we both crawled inside, not admitting out loud how vulnerable being alone would make us feel. We didn't talk as we struggled to fall asleep. Every sound made small bursts of fear shoot into my chest. After an hour of lying awake in the dark tent, I spoke up. "I need to pee," I stated. "Damn it, me too." We both got up with flashlights for the washroom break. After checking that the coast was clear, I stepped out into the bush with Jay close behind. We stopped, and I felt his eyes on my back waiting for me to get this done and over with. "Can you go behind a tree or something?" I asked him. I saw his eyebrow raise in the dark. I'm shy. I hated to admit it, but I've always found it hard to pee with someone nearby. He sighed and listened, his flashlight beam moving around as he found a large tree to step behind. It's a hard task doing your business and holding a flashlight at the same time. I ended up putting it on the ground so I could focus on the job at hand. It took longer than it should have because I kept stopping whenever I heard Jay moving around near me. "Hey, can we?" I started to say after I was no longer exposed. I wasn't able to finish my sentence due to a very hard object smashing into my face. The back of my head cracked against the tree behind me so hard I saw stars. The blow knocked me out, and at least they waited until I was zipped up to attack. A pounding pain woke me up. I moved to find my body on a cold dirt floor. My arms, stuff, and everything hurt. My head was in more pain than the rest of my body. I moved and explosions of colors burst behind my eyes. It took a long few minutes to get to my knees. My hands bound tightly at the wrists. "Hey," came a soft voice beside me. I looked over in the dark room to see Jay sitting next to me. His arms were tied as well, and fear was clear on his face. My heart sank as I looked around the room to see just how screwed we were. The room looked to be an unfinished basement. The dirty concert walls were covered with what I hoped to be water stains. Countless candles filled the space and gave off a suffocating scent. Behind us stood 10 figures wearing deep red cloaks, their faces hidden by darkness. In front of us was a single person in a cloak that had golden accents standing next to a large silver bowl on a tall stand. The bowl had delicate carvings of different animals encircling it. "Well, fuck," I muttered. My heart raced in fear as I tried to think of some way out of this. Before I could start begging to be let go, a set of hands painfully pulled my head back. The figures tried to get me to drink a strange liquid from a golden cup. I struggled and refused until they covered my nose, forcing me to open my mouth to breathe. The liquid burned my throat as it went down. I wanted to puke it back up, but they covered my mouth, forcing it to stay down for a few minutes. Finally, they stepped away as I hunched over, coughing and gagging. My vision blurred, and then the surroundings started to bend. I have no idea what they made me drink, but at least it lessened the pain a little. They did the same to Jay, then hauled him to his feet. He tried to stay in control, shaking his head clear of whatever they gave us. He was outnumbered and was forced to the front and next to the silver bowl. I watched in horror as the leader of the figure grabbed his head to pull his head back to expose his neck as the other held his arms. He thrashed, unable to get free of their hands. My body wouldn't listen to me. My legs were jello and my head spun as I Saturday still. I opened my mouth to call out his name, finding no words. A long silver dagger glinted in the candlelight. I could let out a squeak of horror as the blade was pressed against my friend's throat, dragging across the flesh. Blood freely flowed from the wound as Jay let out a terrible garaging sound. At least the cut didn't appear too deep. Deep down, I prayed if we could just get out here, he would be all right. The figures started to chat strange words I didn't understand. The blood in the bowl started to boil, and the candlelight changed to a deep blue hue. The words became louder and louder, pounding into my brain. I heard another sound that took me a moment to realize. I started to yell for it to all stop. A spark came from the wall in front of us. The cloaked figures were so focused on that they weren't paying attention to Jay. He slammed into them, getting free. The leader was next, as his shoulders checked the man to the ground. The chanting lessening but not stopping. They did a poor job of tying Jay's wrists. He snapped the ropes, getting his hands free to grab the dagger that had been dropped and sinking it deep into the leader's chest. My mouth fell open in shock as a tiny bit of hope came. It was gone after what happened next. My eyes landed on the sparks coming from the wall and everything slowed down. The sparks became colors and shapes I'd never seen before. They melted into each other, drawing me in. I lost all sensation in my body. For a while, the only thing that existed was the otherworldly sight. A hard slap to my face brought me back to my senses. It came too late. Something burst out of the sparks and landed on all fours, knocking over the silver bowl and spilling out the collected blood. At first, it appeared to be a tall man with long black hair dressed in rags. A set of arms sprouted from his back as his face opened up. The flesh on each side spread out, showing a pit of teeth. In a flash of movement, the creature skittered around on the walls and ceiling, its body shifting into different long and gruesome forms. Jay stayed next to me, urging me to get to my feet. My body was too heavy to move. I simply could not stand up. I told him to leave, but he refused. The creature bolted around the room. picking off the hooded figures one by one in a display of bloody cruelness. Soon, it drew its attention towards us. It suddenly appeared in front of us, standing tall with a human face. The dark cloth around his body moved, ready to change at any moment. I looked into his eyes and fell into a deep, unnatural despair. This monster was going to rip me apart, and there was nothing I could do. His body lurched forwards, mouth open, about to rip flesh from bones. Jay's hands shot out and grabbed the creature by the face. He did something that snapped me from whatever spell the odd liquid had put me under. He pulled the creature's face to his own to force them into a kiss. I sat there, utterly confused about what I was seeing. My mind cleared up enough for my brain to notice Jay had freed my hands while the monster had been attacking the others. I started to move, ready to use this chance Jay gave us. The creature was as shocked as I had been for a few seconds. Then it reached up to grab a hold of Jay's face, forcefully keeping them together. To my horror, thick black liquid poured from the creature's mouth and overflowed through Jay's mouth, forcing its way down his throat. Muffled screams of pain came from him, the liquid touching his wounded throat and attacking the gash. No, it was closing the wound. I couldn't waste time. Racing over, I grabbed the dagger out of the dead leader's chest. With a burst of determination, I rushed over to put all my weight into bringing it down to the monster's back, mentally ordering it to stop hurting my friend. The dark shape arched back, hands at its sides screeching in pain. It lashed out, and a powerful arm hit my chest so hard I went flying. My body slammed against the wall, knocking me out cold. I thought I was dead. Instead, I woke up to the sounds of birds singing. I was in Jay's tent, bundled in blankets, my eyes heavy from sleep. Soon, pain from the previous night surfaced. I pushed it down to keep my eyes on Jay's back, watching him breathe in his sleep. Had I dreamed the entire thing? Carefully, I sat up to look him over. He peacefully slept on his side, blankets pulled up covering half his face. Slowly, I got out of the tent to look around. In the light of dawn, I didn't recognize our campsite. I washed my face and got started on brushing my teeth. I felt like if I acted normal, it would make the night's events into a dream. It was an oddly chilly morning. Jay soon crawled out of the tent, bundled up. We got to work breaking down the campsite and packing up. Neither of us said a word as we started back where we came from. The dawn fog cleared and the morning sun chased the chill away. And yet, Jay didn't remove his layers. Before noon, we stopped at a bridge. I knew this bridge and didn't want to believe where we stood. Once we crossed this, our cars were a short walk away. It should have taken much longer to get here. I was glad to be nearly out of the woods, but this wasn't right. I turned to face my friend, finding him a few feet away. "This is me," I said, the words causing a hole in my chest. "What are you talking about?" "Let's go," I told him. I took a step towards him. He took a step back. The smile never left his face. "Thanks for asking me to do this. I had fun." I shook my head, not wanting to hear any of this. "I'm sorry. I didn't do anything to help," I started, but he cut me off. "There was nothing you could have done. It's not your fault." I couldn't accept that. I couldn't accept any of this. Dark shadows moved in the trees next to the tracks. Countless eyes watched us, waiting. I did have fun. It was like being a kid. I never really got that chance to just hang out with someone and not have the fear of them talking behind my back. You were a good friend. I hated how final this all sounded. I decided to go over to him and drag him back, kicking and screaming home. I took 2 steps forward, and the shadows in the trees reacted. A burst of dark black smoke came between us, sweeping away Jay as if he had never been there to start with. I yelled for him while running towards where he had stood. I fully planned on not leaving without him. A wave of crippling fear hit me. It stopped me in my tracks, my body shaking with cold sweats. Some unseen force told me I was free to go, but if I pressed on, I would not leave these woods. Either one of us left here or neither of us did. I hated myself for turning on my heels and leaving Jay behind. My girlfriend noticed something was wrong when I came home. I lied, saying I was just tired. For the next few days, I stayed in bed, unable to forgive myself for what happened. No one came looking for Jay. He sent out a message to the people he knew that he would be gone for a little while longer. I soon realized he didn't have very many people in his life who would notice his abstinence. He could simply disappear without anyone making a fuss. I haven't been able to figure out what we came across in those woods. The small town near the old pathway burned down. No one was reported missing or killed. The fire swept away any kind of clues about what still lurks in that forest. I don't know if Jay is safe with that monster. At the very least, whatever that thing was, seemed to be his type. Tall, thin with long hair. I would like to think he would laugh over me thinking that. I'll miss him and regret losing a friend just as I got to know him. But I think he's glad one of us was able to be free to live a normal life. I turned 18 in 2008, and on the day of my birthday, for reasons I won't bore you with, I packed up my things and moved out. For 4 years, I lived in my car, working as a barista from 6 to 2 and as a line cook from 4 to 10. My plan was to work until I had enough money for my own place, and then to either go to college or get a real job. Looking back on it now, I don't know how I did it, but by 22, I'd saved up a decent sum of money and began my hunt for a semi-permanent place of residence. I was living in Los Angeles at the time, and though housing prices weren't as bad as they are now, it was still a pricey county. After months of asking around, I was connected with Anders, an elderly man who was leasing a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house in North Hollywood for far below market rate. The catch, because there's always a catch when it comes to affordable housing, was that the house had been terribly maintained. It had been unoccupied for a year and would need some serious TLC before most people could comfortably reside in it. However, had been living out of a car for 4 years. As long as the place had running water, it would be an upgrade for me. I moved into the house in fall 2012. Anders gave me a tour before I got settled. He was a short, joyful old man, well-meaning, but how do I put this? Maybe not the most focused as a result of his age. At one point during the tour, he showed me the bathroom, then the master bedroom, then the bathroom again, then the master bedroom again. He was about to walk into the bathroom for a 3rd time before I gently guided him down the hall. The house itself was livable but weathered. Dim lighting from outdated fixtures cast long shadows over peeling wallpaper. The ceiling in many of the rooms was discolored from past leaks. The faucet in the kitchen sink was broken. The bathtub was badly chipped, and a few of the cabinet handles fell off in my hand. It was a rundown place, located in a bars on the window kind of neighborhood, but still, it was my place. I was smiling ear to ear when Anders gave me the keys. "It's a good house with good bones. You take care of it. Now," he instructed, which I found ironic. Before he left, he paused in the front doorway, drawing a hand to his chin as he looked behind me into the house. I tried to follow his gaze, but couldn't figure out what he was looking at. Everything all right? Yes. Just that something looks different about that bathroom, though I can't put my finger on what. Ah well, it's a good house with good bones. You take care of it. Now. And with that, he gave me a nod and left me to my unpacking. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed living in a house. I didn't care how run down the place was. Just having an accessible bathroom and a full-size mattress to sleep on made me feel like a king. After I'd spent a few days cleaning the place up, I invited my sister and her fiancé over for dinner. I'm sure it sounds stupid, but my newly acquired ability to host company made me proud. In no time at all, I'd comfortably settled into my new home. That evening, after saying goodbye to my guests, I took a shower. The bathroom lacked a traditional above-the-sink mirror. Instead, it had a wide, full-length mirror mounted on the wall to the left of the vanity. When I exited the shower and stepped up to the glass, raising a hand to wipe away the fog, I noticed something odd. In the condensation, right at my eye level, was the word "hi." I didn't know what to make of it. Somehow, the letters seemed intentional. It was hard to pass off as simply the way the steam had settled. My sister had been in the bathroom just before she left. Maybe she had written the word on the mirror with her fingertip, and the steam had only made the letters visible after my shower. I almost texted her about it, but the message seemed ridiculous when I typed it out. Paranoid, even. I wiped the mirror down and turned in for the night, and soon I forgot about it entirely. The following week, I received a promotion at one of my jobs, and while I was grateful for the additional income, my new position meant longer days. Additionally, I realized that a few of the house repairs were beyond my ability, and so I started outsourcing some work to contractors. It was annoying to only have the house to myself at night, but I didn't have another option with my busy schedule. Things were generally progressing smoothly, though every once in a while, in the middle of the night, I would be awoken by a sound that I couldn't quite place. When I next noticed writing on my mirror, I had been living at the house for a month. The second sighting occurred in much the same way as the first. I came back home after work and took a shower. When I pushed back the shower curtain, I looked at the glass and saw, written in the condensation, the words, "Staying long." Now, I could pass 2 letters off as a coincidence, but 2 words, an entire question? That was no coincidence. Someone had been in my bathroom, and recently, I had contractors in and out of my house all the time, so one of them could have written the message. But why? I got dressed and put a hand on the bathroom doorknob, about to go back into my bedroom, when it occurred to me that whoever had written the message might still be around. I slowly cracked open the door, peering down the dark hallway in one direction, then the other. I listened very carefully, but heard nothing. I walked around my house, which didn't take long given its size, and looked for anything out of place. All of my doors were locked, all of my windows were shut, and none of my personal items had been disturbed. If someone had broken into my house, they were long gone by the time I looked around. That second message put me on edge for days. I triple-checked that my windows and doors were locked each night. I looked in every potential hiding spot, of which there were few in my little house, after I came home from work and before I went to sleep. And yet, though I was certain that my house was secure, I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. A month passed without incident. I had almost started to feel at home in my new lodgings again until, one Friday morning, I awoke just past 3 a.m. I couldn't immediately tell what had woken me. Often, the house settled at night, creaking and groaning in ways that made it sound alive. But in that moment, the house was silent. It was only after I turned my head to the side did I realize that my bedroom door, which I was certain I had shut, was wide open. I stared down the hallway, feeling as though I were gazing into a black hole. The darkness was abyssal. I kept waiting for my eyes to adjust, waiting for them to pick out the familiar shapes of my home. But they never did. I couldn't see a thing, so why did I feel like something could see me? Like there was something in the house with me, just feet beyond the threshold to my bedroom, watching, waiting. Somehow, I found the courage to rise from my bed and walk toward the door. When I made it to the handle, I grabbed it and slammed the door shut. I didn't investigate further, didn't so much as stick my head out into the hall for a closer look. My bedroom door didn't have a lock. None of the doors except the bathroom did. So I dragged my bookcase in front of the door. It was a small bookcase, and an intruder could probably ram the door open anyway if they wanted to, but not before the sound alerted me. When morning came and I had to leave the house for work, I genuinely considered exiting my house through the window. I was almost late by the time I worked up the nerve myself to look around my house before I left. As always, I found nothing amiss. After work, when I reluctantly returned home for the night, I ate a quick dinner and hopped in the shower. I remember standing in the tub for a long time, mulling over my predicament. I'd heard horror stories about people secretly living in other people's homes. Maybe I had become a victim of a frog without even knowing. But if that was the case, then where the hell were they? There was nowhere to hide in that tiny house. I'd torn the place apart multiple times by then, checking every cabinet and closet. The inside of the house couldn't be accessed from the crawl space, and the air vents were too small for a person to fit in. Suddenly, I heard a click, so tiny that I'd almost missed it entirely. I tore back the shower curtain, gripping the shampoo bottle like I was about to bludgeon an intruder to death with it. As I'd come to expect, there was no one in the room. But there was a new message on the mirror. This one was bold, the easiest to read of any of the messages I'd received so far. It was 3 words long. I see you. Some awful amalgam of fear, confusion, and anger made my stomach churn. Ultimately, the latter emotion rose above the rest. I hastily dried off and threw on some clothes, then grabbed my phone from where I'd left it on the bathroom counter. I punched in Anders' number and glared at that damn mirror as I listened to the phone ring again and again. I'd started to think it was too late for him to be awake when he suddenly picked up. He started to ask me how I was faring in my new lodgings before I cut him off. "I need you to tell me if there's some way that a person could be getting into the house," I said. "Every night, I check every window and door. I check every cupboard, closet, and cabinet, and still things are amiss. You need to let me know if there's some entry point that I'm not aware of." Anders didn't seem to entirely understand what I was asking. What's getting in? You let me know if you're having rat troubles. My last tenant before you had rat trouble sometimes. Yeah, sure. I've got rats. Besides the doors and the windows, how could they be getting in? Well, there's the vents, of course, and there was a chimney once, though we had it sealed up a good long while ago, and there's also the crawl space. Of course, though I'm sure you've already poked around down there. Though I knew the home had a crawl space, I'd never had much reason to investigate it. I was never able to find the entrance, even after ripping up all the carpeting in the house. Likely, hardwood had been installed over the access door, making it an unlikely point of entry for an intruder. How do I get down to the crawl space? Yes, you should give the crawl space a gander. I barely stopped myself from smashing the phone into the counter. I plan to. Where can I find the entrance? That'll be on the floor of the bathroom closet. I looked around the room. Surely, I'd misheard him. Either that, or he was confused again. What? I know, it's an odd place for it, but it's only there because that room didn't always used to be a bathroom. The bathroom doesn't have a closet. Sure it does, just to the left of the vanity. I looked at the mirror, at that long, oversized mirror. I'd always found it odd for a bathroom of that size to have a built-in floor-to-ceiling mirror. What was it that Anders had said when he'd first visited? That something had looked different about the bathroom. Setting my phone down next to the sink, I stepped up close to the glass. I spent a few moments feeling around the frame, looking for a latch. Then I grabbed a portion of the right side of the frame in two hands. After one hard yank, the mirror swung open like a door, revealing a large walk-in closet. Anders was saying something on the other end of the line, but I was too stunned to answer. There was a square-shaped hole at the back of the closet, which I assumed led down to the crawl space beneath the house. The closet floor was littered with all kinds of trash, filthy sheets, fast food containers, beer cans, and, I realized, some of my own items, little things I thought I'd misplaced. A sock, a toothbrush, a comb, and a small, framed photograph of me, my sister, and our old family dog. I crouched down to pick up the photo, perched in the doorway as I studied my younger, smiling self. I heard Anders saying my name over the phone, except the voice didn't sound much like Anders at all. It was too deep, too clear, too close. When I looked up, a man was peeking out at me from the hole in the floor. He smiled at me, his eyes wide and pupils blown. His smile so wide it looked painful, and his hair long and matted. He was only visible from the neck up, and the harsh lighting made it look like a disembodied head was grinning at me from the back of the closet. Horrified, I rose to my feet and ran. I didn't stop running until I made it to my car, which I promptly drove to my sister's house. The next day, I drove to the police station to file a report. An officer met me at the house to check the scene, and I showed him the hidden closet, which indeed had an entrance to the crawl space. My best guess was that the intruder was entering my crawl space from the small door on the side of my house. He'd likely been squatting in the house during the year in which it sat unoccupied, and when he saw it was being prepared for sale, he had disguised the closet door so as to keep a little room for himself. Why he decided to stay, or why he was leaving me messages, I can't say. From his actions, and from what little I saw of him, I think it's safe to assume that he wasn't of sound mind. Unfortunately, the man was never found. For all I know, he's still in that same neighborhood. Hell, he might even be in the same house. I moved across the county afterwards and have lived in studio apartments ever since. The thought of living in a big house with all those rooms and corners and places to hide gives me the creeps. It's not just houses that the incident soured for me, but mirrors as well. These days, when I visit a friend or stay at a hotel, I always have to carefully inspect the bathroom mirrors, shining a light directly into their faces and tapping a finger against the glass. Because the worst detail of the whole ordeal was that, when revisiting the bathroom with the police officer, I stepped into the old closet, closed the door, and looked into the mirror. Instead of my reflection, I saw the officer's face on the other side of the glass. I never thought I'd be sharing this story on Reddit, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 months since that cursed Halloween night, and I still can't shake the horror of what happened to my little girl, Emily. I'm hoping that by writing this down, I might find some answers or at least some peace, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. I'm a single dad, have been for the last 5 years since my wife passed away. Emily's all I've got, and I'd do anything to protect her. She just turned 10 this year, and she's the spitting image of her mom. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smile that could light up a room. Emily's always been a creative kid. Give her some crayons and paper, and she'll spend hours lost in her own little world. But this year, as Halloween approached, her creativity took a turn that I never saw coming. It all started about a month before Halloween. Emily and I were having our usual Saturday morning pancakes when she brought it up. "Dad," she said, syrup dripping down her chin, "can we talk about Halloween?" I smiled, passing her a napkin. "Sure thing. Kiddo, what's on your mind?" Her eyes lit up. "I want to make my own costume this year, something really special." Now, I'm not the most artistic guy in the world. My idea of arts and crafts is sticking a magnet on the fridge. But seeing the excitement in her eyes, how could I say no? "That sounds like a great idea," I said. "Any thoughts on what you want to be?" Emily scrunched up her nose, thinking hard. "It's this little quirk she does that always reminds me of her mom." "I'm not sure yet," she admitted, "but I know I want a mask, a really cool one." And so began our month-long Halloween project. Every evening after dinner, we'd sit at the kitchen table, surrounded by craft supplies. Emily would sketch out ideas, and I'd do my best to help bring them to life. We tried paper mache, disaster, plastic molds, even bigger disaster, and about a dozen other techniques we found on YouTube. As the days ticked by, I could see Emily getting more and more frustrated. Nothing was turning out quite the way she wanted. Then, 2 weeks before Halloween, we made a trip to the craft store. Emily was quiet as we walked through the aisles, her earlier excitement replaced by a sort of grim determination. That's when we stumbled upon the mask section. There, sitting on a shelf, was a plain white mask, just a basic face shape with holes for eyes and a mouth. Nothing special, but Emily's eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning. "Dad, look," she whispered, pointing at the mask. "It's perfect. We can decorate it ourselves." I didn't think much of it at the time. It was just a mask. After all, how wrong I was. For the next 2 weeks, Emily spent every free moment working on her mask. She painted it with swirls of purple and black, added glitter around the eyes, and attached feathers along the edges. I had to admit, it was looking pretty cool. But then, 3 days before Halloween, things took a turn. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard Emily call out from her room. "Dad, can you come here for a sec?" When I walked in, I found her sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by craft supplies. In her hand was a pair of scissors, and on the floor next to her was a small pile of blonde hair. "Emily," I gasped, "did you cut your hair?" She nodded, grinning, just a little bit. I wanted to make the mask extra special. I watched in stunned silence as she carefully glued the lock of hair onto the forehead of the mask. Something about it made my skin crawl, but I chalked it up to the shock of seeing her cut her own hair. "There," she said, holding up the mask. "Now it's perfect." As I looked at the mask, with its swirls of color and that lock of real hair, a chill ran down my spine. Something about it felt wrong, but I pushed the feeling aside. It was just a Halloween mask. Right. That night, as I tucked Emily into bed, I noticed her staring at the mask on her dresser. There was something different about her expression, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. "You okay, sweetie?" I asked. She turned to me, smiling. "Yeah, Dad, I'm just excited for Halloween." I kissed her forehead and turned off the light. As I closed her door, I could have sworn I saw the mask's eyes glint in the darkness, but that was impossible. It was just a mask, wasn't it? I wish I could say that was the end of it, that Emily wore her mask on Halloween, had a great time trick-or-treating, and everything went back to normal. But that's not how this story goes. Not even close. The night before Halloween, I woke up to a strange sound. It was like a whisper, but not quite. More like the rustle of leaves in the wind. But we live in an apartment on the 5th floor. I lay there in the dark, my heart pounding, trying to figure out what I was hearing. Then I realized it was coming from Emily's room. I got up, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. As I approached her door, the sound got clearer. It wasn't leaves, it was giggling, but not Emily's giggle. This was higher, almost squeaky, like something from a cartoon. I pushed open her door, expecting to find her awake, maybe watching videos on her tablet. Instead, I found her fast asleep, curled up under her blankets. The giggling stopped the moment I entered the room. That's when I saw it. The mask. It was on her dresser where she'd left it, but something was different. In the dim light from the hallway, I could have sworn the painted mouth was curved into a smile it definitely didn't have before. I shook my head, blaming it on my sleepy brain playing tricks on me. I was about to leave when Emily stirred. "Daddy," she mumbled, her eyes still closed. "It's okay, sweetie," I whispered. "Go back to sleep." But she didn't. Instead, her eyes snapped open, and for a split second, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Her eyes, usually a soft blue, looked almost black in the darkness, and they weren't looking at me. They were fixed on the mask. Then she blinked, and everything was normal again. "What's wrong, Dad?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. I forced a smile. "Nothing, honey. I just thought I heard something. Go back to sleep." As I closed her door, I heard that giggle again, but this time, it sounded like it was coming from inside the room. Halloween morning arrived, and Emily was bouncing off the walls with excitement. She insisted on putting on her costume right after breakfast, even though trick-or-treating was hours away. "Can I wear my mask now, Dad? Please," she begged. Something in my gut screamed no, but I couldn't think of a good reason to refuse. "Okay, but just for a little while. You don't want to get tired of it before the big night." The moment she put on the mask, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Emily stood there, completely still, for what felt like an eternity. When she finally turned to face me, I had to stifle a gasp. The mask looked alive. The painted swirls seemed to shimmer and move, and the lock of hair on the forehead was swaying gently, even though there was no breeze in the room. "How do I look, Daddy?" Emily's voice came out muffled and strange from behind the mask. "Great, sweetie," I managed to choke out. "Why don't you take it off now? Save it for later." But Emily didn't move. She just stood there, staring at me through those painted eyes. Then, slowly, she raised her hand and stroked the hair on the mask's forehead. "But Daddy," she said, her voice suddenly deeper, almost adult-like, "I don't want to take it off. Ever." That's when I knew something was terribly, terribly wrong, and it was only going to get worse. I tried to convince myself it was just Emily playing a Halloween prank. Kids do that, right? But deep down, I knew this was something else, something worse. As the day wore on, Emily refused to take off the mask. She barely spoke, and when she did, it was in that unnaturally deep voice that made my skin crawl. I tried to get her to eat lunch, but she just sat there, staring at the plate through those painted eyes. By late afternoon, I was at my wit's end. "Emily," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "it's almost time to go trick-or-treating. Why don't you take off the mask for a bit? Give your face a break." She turned to me, moving her head in a way that was just wrong, too smooth, like a doll being posed. "No," she said, that adult voice sending chills down my spine. "The mask stays on." I reached out to take it off myself, but the moment my fingers touched the edge, pain shot through my hand like I'd been burned. I yanked my hand back with a yelp, staring in horror at the angry red marks on my fingertips. Emily giggled, but it wasn't her giggle. It was that high-pitched sound I'd heard the night before. "Silly Daddy," she said, "the mask doesn't want to come off." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "Emily," I said, my voice shaking, "what's happening to you?" She cocked her head to the side, an unnatural angle that made my stomach lurch. "Emily's not here right now," she said, and I swear I saw the mask's mouth move as she spoke. "But don't worry, Daddy, soon there won't be any Emily left at all." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare, but the pain in my hand told me it was all too real. I ran to the phone, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. But before I could hit call, the lights in the apartment flickered and died. In the sudden darkness, I heard that giggle again, closer now. "Who are you?" I shouted into the darkness. "What do you want with my daughter?" The giggle turned into a laugh, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Want?" the voice said, no longer pretending to be Emily. "I want what every lonely spirit wants, a body to call my own." A flash of lightning illuminated the room for a split second, and I saw her, Emily, or what used to be Emily, standing in the doorway. The mask had changed. The painted swirls were moving, twisting across its surface like living things. The lock of hair had grown, cascading down over Emily's shoulders. But the worst part was where the mask met Emily's skin. I could see tendrils, like roots or veins, spreading from the edges of the mask, burrowing into my daughter's flesh. "No," I whispered, horror and despair threatening to overwhelm me. "Please, no." The thing wearing my daughter's body took a step forward. "Oh yes, Daddy," it said, its voice a terrible mixture of Emily's and something ancient and evil. "And guess what? There's room for two in here." As it lunged towards me, mask first, I realized with sickening clarity that this Halloween night was far from over, and that the real horror was just beginning. I don't remember much of what happened next. It's all a blur of terror and desperation. I remember running, stumbling through the dark apartment, the thing that used to be my daughter always just a step behind. I remember the sound of its laughter, a horrible mix of Emily's voice and something ancient and evil. At some point, I found myself in the kitchen. As lightning flashed outside, I saw a gleam of metal, scissors, the same ones Emily had used to cut her hair for the mask. I grabbed them just as the thing lunged at me again. What followed was the most horrifying moment of my life. I fought against the creature wearing my daughter's body, trying desperately to cut away the mask without hurting Emily. But every time the scissors touched the mask, it seemed to grow, those root-like tendrils spreading further across Emily's face. "You can't save her," the thing hissed, its voice a nightmarish blend of Emily's and something inhuman. "She's mine now, and soon you will be too." In that moment, as I looked into the painted eyes of the mask, I saw something that chilled me to my very soul. Behind those eyes, in the depths I couldn't explain, I saw Emily, my little girl, trapped and terrified, silently screaming for help. Something in me snapped. With a roar of rage and fear, I tackled the creature to the ground. We struggled, rolling across the floor, knocking over furniture. I could feel the mask trying to attach itself to me, those tendrils seeking my skin. The pain was excruciating, like 1,000 needles stabbing into me all at once. But I didn't let go. I couldn't. This was for Emily. In a final, desperate move, I managed to get my fingers under the edge of the mask. The pain was blinding, but I held on, pulling with all my might. I heard a sound like tearing flesh, felt something give way. And then, suddenly, it was over. The mask came free in my hands, writhing and twisting like a living thing. Without thinking, I threw it into the fireplace and lit a match. The mask seemed to scream as the flames engulfed it, the painted swirls melting and bubbling, the lock of hair curling and blackening. In moments, it was nothing but ash. I turned to find Emily lying on the floor, unconscious but breathing. Her face was covered in angry red marks where the mask had attached itself. But she was alive. She was my Emily again. That was 3 months ago. Emily's recovering, slowly but surely. The marks on her face are fading, but I fear the scars on her mind will take much longer to heal. She doesn't remember much of what happened, and part of me is grateful for that. But sometimes, late at night, I hear her whimpering in her sleep, and when I go to comfort her, I see her hands moving, as if trying to pull something off her face. As for me, well, I haven't slept properly since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see that mask. I feel those tendrils trying to burrow into my skin, and I hear that laugh, that terrible laugh that wasn't quite Emily's. I know it's over. I know I burned the mask. But sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I see something moving just beneath my skin, and in my darkest moments, I wonder, did I really destroy the mask? Or is it just waiting, biding its time, ready to emerge once again? I pray I never have to find out. But this Halloween, we're keeping the lights on, and there will be no masks in this house. Not ever again. I used to like hiking. I say used to, because if I ever get out of here, I'm never doing it again. I live in West Virginia, and just about the only good things about it, really, are the nature and the folklore. So I've always spent as much time as I could outside. I've encountered some relatively weird stuff up until this point. So when I saw the staircase leading down into the ground in the middle of the woods, on the side of a mountain, it barely fazed me. In fact, it really intrigued me. You hear a lot of stories about feral people in the hills out here and all that, and they're the first thing I thought of. But I told myself that was stupid. None of that's real. And worrying about it shouldn't stop me from checking out something cool that I'd never seen before. So I, like the idiot I am, knelt down by the mysterious stairs in the woods. I used my phone flashlight to illuminate them and saw an earthen tunnel that led down to a dead end, with little bits of rock and roots sticking out. There was absolutely nothing else, but just seeing that wasn't enough for me. I figured there had to be more to it. Had to be some reason the stairs were there, but it occurred to me that it might be some kind of trap, that as soon as I stepped down into it, someone might block the entrance. Even if feral people aren't really out here, I figured it couldn't hurt to be at least kind of careful. So I stood back up and shouted for my friend Greg, who I'd left behind a little way down the trail because he had to take a piss. He shouted back that he was on his way and rushed up to me, and I showed him the stairs and asked him to keep a lookout while I investigated. He agreed, saying that it was weird as hell and that I was fucking crazy. But whatever, man. So I went down the stairs. There were about 15 of them. I poked around, searched the dirt walls for signs of secret entrances, messages, anything interesting. I found nothing. So I headed back up. About halfway up the stairs, I got hit by a really bad bout of dizziness, like vertigo, and I had to stop because I almost fell backwards back down them. I kind of curled forward and closed my eyes for a second. When I opened them, the light from above was much more dim, like the sky was clouded over. But there had been no clouds in the sky before. I climbed the rest of the stairs and found Greg there waiting for me. But he was different. I couldn't really place how. Part of it was the weird way he was staring at me, like blank and cold and shocked all at the same time. I was pretty sure he was wearing a different outfit than he'd been in before. But I was also pretty sure he hadn't brought a second one with him. And even if he had in case of an emergency, the idea that he'd just randomly changed clothes while I was down the stairs seemed really stupid. I wanted to ask him about it, but I couldn't bring myself to. I told him there was nothing down in the tunnel, and he didn't say anything back, just kept staring. I asked him what was up, why he was being so quiet, whether something had freaked him out. He still didn't say anything. At this point, I figured he was messing with me, and it honestly pissed me off. I wasn't about to just stand there begging him to talk to me, so I started down the trail again the way we'd been heading before. I had a really bad, weird feeling, obviously, and was just about done with everything. But we were far enough along the loop that it made more sense to keep going than to turn back. Greg walked behind me and didn't talk the whole way to the lot. We'd ridden there together, in his car. But when we got to the parking lot, I didn't see it anywhere. In fact, the lot, which I was positive had been paved, was now just packed down dirt. The cars there all looked kind of old-fashioned, and I didn't recognize the logos on any of them. The trail was a simple loop. There should have been no way for us to end up in any other parking lot. So I was finally like, "Greg, what's going on?" But he just looked at me and still wouldn't open his stupid mouth. Honestly, I had kind of a meltdown divided by breakdown divided by freak out. No matter what I said, Greg wouldn't respond. I think once I wore myself out, shock set in. I followed Greg to some weird blue car that looked like it was made in the 50s. Maybe. Got in. He pulled out onto a road that I didn't recognize. We passed houses and other buildings I had never seen in my life. All of them looked old-fashioned, but not old. When we passed signs, I didn't recognize the writing on them, not just the language, but the writing itself was totally unfamiliar, kind of like Russian, but also totally different than that. I guess I can't really describe it. That's when I figured I must be dreaming and calmed down a bit. Even though everything was way more realistic than any dream I've ever had. I could smell gas and pine trees and dirt. I felt grit sliding under my shoes on the floor mat. I pinched the side of my leg, and it hurt. By the time we pulled up to the building, I wasn't so sure I was dreaming anymore. I didn't recognize it. It was 3 stories, with some kind of butcher shop on the first floor and what looked like apartments above it. Then my mom stepped out the front door of the butcher shop, wearing a white apron. I got out and half jogged over to her. The instant I did, I saw that she was looking at me the same way Greg did, all cold and weird with her mouth clamped shut. I knew that if I said anything to her, she wouldn't answer. And past her, through the window of the butcher shop, there was some smoked meat hanging up. I don't want to say what it looked like it was from. I know how this all sounds already, and I was in state of shock and panic. Besides, I couldn't bring myself to focus on it for too long. I walked past my mom, where there was another door beside the butcher one, up those stairs and into the apartment, or I guess townhouse above it. It felt kind of like I was on autopilot, like my feet were taking me there on their own. I still don't recognize anything. I'm so terrified and exhausted that I almost feel high. I found a bedroom that obviously wasn't the master. That almost looks like it could maybe be mine, I guess. Got in and shut the door, locked it, and laid down on the bed. There are posters for movies in here that I've never heard of, with text I can't read. I pulled my phone out, and I still have service. I'm still connected to the internet. The normal internet that I can read. My mom and someone who sounds like my dad are standing outside the door, talking. They aren't speaking English, or any language I've ever heard. To be honest, I'm not even sure I should be calling it talking or speaking. They're clearly saying things to each other and answering each other. Only it's like weird, short, glottal sounds and a bunch of hissing interspersed with a few syllables here and there. I checked the window, and there's no good way out or down. I'm on the 3rd floor, and there's a concrete sidewalk right below. Plus, there's a guy standing there, staring up through the window, who looks exactly like me. I'm not sure when this numbness is going to fade, when I'll start freaking out again. I'm using the time I have while still being calm to try to find information on what could possibly be going on. And if there's a way for me to get back home without leaving this room, I don't think I can leave this room. My phone is low on battery though, and I don't know if I'll be able to charge it with anything here. If you've ever heard of anything like this, please tell me. I'll take any information I can get. Google's turning up nothing but stuff about stairs in the woods that lead upward. Nothing like this exactly. Pretty sure I can feel the panic coming back. The doorknob's jiggling now. They're trying to get in. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural, But what happened to me and my girlfriend on that road trip? Something changed. It's taken me a while to gather the courage to write this, and even now, I can feel its eyes on me sometimes as I type. I've only been able to get a paragraph or two before I stop, but someone has to know. I've always despised long car trips. This fact wasn't lost on me when my girlfriend at the time, with the help of her parents, took it upon herself to fund a trip overseas to the USA, our own Great Western Trail. She conveniently forgot that she didn't have a license, leaving me as the sole driver. I grumbled, but a lot of money had been spent and given to us to do with as we pleased. I wasn't going to spoil this, as it was our reward for successfully graduating from university. The trip wasn't particularly memorable. When I think back on it, I struggle to recall most of the places we stayed. I remember landing in New York, spending a few days seeing the popular sights, and then renting a car and just driving. We had no real plan. With plenty of money, we could stay wherever we wanted. We had a few destinations in mind, but most of my checklist was on the West Coast. San Francisco and Vegas were still ahead, so driving was inevitable. We'd pick a highway or back road and drive until I needed a break, even though I found it tedious. Megan's company was comforting, though the ride would grow silent when she slept. The monotony of towering trees, sprawling plains and endless fields played tricks on my mind. The persistent rumble of the wheels and the silent, stagnant air punctuated only by the hum of the engine added to the oppressive sameness. This was the aspect of driving that I loathed. Only the occasionally passing street signs provided any change, offering glimpses of nearby towns or warnings of local wildlife. After 8 hours of uninterrupted driving one day, I hadn't encountered a single town or city. Normally, I'd pass through 3 or 4 in a day's journey, but this time, the landscape remained stubbornly unpopulated. Yawning through my 3rd can of Red Bull, I considered pulling over in the middle of nowhere to catch some sleep. Then, just as the fuel alarm blinked to life, a weathered sign appeared, almost too late, marking the turn-off to a town. There was a subtle unease as I veered onto the exit. It struck me as odd that I could not recall any prior signs. Yet, the promise of fuel and a potential resting place outweighed my apprehension. The indicator ticking, the steering wheel turning, and Megan stirring beside me. I guided the car towards a place named Graysall. As the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, casting long shadows across the empty fuel station, Megan and I pulled in, grateful for a chance to stretch our legs. The flickering fluorescent lights above hummed intermittently, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the isolated place. "We'll fill up here," I said, cutting the engine. Megan nodded, glancing around at the quiet surroundings. "And where is here?" she muttered. "A possible place to sleep." I stepped out of the car into the cool evening air, the scent of petrol and dust lingering. The station was deserted except for a lone figure behind the counter, engrossed in a magazine. I pushed open the creaking door and entered, a small bell chiming softly. The service worker looked up, a slight smile spreading across his young face as he greeted me with a nod. "Evening," I said, my voice echoing slightly in the empty convenience store. The worker stared at me, his smile showing teeth slightly. "Just the gas today," he said, a slight jubilation in his voice. "Yeah, thanks," I replied absent-mindedly, pulling out some cash. "Cash all good?" "Of course." His reply was almost a little too enthusiastic, lingering on the "ah." I handed him the cash and took my change. His smile widened. "Have a great day, sir." "Yeah, thanks," I replied, turning away. "Have a great day, sir." I paused, turned and looked at the man again. His smile remained, showing all his teeth. The gnawing part was that he seemed unhappy, not the soul-crushing service kind of unhappy, but there was something in his eyes. I couldn't quite describe it. "Have a great day, sir." He punctuated each word, eyes locked on mine. "I will, thank you." With a ring of the bell, I walked out the door, still feeling his gaze on me. His smile never wavered. As I fueled the car, I glanced back into the store. He was staring at me. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying behind his gritted teeth. but that damn smile remained burned into my mind. Getting back in the car, I shook myself. I was more than a little on edge. "You okay, babe?" Megan asked. I started up the car before pulling away. That was a chilling experience, I said with a forced laugh that even I didn't believe. "How so?" "That guy was just creepy. No wonder he's out here at this station." There was a pause. "Sure," Megan replied. Leaving the gas station behind, we ventured deeper into Greysall, a town seemingly caught in a perpetual state of half-hearted development. Quaint shops with faded facades lined the main street, their windows showcasing dusty displays of antiques and local crafts. A solitary traffic light flickered intermittently, casting an unsettling glow over cracked sidewalks and neglected flower beds. "The road less traveled," Megan remarked, peering out of the window. "This truly is the explorer's way." "Yeah, a strange vibe," I agreed, my thoughts still lingering on the encounter with the service worker. As we drove further, we passed a weathered sign promising accommodations ahead. Following its directions, we found ourselves at a modest motel inside town. The car park was empty except for a few cars, their owners unseen in the fading light of dusk. "I guess this will do for the night," I said, pulling into a parking space. Stepping out of the car, we were met with curious glances from the sparse population, their greeting smiles short, but their stares lingering a little too long. The motel seemed to stand in silent anticipation, its neon sign buzzing faintly against the growing darkness. I leaned in close and whispered to Megan, "What's with the looks?"
Yeah.
She glanced at me, brushing off my concern. "It's a small town," she replied in a normal tone. "We're tourists in a backwater town. Of course we're going to get looks." After locking the car doors, we walked towards the somewhat inviting light of the lobby. Just as I approached the door with Megan in the lead, I paused and glanced over my shoulder. There was a whisper on the wind, a fleeting sound or thought. The caffeine was wearing off, and with a violent shake of my head, I dismissed it and entered the cramped lobby. "Hello there, dears," the wizened caretaker woman creaked, her smile forming like cracks on old porcelain. "A room for the two of you." Megan smiled back brightly. "Yes, just for the night. Please, one double bed." The woman nodded in acceptance and wrote down our details in a dusty ledger. As I glanced at the ledger, it seemed unusually sparse, lacking additional names or reservations. "A couple's room. Names, please." "I'm Megan, and this is Michael." Megan and Michael. I do like the letter M. A chuckle rattled through her, revealing teeth that seemed too white against weathered skin. Megan shifted slightly, her gaze wandering around the lobby with a casual interest. "And where are you off to?" Megan stepped closer to respond, but I cut in with my question. "We're just travelers. How much for the room?" Her grin widened. $40 for the room. She offered the key to us, seemingly pulling it from thin air. "Thank you," I said, taking it cautiously. Leaning against the counter, I counted out the notes before passing the key to Megan. "Is there a place to eat around here?" I asked, handing over the money. "Eat?" She seemed surprised. "Best not to linger when it gets dark. There's a vending machine with snacks. I'm sure you'll be okay." I glanced outside. Darkness had fallen swiftly, cloaking the town like a shroud. "Okay," I nodded. The woman took the money. "Have a great day, sir." "Sure." I turned to step away, but her grip suddenly tightened on my wrist, making me look back. Her eyes pleaded, and her teeth gleamed brightly as her smile stretched her wrinkled skin. I stood there in confusion as her grip tightened. "Have a great day, sir." I was shocked by her sudden strength and didn't move. Megan intervened smoothly. "Good night." Her tone was breezy. The grip released as suddenly as it had tightened. Megan was next to me with a cheerful expression. I checked my wrist and looked back at the caretaker. Her smile was still wide, but her mouth was closed. "What just happened?" Nodding awkwardly, I hurriedly left, my instincts telling me to keep her in sight, to not turn my back. Only when we opened and closed the lobby door did I dare to relax. "She seems nice," Megan remarked, glancing back at the lobby with a dismissive shrug. I huddled close to Megan as we approached our vehicle. "Didn't she seem a bit odd to you?" I asked. She grabbed me. Meg, like full-on crypt keeper, clutched my wrist. I said with a touch of annoyance, "I wouldn't call that a grab. I think she just touched your hand in a friendly way." She laughed as she pulled her suitcase out. "Probably thought you were flirting or something." "I wasn't." "Relax, Mike. Older folks can be like that." I wanted to press the issue further, but Megan brushed me off again. Was it just me? Glancing back, I saw the caretaker woman in the distance, appearing to close up shop. She gave us a glance and a smile before hastily dropping the shutters. Shaking off the odd feeling, I turned back to find Megan making her way obliviously to the door. I took my bag and followed dutifully. She slid the key into the lock and opened the door effortlessly. Surprisingly, the room appeared to have been recently renovated. There was a modest TV and a large double bed. The calming blue interior was a stark contrast to the worn exterior of the motel. Megan responded with a jump, flopping onto the bed. Not bad for $40. I smiled at her enthusiasm. "Hungry?" "Not really." "Didn't she mention something about the vending machine?" She dug her phone charger out of her bag. "I guess all the local eateries close early due to the small population." That's how I interpreted her warning. I added uncertainly, "Maybe there's a high crime rate." "You think there'd be lots of criminals in a place this small?" The sound of her phone accepting charge punctuated her question. "I don't know. Why else would she warn us about going out?" Megan shrugged. "Maybe she's just cautious." I nodded mainly to myself and started towards the bathroom. This place better have running hot water. The shower was a stark contrast to the room. Perhaps they ran out of budget before getting to the tiles and plumbing. At least the light worked. And more importantly, the hot water. I let it steam up before indulging in the warm embrace. My mind wandered, as shower thoughts tend to encourage, lingering on today's drive. I struggled to remember any major landmarks or anything of note. There was nothing. I kept pressing on the thought, all notions of washing myself forgotten. Beneath the roar of the running water, there was another sound, a buzzing, a whisper, a constant tone. I couldn't recall ever hearing it before. As the water began to go cold, a memory resurfaced. I did pass signs on the road, all pointing to grey soil. It made sense. But for 8 hours, the buzz grew louder as I pushed further in my mind. The distance on the signs to Graysall was always the same. It was always the next exit. A loud knock on the bathroom door startled me. "You good?" Megan asked. A shock of cold shivered me awake. I was freezing. "Yeah, I'm good. Be out in a moment." The sudden silence of the room was deafening. I strained to hear the buzz, but there was nothing. I made my way to the mirror, broke open my toiletry bag and began to brush my teeth. I kept my eyes down towards the sink, focusing on the routine. A nagging feeling in my gut made me hesitate to look up, so I kept my head firmly angled down. With clean teeth, I spat out the toothpaste and looked up out of habit. My reflection stared back at me, but there was something else. I couldn't see it. Behind me were just broken white tiles, but something was there. Dread crept through me as I remained still, locked in a staring contest with my own reflection. I dared not move. The buzzing returned, a presence gripping my very being. It was as if I stood on the edge of a cliff, knowing full well that stepping off would be fatal. I knew that if I glanced slightly to the left of my shoulder, my life would be over. Time passed, I don't know how long, before I closed my eyes. The feeling slowly dissipated, and I stepped away from the sink and out the bathroom door into the bedroom. My breath was heavy, buried deep in my stomach. Every movement felt like dragging boulders. Only when I opened my eyes and saw Megan lying casually on the bed with her phone did I let out a shudder of relief. "You were in there a while," she remarked, not looking up. "You'd better get some sleep." "I think so." I made my way to the edge of the bed and climbed in, my neck stiff and taut. I couldn't even glance behind me. Something was there, and I knew it meant the end. Laying on my back, I turned my head toward Megan, a protest forming on my lips. It got stuck in my throat as the oppressive blanket of dread fell over me. digging into my back and spine. I stopped myself as my stomach dropped again, the pits of my being filled with hollow trepidation. The words were stuck in my throat. I wanted to say it, to desperately convey that something was wrong, but terror engulfed me. "What's that, babe?" Megan asked, her tone light. "Nothing. I just need sleep," I muttered in defeat. The feeling receded. The disquieting unease left me. She smiled and gave me a peck on the cheek. "I'll leave you alone tonight so you can rest up. Maybe tomorrow will be better." I could only nod. It felt as if my blood had been drained from my body. Surely, I looked hollow or my skin void of color. But her reaction remained cheerful and flirty. She turned away, set her phone's alarm for the morning, and nestled into the covers. I did not sleep. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. Time passed in a haze, the seconds blending into minutes, minutes stretching into infinity. My eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering through the thin curtains, and I began to notice the minute details of the ceiling above me. Tiny cracks splintered across the plaster, the paint already beginning to peel from its fresh coat, revealing faint water stains and the occasional cobweb as a finishing flourish. I could make out the slight variations in texture where the roller marks overlapped during the last haphazard paint job. My mind fixated on these imperfections, a desperate attempt to anchor myself in the mundane. Yet, the oppressive feeling lingered, a weight on my chest. It wasn't as strong as before, but its presence was undeniable. The sense of absoluteness gnawed at me from the left, a silent reminder of whatever unseen horror lay just out of sight. Every instinct boiled over, urging me to keep my gaze forward, to not turn my head even the slightest bit. The thought of what might be there, lurking in the shadows, was too much to bear. My body remained rigid, my breath shallow and controlled, as if any sudden movement or noise might draw its attention. Megan's soft snores provided a fragile comfort. I wanted to wake her, to share the burden, but the words wouldn't come. I was trapped, a prisoner to this unseen menace. As the hours dragged on, sleep eluded me. The darkness outside deepened, the walls pressing in as if to crush the very air from my lungs. I clung to the small details of the ceiling, using them as a lifeline to stave off the encroaching fear, knowing that dawn was still hours away. I couldn't bear another moment of this. Slowly, I lifted myself from the bed and made my way to the door, keeping my head still. Hunger had set in. I moved silently, cautiously crossing the cold car park to the glow of the vending machine. Inside, a variety of snacks looked faded from the sun. I pulled out a note and fed it to the machine, the normality of the action distracting me from turning around. The machine accepted the note, and I pressed the combination, awaiting something to take my mind off the dark. The spools spurred to life as the snack slid forward and then down. I bent down to retrieve it. That's when the chanting began. I turned slowly towards the sound, an uncomfortable twisting in my gut rising to my throat. Ahead, a gathering of people stood in a crescent shape inside the park by the motel, including the service worker and caretaker woman. They surrounded a small pile of random items, illuminated faintly by the park lights. Even from this distance, I could discern the silhouettes, a pair of glasses, a map, a wallet and keys. The chant resonated through the still night, each syllable rolling off their tongues with a rhythm that felt both ancient and powerful. The words were guttural and melodic, filled with a haunting cadence that sent shivers down my spine. As the group circled the mundane items laid out in ritualistic precision, their voices rose and fell in a foreign, almost otherworldly, harmony. The air seemed to vibrate with each intonation, weaving an invisible web of dread around me. My heart pounded and my skin prickled as if the very air was charged with dark energy. Though I couldn't understand the words, the intent behind them was clear, summoning, binding, compelling. Fragments of the chant felt disturbingly familiar, echoing with the weight of forgotten rituals. Each phrase seemed to hold a hidden meaning, a dark promise, as if the chant itself was a living entity reaching out to ensnare any who dared listen. The figures began to turn. Despite being about 20 meters away, I unconsciously crossed the car park and stood by the street, now able to make out their faces as they surveyed me. Their wide smiles and mouths agape revealed what felt like too many teeth. The chant continued, their mouths twisting to form the sounds, yet their eyes betrayed terror. Pleading looks from all of them tore through me, screaming at me to leave now, but their welcoming bodies stretched wide, inviting me to cross the asphalt street. The clash of emotions, fear, menace and warmth, all fought one another to be the primary feeling. My mind almost acquiesced, the scratching ache of what was behind me pushing me forward. It beckoned me to join them. My body protested and screamed. The dread built as it sensed my thoughts. To turn and walk, I would step into abject horror. Forward was the loving call of familiarity. With a great, uncertain step, I turned my back on the gathering and walked back to our room. As I turned away from the gathering, my body protested violently. My heart sank, breaths long and deep. Each step back towards the motel felt like wading through molasses. An invisible force clawed at me, pulling me back towards the chanting group. The ache in my chest intensified, as if something was trying to rip my soul from my body. My muscles tensed and strained with every movement. The chant almost engulfed me, surrounding me in a maw of alien chants. The distance to my room seemed to stretch interminably, the dim lights of the motel flickering in and out of focus, extremely bright in one moment and pitch black the next. Each step forward was a battle against an unseen force that grew stronger with every passing second. My mind reeled, assaulted by a barrage of whispered temptations and threats that made my skin crawl. I could feel the dark energy digging into me, its tendrils wrapping around my very essence, threatening to pull me apart. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and my vision blurred with the effort of resisting the pull. Every fiber of my being screamed in protest, urging me to turn back to the comfort of the gathering behind me. The door to our room was just ahead. My hand trembled as I reached out, fingers barely grazing the doorknob. I looked forward as I felt the door, but my consciousness felt miles away. Each touch of reality was such a distance. It bedraggled my mind. With a Herculean effort, I twisted the knob and stumbled inside, collapsing against the door as it swung shut behind me. Everything was quiet. The room was dark. The sight of Megan lying asleep on the bed brought everything into focus. My heart pounded in my ears, but I was slowly coming back to its senses. I looked around the dark room. I was here. Everything was back in its place. I strained again to hear the outside. Nothing. I paused and hesitated to look over my shoulder. Nothing. I turned and cautiously looked over my left shoulder to the door. Nothing. I locked the door slowly, made my way to the bed and crawled inside. I felt I wanted to say something to Megan or awaken her, but something held me back. The fear I felt before was distant, lingering in the back of my mind. The thought was different now. It was almost as though it would become real if I acknowledged what happened. I listened one more time, trying to make out any sound of what was outside. Nothing. I slid closer to Megan, wrapped tightly around her and chose to forget. Sleep was not too far behind. I woke in a sudden panic, upright. I observed the surroundings. The nice calm blue of the room was brightened by the subtle sun through the blinds. Morning had arrived, and Megan walked out of the bathroom, brushing her teeth. "Sleep well?" she asked. I took a brief moment to stabilize myself and breathe deeply. "I think it's best we keep moving," I replied slowly. She smiled and made her way back into the bathroom. By the time she finished up, I had packed our bags and was walking out the door. "Why the rush?" She laughed. I didn't stop. I opened the door and noticed our vehicle where we had parked it. I loaded it up and was ready to leave. Megan climbed into the passenger side with a confused grin. I had started the car. "Why so sudden?" "I have to drop the key off, babe." I drove closer to the lobby. The shutters were still down. I pulled the handbrake and took the key from her hand. "I'll drop them off. Be 2 moments." I got out and hurried to the chute, glancing around. The park seemed normal in the light, but the ominous feeling lingered in the air. Keys deposited. I rushed to the car and slammed the door shut, locking the doors for good measure. Megan rolled her eyes and sighed. With glances in the mirror and a careful foot, I made my way towards the highway and the open road. I kept checking. Every minute or so, I surveyed the town as we traveled. We were up pretty early for the cozy little town, which seemed deserted. It was not long until we had left the confines of Graysall and were back out through the woods. "You going to tell me what that was about?" Megan asked. I looked at her and feigned a nonchalant smile. Cozy little hideaway towns are not my thing. I'm keen for the big smoke, as they say. "So you didn't sleep?" I didn't know why I didn't tell her. Part of me wanted to keep the truth as a lie. I wanted to keep her safe from whatever that was. I sighed as I relented and opened up my thoughts. "All right, so..." Another part of me screamed in terror as a rising feeling tingled my neck. I stopped myself again, a glance in the rearview mirror, and I could sense it again. It was behind me in the back, but all I could see was the back window and the suitcases lying on the seats. It was still here. I couldn't look again. I looked away from the mirror and straight ahead. "Yeah, average sleep," I hesitantly stated. "Are you okay?" I paused and nodded. Megan seemed to have accepted that answer and went back to idling. I wanted to say more. I was screaming in my mind, but it stopped me. The tension in the car was palpable, my mind racing with the events of the night before and what lingers behind us. Megan leaned back in her seat, quietly scrolling through her phone. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the unease in the pit of my stomach wouldn't let up. Minutes passed, and the silence between us grew heavier. The winding road seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees blurring into a monotonous green. Suddenly, a faint flash of red and blue lights appeared in the distance, reflecting off the rearview mirror. My pulse quickened, but I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look back. Megan shifted in her seat, noticing the lights as well. "Are those?" She trailed off, her voice tinged with concern. I swallowed hard, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Probably just a routine check," I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. The lights grew brighter, closer, casting an eerie glow inside the car. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, each beat echoing the dread I felt deep inside. The urge to glance in the mirror was overwhelming, but I fought it, knowing that looking back might reveal more than just the police car. The siren blipped, a short, sharp burst that made me flinch. Megan turned to me, her eyes wide with worry. "What should we do?" "Just stay calm," I replied, though my own nerves were fraying. "I'll pull over." I eased the car to the side of the road, the lights now glaring in full force through the back window. My hands shook as I shifted the car into park and rolled down the window. The officer approached, his silhouette framed by the flashing lights. Megan's fingers brushed against my arm, a silent gesture of support. "Good morning," the officer said, his tone neutral but firm. "License and registration, please." "Of course." "Sir." I pulled out my license and the relevant paperwork from the glove compartment. I handed them over as he began to scrutinize. His mirrored glasses glared at me, forcing me to look away. "You know why I pulled you over, sir?" No, I do not. Your tail light is out." "Oh, it's a rental. It was definitely good when we left New York." "Yes, I can see that." A pause. I looked up as he continued to read the papers. His face was stern and aged, poring over each of the documents I handed him. "Did you notice anything last night in town?" I gripped the wheel in surprise. The itch and clawing returned, digging into my spine. Like what, sir?" He looked at me. I felt my head move with strain to look at him. Something invisible, a dark presence, was gripping my head. "Did you notice anything at all, sir?" "No noises, no strange occurrences." Another grip on my arm, this one from Megan. There was concern in her touch. I could feel her eyes on me, sensing something was wrong. No, nothing at all. Slept like a baby." The pause dragged on for too long. Each second felt like an eternity as the presence tightened its hold, sending waves of terror through my body. "So, you're a foreigner," driving through this state in a car with a broken tail light that you hired from another state. He sighed audibly. Too much paperwork. He handed me the papers, which I gladly took, but they didn't move. He was gripping them tight as I tugged at them. "You got anything to say to me, sir?" My neck craned again, as if an unseen force was controlling my movements. My entire body was on fire from fear. My muscles ached as the invisible claws dug deeper into my shoulders. My eyes shook from the pain as my cheeks tightened, pulling further and further apart in a smile too large for my own face. "Have a great day, sir." The policeman smiled widely back, almost in wicked greeting. His grin was unsettlingly familiar. "And you have a great day too, sir." About a month ago, I was told that the owners of my previous apartment were going through a family tragedy, a dead or lost relative or something. They were planning to sell the apartment soon. Knowing how tough the rental market can be, I started looking for a new place straight away. After a few weeks of searching, checking online, in the papers, driving about town, anything I could think of, I found a place. I couldn't believe my luck. Some of my friends had recently spent months, if not much longer, trying to find housing. The ad described a one-bedroom, one-bathroom, one parking spot, unfurnished apartment in a relatively new building complex. The rent was a slight bump from what I was previously paying, but as I had no desire to find myself homeless, I quickly messaged the agent to organize an inspection. The agent got back to me straight away, and so the next day during my lunch break, I went to check out what I hoped would be my future sanctum. The apartment was bigger than I expected, with plenty of good light, a cozy bedroom, and a smart, spacious kitchen. I wouldn't go so far as to say it was my dream apartment. The view from the balcony was rather bland and generic, offering only a glimpse at other buildings in the complex, and the bathroom was dull and somehow older looking than the rest of the place. I figured I could jazz it up, though, and it wasn't anything that diminished my overall enthusiasm in the slightest. I told the property manager, the agent I had spoken with was held up at another appointment, that I was happy with it, and, getting ahead of myself, asked when I could move in. He laughed and said that whilst he would obviously have to check with the owners, he was confident that based on my rental history and the fact I have no kids, no pets, a stable job, it would almost be a certainty that they would accept. I was ecstatic. The property manager was all smiles as well, an easy win for him too, I suppose. As we were leaving, he introduced me to the complex's caretaker, which I took as another good sign. The caretaker, a blunt and cold-eyed man, mentioned that phone reception in some of the buildings was spotty at times, which made the property manager bristle and repeatedly reassure me that it wasn't really an issue, that a new cell tower was soon to be installed nearby. I didn't care. I'm on my phone enough for work, and if people occasionally can't reach me after hours when I'm relaxing, that's too bad. The caretaker asked where I was moving from, and I said the other side of town. He told me there is a particular moving company that he prefers new residents use, because it is a somewhat finicky location with several security entrances. As their fee was about a third of what I was expecting, I asked him to write down their name and number. Once again, I couldn't believe my good fortune. A few days later, the agent called and said my application had been approved. Amazing! I left work early and signed all the papers that afternoon. We shook hands. Thanks for your help. Call me if you have any questions, etc. It had all been so smooth. I moved in last week. The moving company was punctual and efficient. No frills. Just one guy in a big van. I think he was foreign. He had an accent and wore a face mask the whole time, only saying a few gruff words to me, but he clearly knew the drill, as all my stuff was picked up and brought to my new apartment within a couple of hours. Home sweet home. Not that my old place had been awful, but as it happens with many changes of circumstance, I felt like I had started the next chapter of my life. I settled in for a few days, finding no issues or hidden oddities, before I had to go across country for a work conference, which I had known about for ages, and I wanted to be secure before I went. The conference was lackluster. It was work. After all, but it was good to catch up with colleagues who worked in different parts of the country. But nothing spectacular. I was looking forward to getting back. My morning flight was delayed, typical, so I was already a little sulky when I arrived back in town. I took an Uber to my new apartment and lugged my bags up to my floor. I dug into my coat, pulled out my keys, and went to unlock the front door. But it wouldn't unlock. I tried again. Locked. I double-checked to make sure I was using the right key, as I had been given a few. One for the front door, one for the main security entrance to the whole complex, one for my parking spot garage. I tried all three. Locked. I tried every key on my keychain. Locked. Grumpy from rising early yet getting back later than intended. I decided this wasn't going to be solely my problem. I picked up my bags and left the building, down to the caretaker's office. I explained my situation. The caretaker looked at my key, said it didn't look misshapen or damaged in any way. He ducked out to a back room and came back with my spare key, or a master key for the whole complex. I'm not sure, as we didn't end up needing it. I was heading towards the ground floor entrance to my building when I noticed that the caretaker was continuing ahead. He turned back and frowned. "You're apartment 150, aren't you?" "Yes." "Next one. Look." He pointed towards an A4 sign that was right in front of me, next to the key fob swipe. "Apartment 6180. This threw me. Had I been so exhausted that I went into the wrong building? No. I saw 115 on the door, my door, that I tried to unlock. I distinctly remember that. Or did I? I had been in a hotel for the last few nights. Maybe I had gone to whatever my hotel's room number had been. In fact, what was the number of the room that I stayed in? I had only checked out this morning, but I couldn't recall it. Feeling like a bit of an idiot, I followed the caretaker along to the next building. He pointed again to an equally tacky sign. Apartments 101, 120. Right. He held the entrance door open for me. "Thank you very much. Probably thinks I'm mental." And we went up to my floor. Outside my door, 115, he handed me back my key. I slid it in and turned. The door unlocked and swung open. I went into my apartment. Everything was as I had left it. It needed a bit of tidying up and decorating to make it homely. Sure, but I had only moved in last week. Any mess was forgivable. Still, as I was already feeling quite a schmuck, I mumbled that I had probably just gone into the wrong building, thanked the caretaker for his help. He said no worries and left. I walked around for a few minutes. Nothing was out of place. Good. Just a simple mix-up. Bound to happen. No drama. I was just tired. In fact, I decided it wasn't too late to take a nap. When I awoke, I found things weren't exactly as I had left them. Nothing major, nothing astonishing or immediately bone-chilling, in any case. The first was the view from my balcony, opening the blinds. I found it just looked different, a slight change of angle. The opposite building looked odd. Had my neighbors always had a boxing bag hanging on their balcony? Or that one? Did that one have so many pot plants when I last saw it? I didn't ponder too much about this. After all, I have only spent a few days here, and I'm not one to snoop too closely on fellow tenants, as long as they're clean and quiet. I really don't care. The second relates to a slight neuroticism of mine. Forgive me if it sounds pedantic, but I know we all do these little things in some way or another. When I put toilet roll on the holder, I always make sure it is turned so the hanging strip is away from the wall, not next to it, until living with roommates. I thought everyone did this. Fussy, perhaps, but it just makes sense. Why would I want my knuckles rapping against the wall when I pull the strip? Well, when I went to the bathroom after my nap, I noticed the roll was facing the other way, towards the wall. Now, this isn't exactly sinister, I admit, but it is not something I would ever intentionally do. I tried to remember how many times I had used the bathroom since I moved in, and quickly gave up on this. Maybe because of the stress of unpacking, and in my eagerness to set everything up, I had put it on the wrong way. No big deal. The third thing was much more conspicuous. It was evening by now and starting to get cold, so I went to my bedroom to get some socks. Opening my sock drawer, I found pants. My pants. Yes, all exactly as I had left them. However, My pants don't go in the top drawer.
My socks go in the top drawer.
Always. Opening the drawer below it, I found my socks and pulled out a pair. This was most egregious. The balcony view, the toilet roll, those could both be easily excused as a lapse of concentration. But not my sock drawer. Of course, I had had to pack up all my clothes during the move, put them in bags, take out the drawers, put them back in one by one. It was not impossible, or even unlikely, that in the rush of reassembling all my furniture, that something ended up out of place. However, it is impossible that I wouldn't have noticed this by now. Like everyone, I'm sure I have a very particular morning routine. The order my clothes go on is part of that routine. I spent several days at my apartment before going to the conference. New apartment, sure, but same dressing procedure. There's no question in my mind that I would have realized my error and swapped the drawers back to their correct positions. Something didn't feel right. Had I indeed gone into the wrong building when I came back? I thought so. But how would that make sense? Even if I had, it still didn't explain why something felt off with this apartment. I decided to call the agent. I wanted to ask which building we had gone into during the viewing. I had thought it was the third building on the right, the one I must have accidentally gone into earlier today, not the fourth building that I am currently in. I was scrolling through my phone when I remembered that the agent hadn't been with me that day. It was his associate, the property manager, and I didn't have his number. Checking the time, I saw it was now well after business hours, but I was still feeling perturbed. I would have to call him tomorrow. I could try to find his number at least. What was his name? I googled the real estate agency. It's a nationwide agency, so that obviously didn't help. I narrowed down my search by typing agency name plus town name. The results were alarming. The local site for the agency was the top link, but it was impossible to miss the many other articles that detailed a much grimmer subject. I read several of them, all with the same general content. I've copy-pasted one of the shorter ones here, with some of the information edited, as I am now feeling quite exposed and vulnerable. Family members of missing real estate agent still hoping for her safe return. The family of missing real estate agent, Jacqueline redacted, 27, are still maintaining hope that she could be found safe and unharmed. It's been 3 months, and we know how these sorts of cases usually go, said Jacqueline's father in a statement. But she's a tough young lady. Whatever is going on with her, she's doing her best, and I know she's still out there. We're all still so confused and in shock, said Jacqueline's mother. She's such a sensible woman. She would never get up and disappear like that. Jackie gets along with everyone. She's so kind, so beautiful. We can't imagine that anyone would ever want to hurt her. A police investigation has cleared her family and boyfriend, redacted, of any involvement in Jacqueline's disappearance, with officials stating that they are treating it as suspicious and are concerned for her well-being. Ms. Redacted was last seen at her workplace of SX Realty Group on April 17th. She told colleagues she was going out to provide a viewing of a rental apartment in suburb, but according to the prospective tenant, she never showed up, and she did not return to her office that day. No one has seen or heard from Jacqueline since. Police urge anyone with information regarding Jacqueline's whereabouts to contact a missing woman who was about my age, who worked for my real estate agent.
She disappeared going to an appointment in my suburb.
There are only a few apartment complexes around here, so there's a good chance that it was this one. Deeply upsetting, but it was not explicitly related to my current predicament. Spooky, for sure. Sad, yes, for me. Well, I was just remembering a few things wrong, mixing them up. Understandable. After all, how much attention do you really pay to every little thing in your life when you do every little thing every single day? I clicked onto the agency site and found the property manager's number. I would call him tomorrow, if I could be bothered. Probably not. Even though I hadn't done much today, I usually had a shower before bed, and additionally, wanted to thoroughly rid myself of any hotel room filth still clinging to my body. Also, Showers are a good reset. Good to take your mind off things. As I got in, something in the bathtub caught my eye. The plug hole in the bath was much more worn than I had previously noticed. It wasn't dirty or grimy exactly, but it did have an odd color to it. It looked faded, almost corroded, as if it had been exposed to something for some time. When I finished showering, I inspected the plug hole closer, definitely pallid and washed out. Looking around the tub, I saw that whilst sparkly white, it was a bit dusty. I would have to give it a once-over tomorrow. But not tonight, not after a shower. Cleaning comes before showers. I thought I would get out some cleaning products and leave them on the counter to remind me in the morning. I couldn't remember which ones I had brought with me in the move and which ones I had just chucked out. I thought I'd better have a look and see what I might need to pick up from the store. Checking the cabinet under my kitchen sink, I took out all the usual suspects. Good, I wasn't lacking anything. Then I saw it. Towards the back. To the right. Behind the pipes. I could easily have missed it. It was so dark. So hidden. A bag. I pulled it out. A black satchel. A tote of some sorts. It wasn't solid. Clearly there were a few things inside. I opened it up and tipped out its contents. Rope. Long, bundled rope. Duct tape. Thick, heavy-duty duct tape. Plastic bottles. Unlabeled. Cryptic liquids swilling within 3 plastic bottles. Terrifying. This was truly messed up. I couldn't wait until tomorrow. Not after finding this. I had to do something. Call someone. I remembered the agent telling me that the apartment complex has all hours security. How do I get in contact with them? What was the number? I ran out of the kitchen to the living room, where I still had most of the new rental documents scattered upon my table. Frantically, I flipped through them, looking for the right words, the right number. There it was. Security caretaker. I punched the number into my phone. As I hit call, I saw that the number I dialed had changed to a saved contact in my phone. Easy Shifters, new aptee. The line connected, only for a split second, then dropped out. I stared at my phone. What? I went back to the table, frenziedly flicking through all the forms and folders until I found it, the scrap of paper with the name and number of the moving company. I checked it against security divided by caretaker on the building information sheet. It was the same number. How? Had the caretaker accidentally written his own number down? That didn't add up. I had called the moving company. The number worked. The guy came. He got my stuff. It was the right number. Wait, the guy. Panic took over. I opened my browser and began searching. Easy Shifters, EZ Movers, Easy Shifters, Easy Movers, Easy Moving Company, Removals in Town, Moving Company Town, Help Moving Town. Easy Shifters did not appear once. I wasn't expecting a glamorous Instagram or anything, or even an updated website. Just the words, the name, the number, a shitty review, anything. But it was as if it didn't exist. I could not find a single trace of it. Nothing. And now someone is knocking on my front door. But the Lord said to him, "Not so. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over." Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. I could see the light going out of her eyes. That was always the sign I looked for as a mark that it had begun. Slowly, and in fits, they would suffer these half-deaths in my presence, this momentary catatonia. It was then that I knew they had seen it, and from then it was only a matter of time. It had taken a couple of months with Grace. We met at a bar. I had spent the evening drinking alone, as had become my Saturday ritual. She met my gaze from across the room and, Christ, it was exactly like the old cliché. We both felt the magic at the same instant. I'm sure of it, because she walked right up to me and introduced herself. From that moment on, I knew I'd be powerless against her. All she had to do was touch my arm to seal the deal. I tried to stop myself. I really did, but there was nothing I could do. What I had intended to be a one-night stand turned, once more. into a regular thing, and we were all but officially dating 2 weeks later. It had gone so well that I even managed to convince myself that the inevitable wouldn't happen this time around, that Grace was different. She wasn't. One night, as we sat across from each other at my dining room table, I saw her gaze drawn to my chest. It lingered there slightly too long, and it took my calling her name twice before she came back to earth. "Sorry," she said, slightly breathless. For the remainder of the conversation, her typical enthusiasm was replaced with a dull, pensive gaze which returned again and again to my chest on the left side. I tried to tell myself that it was nothing, that she was merely tired. However, the same thing happened the next night, and every night until she broke it off over text. "Sorry, it's just not going to work out. Goodbye, Lou." And that was the end of it. That night, in the shower, I ran my finger over the left side of my chest and peered down, ignoring the incredible strain this awkward angle placed on my neck and back. A small, misshapen, dark mark pulsed just beneath the surface of my skin, like a neon sign in reverse. And, for what seemed the millionth time, I scrubbed at it with ferocity. This only resulted in the skin surrounding the mark turning pink and then red, before slowly fading back to its normal color. Doctor after doctor had insisted that it wasn't there, and most people seemed totally oblivious to it. The mark only ever seemed to reveal itself to the people I really cared about, and then after an unpredictable length of time, Grace had been slow on the uptake. Some girls seemed to notice it hours or minutes after meeting me. The previous record had been held by a dark-skinned brunette, whose name I can no longer recall, who had taken a week to see it. But it always revealed itself eventually, and it always drove them away. I felt stupid for crying over her. What had I expected? That somehow I could suddenly rewrite the laws of nature and make a lasting connection. It had never been so and never could be. Later that night I got blind drunk. Literally. I was so plastered that everything spun and I couldn't keep my eyes focused. This resulted in a face-down nap in my laundry hamper. This might have been funny under different circumstances, but I wasn't in the laughing mood when I woke. It was with a start which disturbed my precarious position and left me and my dirty clothes in a heap on the floor. The pain was nothing compared to my headache. Through bleary eyes, I peered at my phone and winced as the light sent sharp stabs of pain through my skull. After blinking a few times, I could handle looking at it for a few moments at a time and saw that I had apparently spent most of the night calling Grace. She had not picked up even once, but had sent me a text comprised of the ominous and definitive message blocking this number. Don't call again. Another man might have felt himself in the right, despite his inebriated state, in insisting on closure after something like this. I didn't need it, however. I knew why she had left. A lot of the rest of that day was spent in the dark, with an ice pack on my head, trying to recover the ability to handle light and sound. I called into work sick with an unconvincing excuse which my supervisor had received with the appropriate tone of skepticism. I didn't care. The following day, it was time to give my presentation to the board, having lost the previous 24 hours to the application of various hangover remedies drawn from the internet in the few seconds of time in which I could tolerate the searing pain of my phone's screen. The version of the presentation I ultimately ended up giving was barely adequate. At least, I hoped that it had been. I noticed a female board member stifling laughter during some of my particularly absurd displays of ineptitude, such as attempting, and failing, to correctly pronounce Mozambique 4 consecutive times. For whatever reason, this seemed to be a positive sign, or perhaps it was wishful thinking. Just 10 minutes before the end of the day, I heard a knock on my office door and called out to whomever had made it. "Come in." And when I turned to see who it was, I was shocked to find my doorstep darkened by the female board member from earlier. "Hi, Lou." "Right." I nodded and realized that I didn't even know her name. "Do you want to join me after work? For drinks?" She could get in serious trouble for even asking that question, and I experienced 1,000 emotions at once, the more lurid of which eventually won out. "Sure." I said. All right, I'll see you at the bar down the street then. At, say, 5:30. Again, I nodded. She turned and swept out of the room, closing the door as she did so. Maybe my luck is turning around after all, I murmured to myself. She showed up at 5:30, though I had believed seriously that she would not. We sat her down next to each other. I ordered a beer and she something suitably feminine. Precisely what it was, I cannot recall. As we began talking, it occurred to me again that I didn't even know her name, and knowing that it was impossible to continue a conversation forever without that knowledge, I simply asked her what it was. Yes, of course you don't know my name. She laughed. I'm a new addition to the board. I'm Claire, she said, extending her hand. I took it in mine. Soft, smooth, warm. So was my presentation really that good? I asked, smiling a little. No, it was really quite dreadful, she answered, returning the smile and placing her hand on top of mine. But let's forget that. Maybe we should forget the drinks altogether and go straight back to my place. As she said this, I choked a little on the sip I had just taken. Really? I asked, stupidly. Really? She said, maintaining eye contact. I stood, dreamily, and allowed her to lead me outside and to her car, entirely forgetting about mine or what would happen to it were I to leave it on the sidewalk for the rest of the night. But, just as she was about to turn to open the car door, something stopped her, and she looked at me strangely, directly at the left side of my chest. I'm sorry, Lou. I just remembered. My sister is coming tonight. I can't. I'll see you later. And, with that, she stepped into the car and drove off into the night. Later that night, I woke up in front of the TV with several bottles of beer covering my body and the TV blaring noisily. My head killed. Sometimes a shower can help with that. So I walked into the bathroom and waited for the hot water to start flowing. Once inside the shower, I sighed deeply and pressed my forehead against the wall, a position with which I was all too familiar. That's a record. I think, I said to myself, only took her half a day. Then I glowered at the mark over my heart. It pulsed gently, like it was mocking me. In a fit of sudden clarity, I grabbed a pair of fingernail scissors which was lying on the little shower shelf, which held various hygiene products. Then, without a moment's hesitation, I brought it down onto my chest, ignoring the pain and the spilling forth of my lifeblood into the greedy showerhead stream. It mingled with the water, forming snake-like tendrils of scarlet and whisking themselves away down the drain. I dragged the scissors around the mark, cutting deep in order to ensure that the scissors had punctured every layer of skin. The surge of adrenaline was weakening somewhat, and the first scream fell from my lips as my fingers dug in between the severed and healthy flesh and tore the patch of skin off, bringing forth a torrent of blood, almost black in its thickness. Then, triumphantly, I hurled the mark down into the drain and grabbed a roll of medical gauze from the cupboard next to the shower, spilling water and blood all over the ground as I did so. The gauze soaked through and I replaced it accordingly, then proceeded to dry and clothe myself. After replacing the gauze several times, I began to fear that the amount left in my first aid kit after my skating mishap wouldn't be sufficient. For a little while, my arms grew weak, and I further feared that the whole thing had been a serious miscalculation on my part. But the blood did stop and the strength did return to my limbs after several hours spent lying on my bed. Some of that effect may have been due to my liver processing some of the alcohol circulating in its bloodstream. Blood loss and alcohol do not mix well, after all. So, after recovering my strength, I stood and hobbled back into the bathroom to get a clear look at my handiwork. While covered in gauze and blood, it was difficult to say whether or not my goal had been achieved, but it looked like a pretty comprehensive job to me, and so, satisfied, I fell back onto the couch and returned to the void of unconsciousness. When I woke, it was not immediately obvious how much time had passed. After checking my watch, I saw that it was 10:30 the next day. Fortunately, it was Saturday. It occurred to me then that the gauze would no doubt need changing, and so I dragged myself back into the bathroom and peeled it off of my skin, no doubt bringing some of the latter with it. But as my fingers fumbled with the first aid kit, the sight of the wound was enough to send me staggering backwards and nearly into the tub. Not because it was especially grisly or infected or in any way unseemingly, but because of what I saw embedded right at the center of the congealed blood and newly forming scab. At that very spot, exactly where it had been before, was a small, misshapen, dark mark which pulsed just beneath the surface of the scab, like a neon sign in reverse. I declined to get back up, electing instead to lie where I had fallen, with my head between my knees and the tears flowing freely onto the tiled floor. Thank you for venturing into the darkness with us. If you dare to explore further, be sure to subscribe to our channel for more spine-tingling tales of horror and the supernatural. Remember, the shadows hold endless mysteries, waiting to be unveiled. Stay tuned for more bone-chilling stories as we continue to traverse the eerie depths of the unknown together. Until next time, may your dreams be free from the haunting echoes of our tales. Or perhaps not.